I'm honestly not sure what will be necessary.
I'm gonna go check. Okay. All right, we'll wait for the okay.
From who?
From Tina. I should give us a thumbs up, and then we'll kick off. Yeah, you just want to hang out here.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, like, hello and welcome, blah, 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 and then I'll just pass it to you and I'll step off. Hello and welcome to the inaugural Bitcoin Policy Summit. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm David Zell, the co-founder of BPI, joined here by Grant, our other co-founder. The Bitcoin Policy Institute is a 501c3 think tank that studies Bitcoin and other emerging monetary networks. We support an interdisciplinary cohort of academics and researchers from across the United States to study the public policy implications of these technologies. We are honored that you all are joining us for our first event, and we hope that you learn a lot, meet great people, and have a great day. So thank you.
Thanks, David. And again, thank you to everybody who's here. Just want to give a 60-second rundown of what today's all about. The Bitcoin Policy Summit stemmed from a recognition that most of the stories that you hear about Bitcoin are negative. You hear stories that Bitcoin helps only criminals and speculators, that it is a massive national security concern, that it's destroying the planet. This conference is all about telling the stories about Bitcoin that often go untold. The stories about Bitcoin as a meaningful and viable tool in the struggle for human rights, democracy, and freedom around the world. The story of Bitcoin as a strategic asset for the United States to achieve its national security objectives. And the story of Bitcoin as an unlikely player in the building out of renewables and the stabilization of any energy grids in the United States. So if you're here today, you might hear some things that challenge pre-existing notions that you have about this technology. You might hear data that you haven't heard before. You might hear an idea that sparks a light bulb moment for you. And that's what this is all about. So please use this time, speak to everybody in the room. You all are here for a reason. And thank you to everybody tuning in on the live stream as well. I hope this is valuable for you. And I hope by the end of this, you've heard something about Bitcoin that you hadn't heard before. Now, I'd like to invite up Natalie Brunell, who is the host of Coin Story. She's going to be emceeing for us today. I'd like to thank you again one more time for everybody who joined us, policymakers, folks from the Bitcoin industry, and everyday folks who use this technology. I'm excited to break barriers with you today. Thank you again.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out today. I actually haven't been to the press club in a little more than 10 years. I finished my grad school in journalism here in Washington, D.C., so it's wonderful to be back, but it's even more wonderful because what this city represents is our nation and its greatness and the values that it was founded on. My family is from Poland. My parents grew up under communism, and their dream was to come here. So Bitcoin, for me, I always talk about it as the American dream, or a potential renaissance for the American dream, because I think it's been hijacked and has died a little bit over the last few decades. But I just remember my mom telling me stories of how she dreamt of the opportunity that America represented. She dreamt about the freedom, and all she wanted was to come here. She waited 3 decades to be able to come to the US, and I was 5 years old when we came. I had no idea what they suffered through and what my grandparents suffered through. And my mom wanted to be here so bad that when I came and I was little, she didn't even want me to speak Polish at home. She was like, no, you're an American, you're gonna speak English, and we're so proud that you get to get an education here. And when I set out to become a reporter, I always loved stories. Stories are what connect us. Stories are what make up our history. Stories are what drive us forward and inspire us. And I realized that money is also a story. And when I became a reporter, I saw that something was wrong with our money. Right before I started as a journalist, my family was one of the 10 million American families who lost their home in the Great Financial Crisis. So the moment that they were able to achieve the American dream and buy a small townhouse outside of Chicago, everything imploded and they went under and had to start over in their 50s. And watching that, I thought, there's something wrong with this. This is not the America that I thought represented opportunity, economic prosperity, abundance. And I thought, well, what could fix it? And I didn't know that I was searching for Bitcoin. And so when I found it, many years into my journalism career, I was filled with hope. Bitcoin is hope. Bitcoin is the potential for us to reach our potential in terms of just connecting with one another, earning money for value, a meritocracy as opposed to the people that are just closest to the money printer. And I'm just really grateful to be here because I think no matter where you come from, this country has served as a beacon of hope. And now you can achieve the American dream, you can achieve the El Salvador dream, you can achieve the Nigerian dream. We're all connected through the internet, and I think Bitcoin will empower us to finally get to that place of prosperity and abundance. So with that, I just wanted to share that little story because I'm very, very humbled and grateful to be back here. And thank you to Grant and to David for putting this on. It's not easy to put on events like this, so round of applause for them first. Thank you for everyone joining us on the live stream, wherever you may be. And let's get to our first panel, What Sets Bitcoin Apart? The moderator will be Josh Hendrickson, Associate Professor of Economics at the University of Mississippi. Chris Kuiper, Director of Research, Fidelity Digital Assets. Andrew Bailey, Associate Professor, Yale. Bradley Rettler, Associate Professor, University of Wyoming. And Craig Wormke, Associate Professor, Northern Illinois University. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, everyone, for being here. My name is Chris Kuiper. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to the first panel of the day from the Bitcoin Policy Institute. Notice I said Bitcoin Policy Institute, not Crypto Policy Institute. So what better way to open this event with this panel titled, What Makes Bitcoin Unique Among Cryptocurrencies? Now, some skeptics among you might be thinking, well, that's really cute. Given all that's gone on over the last year, the bankruptcies, the frauds, the leverage, people losing their life savings, seems like you might be trying to rebrand, pivot back to Bitcoin, and get rid of all this kind of dirty crypto-sounding stuff. I can assure you that's not the case, and we are going to hear from our 4 distinguished panelists today as to why they are persuaded that Bitcoin is certainly unique and different. And what we mean by that is it's special. It stands out in important ways, and we're going to go through some of those ways of how it's different in some very foundational ways. So since Natalie already introduced everyone, I won't do that again, but just to tell you who everyone is here. Right next to me is Bradley Rettler. And then we have Josh Hendrickson, Craig Wormke, and Andrew Bailey. And Just a quick note, you might have noticed, I'm Chris Kuiper. I'm going to be the moderator today, so I'm glad to be able to pick these gentlemen's brains. I'm the Director of Research at Fidelity Digital Assets. We serve institutional clients, helping them to buy and custody digital assets. But I'm not here to talk about Bitcoin as an investment. Instead, we're going to go at a much deeper philosophical level. So to do that, let's start out with an overview. What are some of the features we should be looking at when figuring out why Bitcoin is unique? How should we even frame this question to begin with? And Bradley, let's start with you. How do you help your students or readers start thinking about this overall?
I like to say that Bitcoin is special, Bitcoin is unique, because Bitcoin is neutral. So if you take anything away from this panel, that's the main idea, is that Bitcoin is neutral. And what we're going to talk about on this panel for the next 40 minutes or so are all the ways in which Bitcoin's neutrality comes forward. So it begins with the founding, right? We have a pseudonymous founder, Satoshi Nakamoto, who we still don't know who Satoshi is. Satoshi didn't treat themselves any different than anyone else. They announced the invention of Bitcoin, that the network was going to be up and running, and everyone had a chance to participate from the beginning. Satoshi didn't privilege themselves at all. Bitcoin's development is neutral. It is decentralized. It relies on a network of people running nodes on their computers, and they get to determine what software they want to run. Updates are not pushed down from on high, but they're agreed upon by the entire Bitcoin community. And Bitcoin is fair in its distribution in a way that other cryptocurrencies and other currencies are not. And so from the very beginning until the present, we see Bitcoin's neutrality coming forward and distinguishing it from other cryptocurrencies.
It's an excellent overview. So let's get into some of those in more depth now. So let's start with the beginning, the founding. Andrew, I'll give you this one. What about Bitcoin's founding and early years and development make it unique? And then really what lends to that neutrality, that thing that Bradley was pushing on? What lends to its neutrality as compared to all the crypto that has now come after it, thousands or tens of thousands after?
Many of us, when we think about Bitcoin's earliest years, are tempted to pursue the question of who Satoshi is. We really want to know who this guy was, the pseudonymous inventor of Bitcoin. I think a better question to think about, though, is what Satoshi did. To think about the design choices he made in those very early years, and to think about the implications it has for what Bitcoin is now. I want to call your attention to two. The first is that Satoshi designed Bitcoin so that there are no insiders. And let me give you a concrete example of what this means. For some cryptocurrencies and some other currencies, only some people can print new units, can make new units of that currency. So for many crypto projects, an organization, a firm, a foundation, a business prints new tokens out of thin air and then sells them to other people. So they're insiders that make and then outsiders that buy. Satoshi didn't set up Bitcoin this way. There's one and only one way to make new Bitcoins. It's to do computational work, to burn energy. We'll talk about the implications that has in the next panel, this burning energy. But notice that Satoshi didn't make Bitcoins for free and then sell them to other people. In fact, Satoshi bought Bitcoin. He bought Bitcoin, if you like, from nature by using electricity when he was first mining Bitcoin. So what I notice here structurally is that everyone has to play by the same rules. There aren't insiders and outsiders. Instead, there's just one way to make new Bitcoin, and Satoshi himself submitted to those same rules. So that's one example from Bitcoin's earliest days that shows a kind of neutrality where there isn't this dual structure. But there's something else that Satoshi did that's really important to notice. Satoshi left. He left. Imagine a CEO of some important tech firm who stepped down as CEO, but then continued to tweet about the company and continued to announce new products and post blog posts and pump the products and talk about the stock price. This would not leave us with a sense that the CEO was hands-off and that it was a neutral thing that remained. No, it would still be a thing with a leader, a CEO, really, if not in name. Satoshi didn't do that. He left. So some people think of Satoshi's pseudonymity as a kind of weakness or threat to Bitcoin. And I agree. There's something you might want there to be a present CEO, but it's also a strength because it means that what's left behind doesn't have a CEO. There is no Bitcoin official foundation that holds trademarks, that prints new units. There is no Bitcoin CEO. Instead, we have a neutral network that anyone can use.
Yeah, I personally would like to know who Satoshi is, but I don't want everyone to know. Just me personally, right? For my own curiosity. Design. Let's go into some of the things you talked about with design. But now 14 years later, right? So those were some of the foundational design choices that you talked about. But now 14 years later, is Bitcoin still special? Are Bitcoin's proponents right in saying Bitcoin is the most secure and censorship resistant among all the cryptocurrencies? Josh, I'll give this to you first.
So I think when we talk about neutrality, it's kind of important to think what we mean by neutrality. And so what's important when it comes to Bitcoin is that the neutrality comes from decentralization. And so if we're thinking about censorship, what we're really thinking about is centralization. And so prior to Bitcoin, any kind of electronic ledger of balances anywhere out there had a centralizing force, right? I mean, the most common way to think about this is your bank. You have a bank account, that's just some digital ledger managed by the bank. And if you send money to somebody else, the bank is the one that has to update the ledger. If the person you're sending the money to is at a different bank, then that bank also has to update their ledger. And then there's also some settlement authority that's going to have to transfer balances between banks. So in every case, you have some central authority who's kind of determining this. And what Bitcoin did is it decentralized this process. And by decentralizing the process, it created this neutral form of money, and it created this neutral form of money because there's not one single entity that's able to control changes to this electronic ledger, right? So with Bitcoin, you have this mining process, and so we'll talk about that a little bit later. But I mean, in general, this mining process determines how these transactions get added to this ledger, and who gets to add them is determined essentially by a lottery. And so there's no way to predict who is actually going to process the next block of transactions or add the next block of transactions to the ledger. And this is really important. And it's really important because this means that there's no particular individual, there's no particular entity that you know with certainty is going to add those next transactions to the ledger. And that decentralization creates censorship resistance. It creates neutrality. Why? Because there's nobody that can be pressured to change the ledger. There's nobody who can be forced to change the ledger. There's nobody who can be bribed to change the ledger. And there's no single point of failure, right? Earlier attempts to create like electronic versions of cash suffered because there was some firm that that was in charge of the entire thing. And so if you have that firm in charge of the entire thing, now there's a firm that could be pressured, there's a firm that could be bribed, there's a firm that could be threatened, and also you bear the risk that the firm just decides to shut down. And so with Bitcoin, we don't have to worry about that. And if you think about why should we think that this is an innovation after 14 years, it's because the Bitcoin network is always on.
So picking up on the idea of these miners expending energy to doing this lottery process, as you mentioned, so they have to expend energy to get these lottery tickets, and if they win the lottery, they get the right to add a block to the blockchain. Why would they do this? Well, they get newly minted Bitcoin, right? So if we think about this supply schedule of newly minted Bitcoin, many people are probably aware here there will only ever be a maximum of 21 million Bitcoin. And we won't actually reach about that level until the year 2140. So probably long after we're all gone, which is pretty incredible to think about, unless we're cryogenically frozen or there's some crazy life-altering technology. But 21 million cap, there's currently 19.3 already out there around there. So the supply is pre-programmed in the code. Now I can see the code, I can verify it, it's open source, so that gives me some comfort. But what about that? What about all of this lends to Bitcoin's status as a neutral sound money? And Josh, you can pick up there, someone else can jump in. And then also, why can't that cap be lifted? Why can't someone just change the rules and decide it's 50 million is the new limit?
So in terms of why it's important, in economics, we have something called the Klein problem. And the Klein problem describes this problem that arises when you have private money that gets issued. So it's easy to imagine the sort of problem with just letting anybody print their own money. And that is that, somebody could create their own money. They could generate enough interest in it that people start using it. And then once there are a sufficient number of people who are using it, one day that person who created all that money could just print up a bunch of money without anybody knowing, go out, buy a bunch of assets, buy a bunch of goods, and essentially, create a bunch of wealth for themselves. But then everybody else who's holding that private money is now worthless for them. And so so in other words, the Klein problem is to basically say that any time that you have somebody issuing this private money, there's this chance that at some point they would just engineer this massive wealth transfer to themselves. And so the reason that the Klein problem is kind of stuck around in economics for a long time is that, the only solution to this is that you just have to trust the issuer not to do that. With Bitcoin, you don't have to trust the issuer. So the supply is in the code. So because the supply is in the code, I don't have to worry that one day I'm going to wake up and there's going to be 1 billion Bitcoin. Right? It's already in the code. And in terms of why somebody wouldn't change it, they can't change it, at least not in the way that I just described. So nobody can just wake up one day and just create a bunch more Bitcoin. Now, of course, it's open source software. You can, you could change the supply schedule and you could post the new version up, but nobody has to run that version. And so people have their choice. And the great thing about this is that if you've got this fixed supply, nobody who's running it has an incentive to ever download that version that has a greater supply, because it would dilute the value of the Bitcoin that they already have. And so it solves this Klein problem. So it not only solves the problem of decentralization that I just talked about, but it also solves the Klein problem because it prevents people from engineering massive wealth transfers to themselves.
Yeah. Andrew, you were talking earlier about nodes, how they play into this as well. Can you take us a little bit more technically of what nodes are and how do they play into this idea of capping the supply and enforcing this credibility?
Mining gets a lot of attention, and rightly so. It's important to also notice another player in the network, which is just nodes. That's a fancy word for people who are running Bitcoin themselves. Who can run Bitcoin? I do. Some of you in this room do. Maybe Senator Cruz has a Bitcoin node. I know. I don't know. Anyone can, is the point. This is another way in which Bitcoin is neutral, that anyone can run a node. Now, what does a node do? Well, when you receive a Bitcoin transaction, your computer can check that transaction on various dimensions. It can check that there's a valid digital signature. So that's a little bit of mathematics that proves that someone has the password or the private key to the Bitcoin that's being spent. And your computer can also check that the Bitcoin that's being spent is supposed to exist. You can think of this as a kind of anti-counterfeiting measure. So when somebody's giving you a $100 bill, how do you check that it's real, that it's supposed to exist? Well, you sort of look for the stripe on it and that, yeah, it looks like Ben Franklin. Okay, this is a real bill. And if you're more sophisticated, you might run a marker on it. Well, Bitcoin does something like this, but cryptographically, to check that it's a valid transaction, and then to look against the Bitcoin issuance schedule and to see, yes, there really are supposed to be 19-point-something million Bitcoin that exist right now. And if it's a fake Bitcoin, your node will reject it. So we ask, who enforces the Bitcoin rules? It's us. And notice how different this is than other monetary systems that you might be familiar with. Who enforces the rules for anti-counterfeiting rules for physical currency? Well, it's whoever prints the currency. Who enforces anti-counterfeiting rules for bank deposits or claims on central bank money? Well, that would be the trusted parties that are deputized by the central bank to administer those deposit systems. In Bitcoin, who enforces the rules? We do. Anyone can do this. And you can check when you get an incoming transaction that it's valid, that it's real, and that the Bitcoin that you're receiving is real Bitcoin that is supposed to exist. And if it's not, you reject it as fake. And then you don't turn over your goods or services in exchange for that Bitcoin or the fake Bitcoin that's being sent to you. So the enforcement mechanism here, Josh described at a high level the game theory or the incentives But the mechanism is really quite simple, how it's actually enacted, which is that your computer checks for you, and if it's bogus, then you reject. And anyone can do this.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. There's this beautiful kind of checks and balances that I see with this. With the token holders, they can hold it, but they have no power or say really over the network. There's the miners who get the opportunity to write to the ledger if they do the work. And then there's the nodes that enforce the rules. And like you said, the nodes are often forgotten with a lot of people. They don't think about how this plays into it. It's a beautiful kind of way of checking the power and governance of everything. I have to get a question in here about Ethereum. So Craig, we'll go to you for this one. So Bitcoin has this pre-programmed monetary schedule, and it's currently growing around 1.6, 1.7% a year, about the same rate as gold. And that growth rate gets cut in half every 4 years, but it is still growing, right, to the year 2140, like we mentioned before. Ethereum used to operate like Bitcoin and had a similar issuance schedule, but they actually have changed their rules recently over the last few years. Number one, they issue fewer tokens. And then also now, whenever you do a transaction on the Ethereum network, that native token called Ether is burned. Some of it is burned in that process. So at times, the supply for Ether, it can actually be deflationary. The supply can actually contract or go negative. So this has led to this narrative from some people that, okay, if you want to say Bitcoin is potentially sound money, well, Ether is ultra sound money. Do you agree? Is that the case? Is Ether going to supplant Bitcoin as the more sound money?
So different camps mean different things by calling a monetary asset sound. Economists tend to link monetary soundness with the price stability of the money. So think of the price stability of gold, or among fiat currencies, the US dollar. I think Bitcoin, both Bitcoin and Ethereum proponents mean something different than that, and then different from each other. So Bitcoin proponents, I think they say that Bitcoin is sound, not only because it's a scarce asset, but because it has a predictable and auditable monetary policy, which is really hard to change. Whereas when proponents of Ethereum call Ethereum ultra sound, and so in some sense maybe more sound than Bitcoin, I think they focus exclusively on this scarcity aspect, precisely because of the network upgrades you mentioned, Chris, that it seems in the near future, as long as Ethereum adoption continues apace, the issuance of Ethereum will trend into the negative. And that might happen. I think it maybe is even probable. And so I don't dispute that Ethereum is sound in this sense, and that it might someday even be more scarce than Bitcoin. But even so, Ethereum is not sound in the sense that Bitcoin proponents say that Bitcoin is sound, in the sense that it has a hard-to-change monetary policy. Ethereum's monetary policy is much easier to change. And we know that because it has something like maybe close to a dozen times over the last several years. So, and this stands in stark contrast to Bitcoin, whose monetary policy hasn't changed at all, not even once, since the network launch in January 2009. So I think Bitcoin is special in this way, even though it may not be the most scarce asset in the world. It's sound in the sense that it has a difficult to change, very difficult to change, maybe nearly impossible to change monetary policy for the reasons that Josh mentioned. It's sound in the sense that it has no founder and no foundation who could more easily change that monetary policy. And this speaks to, again, to Bitcoin's neutrality. There's really no one who has this power.
Bradley, let's get back to you on one of the other things you mentioned at the beginning, which was security. So security, when we think of it, we're talking about security of the Bitcoin network, right? So how does it prevent tampering with or being attacked? And we talked about mining or proof of work. And so if you have this decentralized ledger that nobody owns or controls, you have to have a way to come to an agreement, right? And you need a consensus mechanism. So proof of work is part of that consensus mechanism for Bitcoin. And so when we think about its security, we're talking about one of these things here. A lot of people claim that if Bitcoin changed its consensus mechanism from proof of work to proof of stake, it could use 99% less energy, and still retain its security? We'll leave the environmental question to the next panel, which I'm excited to hear, but on a more fundamental level, would you say Bitcoin's proof of work is wasteful?
I think there are 4 problems with the idea that Bitcoin could or should switch to proof of stake as the consensus mechanism. So in proof of work, block rewards go to people who have done a certain amount of computational work, and they prove that by finding an answer that takes a lot of computations probabilistically. In proof of stake, block rewards go to people who have staked some of the asset. So the first problem is that proof of stake is less secure as a consensus mechanism. The reason I believe it's less secure is because it costs less to unsuccessfully attack the network. If you attempt to attack the Bitcoin network, you have to use a lot of energy to do that. You have to do a lot of computations. And if you fail, the energy is gone. You've used it already on something, either you paid for it or you could have used it for something else, but you've wasted it in an attempt to attack the network. In proof of stake, the way that you attack the network is by staking more. And then if you fail to attack the network, you unstake it and you leave. So it doesn't cost you anything to unsuccessfully attack a proof of stake network, whereas to unsuccessfully attack a proof of work network, you lose something. The second problem is that proof of stake is less inclusive. Notice that I said you have to stake something, which means you have to get it. And the way that you can get Bitcoin is from the outside. You can buy a piece of hardware and start mining Bitcoin and then get Bitcoin as a reward for doing your mining. You don't have to start off with any Bitcoin in order to start mining. If you want to stake something in a proof of stake network to start getting rewards, you have to already have it. So there's no way to get into that loop other than by acquiring it in some other way, like buying it. So the way to start proof of stake mining, or whatever you might want to call it, is by buying some of the asset from someone. And that's not as inclusive as Bitcoin. The third problem is that it's probably impossible to transition Bitcoin to proof of stake. Andrew mentioned nodes and talked about the vast node network. So what it takes is convincing an appreciable fraction of those Bitcoin nodes to switch the software that they're running on their computer to a different consensus mechanism. And that's a tall order. You have to go individually or somehow collectively and convince them of that. And as Craig talked about with the monetary policy, Bitcoin changes very slowly, if at all. And so it would take a concerted effort, a long time, and just probably unlikely to happen. The fourth problem with transitioning to proof of stake, which I hope the mining panel will talk about, is that switching to proof of stake would not allow Bitcoin to play the role in the energy grid that it's beginning to play as a buyer of last resort, as a demand response, and things like that. So I don't know as much about that. I won't get into it, but that's a little carrot dangling for the next panel.
Yeah, I think I saw Troy Cross here and others, so we'll certainly be hearing more about that, which I'm looking forward to. Turning to Bitcoin as a monetary network. So we talked about this kind of vaguely, but if you think of Bitcoin as a monetary network, there's the monetary network side of it's a payment system, and then there's also Bitcoin the token, which people are treating as a money, so it's a monetary network in that way as well. Josh, one of the key ideas when talking about monetary networks is this idea of network effects. What are network effects and how do they apply to Bitcoin as money? And what does this mean in terms of this idea of neutrality and even from a policy standpoint, what could this mean?
Yeah, so when it comes to network effects, essentially any money that exists requires some kind of network effect. Because if I'm going to take $1, why would I accept $1? Well, because I expect other people to accept the dollar. And so the more people that I expect are going to accept $1, then the more likely it is that I will accept that dollar. The same is true of euros, the same is true of Bitcoin. And so that network effect is crucial because without that network effect, essentially no one is using it, right? You need to generate this network effect. And if we compare this to other projects, like we kind of started this panel by contrasting it with other cryptocurrency, I think there's a recognition of this. If you look at a lot of these other cryptocurrency projects, they're designed to try to bootstrap some kind of network effect, right? Oh, you have to use, you have to use this. If you want to use these apps, like you got to use, our cryptocurrency or something like that. But Bitcoin does this in the real world, right? So the value of decentralization is important, especially to people who need money in places where it's hard to send money back and forth. Bradley just mentioned, there are network effects that are coming from, sort of balancing the grid. And so there's real world applications that create this network effect because you have people who are getting involved in Bitcoin who might not have been interested in it otherwise. But this increases participation in the network, and by increasing participation in the network, it's generating that network effect. And so, network effects are important. I mean, part of what we're kind of doing here is kind of selling why this is so different, and in doing so, we might be creating some network effect, right? But it's important to realize that you can manufacture a network effect. If you look at social media companies, a lot of social media companies have harnessed a network effect, like MySpace. But then that network effect dissipates when people find a better alternative. And so I guess kind of like one of the things that I'm trying to stress here is that there is no better alternative. Bitcoin does what we need it to do. It solves the key problems that we need of an open and neutral monetary system.
So there is no better alternative. Now, when I first got into this, I'll admit, I was a tech analyst, an equity analyst covering tech companies. So I put on my tech hat and said, oh, Bitcoin's the first one to do this. It blazed the trail, but as technologies go, other people come in and clean up, right? So Craig, quick one for you here. Is Bitcoin likely to maintain its dominance, or is it going to be the MySpace to Facebook or the Alta Vista to Google?
Anything could happen. Nothing's a sure thing. But I tend to think that Bitcoin will keep its status as the leader of being a neutral money. That's what it's optimizing for. Nothing else is optimizing for that and has achieved it in the way that Bitcoin has. Other cryptocurrencies which have more utility and sometimes better marketing and handsome founders or whatever, they optimize for other things. Like, for example, I see Ethereum as a kind of decentralized JP Morgan. That's a good thing. It's good to have a more open and decentralized and permissionless JP Morgan, but such a thing wouldn't be or provide for a neutral money.
No, excellent. All right, so we're running close to the end here. I want to get in one on intellectual honesty. So I want to test your intellectual honesty as academics. What would have to happen to change your mind, or for you to basically say, actually, I was wrong. Bitcoin is not different from all these other cryptocurrencies. And I'll open that up to whoever wants to take that. Who wants to put the reputation on the line?
I can think of one scenario. Imagine that some important player in Bitcoin had made a transaction, had acquired some Bitcoin, had sold some Bitcoin, and it turned out to be a bad move for them, a bad market move. And then they got the ledger reversed. They somehow turned back time and got the nodes and the miners to agree that it never happened. If that sort of network capture occurred over Bitcoin, and it ever really has, I would have to radically revise this thesis that Bitcoin is neutral. Then I would think, no, Bitcoin is captured, Bitcoin is not neutral, Bitcoin is not for everyone. Bitcoin is for those guys, the guys who managed to reverse the network because it was kind of unprofitable for them to run the way it was running. If that happened to Bitcoin, I think I'd give up. And you can hold me to that. 5 years' time, find me on Twitter. If this happens. So that I think would falsify our thesis that Bitcoin is neutral. It would show that, no, Bitcoin is not for everyone. Bitcoin is for those guys who managed to turn back time on a ledger.
All right, so to conclude out here, let's just go down the line rapid fire. 30-second elevator pitch. You're in the elevator with someone here or someone in DC, and maybe they're of the negative opinion that Bitcoin's not different. All these cryptocurrencies are the same. They're all scams, whatever. Or maybe they're on the other side where they're actually positive, but they have maybe more of the opinion I had at the beginning, which was, yeah, Bitcoin's great, but all these other things are better, or they're going to replace it. So I'll leave it up to you, but let's just go down the line here. starting with Bradley. If you had 30 seconds to convince someone why or how Bitcoin is different, or any other closing remarks you want to make, go ahead. We'll do 30 seconds each.
Wealth inequality is as bad as I've ever heard of it being, at least in the recent past. And I think that it's very important to have a money that structurally doesn't reward insiders, doesn't reward people who start off with a lot of it, and that is open and available to everyone, to the unbanked, to the underbanked. And I think along these dimensions, we can look at all the different cryptocurrencies. We can see what percentage of them is held by the people that have the most, what percentage is held by the people that have the least, what percentage of the total supply is held by the people at the top, the people at the bottom. These are the supply equity ratio and the network distribution factor. And along both of these dimensions, compared to every cryptocurrency that I've looked at, Bitcoin is 2 or 3 times more equitable than these other ones. And I think this lends support to the idea that Bitcoin is neutral money. And so for that reason, I think that we ought to support the Bitcoin network.
I think one important thing to mention is that Satoshi called this electronic cash. And if we think about cash, cash serves an important role because cash, unlike your checking account or something like that, it just requires the exchange of some physical object. And so there's a lot of privacy involved in that transaction. There's no third party that needs to verify this transaction. And Bitcoin is electronic cash. It allows you, the ability to exchange peer-to-peer with someone else without any third party being involved. It provides you, some level of privacy. Now the blockchain is publicly available, but it provides you some level of privacy in those transactions. But unlike any cash that has ever existed, going back to the ancient Greeks, you don't have to worry that this cash that you hold in your pocket will be debased and devalued over time. And so I think that we need to emphasize more this characteristic of electronic cash because it has all the benefits that physical cash has, but it has some additional benefits because you don't have to trust monetary policymakers or any government to be honest.
Excellent. Craig.
Yeah. According to the Human Rights Foundation, just over 50% of the world's population lives under a competitive or fully authoritarian regime. And if that's the case, then there should be, in my opinion, a demand for neutral money, a more private money, a money that can get around the censors. I think that Bitcoin and the dollar are symbiotic, so you have great price stability with the dollar. You don't have great price stability with Bitcoin. But what you get with Bitcoin in this trade-off is a more private, censorship-resistant money that's neutral money. Not everyone in the world has access to the dollar. And if they don't have access to the dollar and to this monetary price stability, then they can use Bitcoin. And so I think Bitcoin is important because it's neutral, and a lot of people need neutral money.
All right. And Andrew, 10 seconds.
Anybody remember the 90s? AOL, CompuServe? Yeah? These things were great. They were run by one firm each. They're little walled gardens. Crypto projects are AOL. Bitcoin is the internet.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. When I first entered this space and started learning about it, I heard very smart people say things like Bitcoin is digital energy. And I thought, what does that mean? And until I understood Bitcoin mining, I did not really understand Bitcoin. So I'm excited to introduce this next panel, which is going to be busting some of the fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Bitcoin mining, separating fact from fiction. The moderator will be Avik Roy, President Foundation for Research on Equal Opportunity. Carrie Longlaise, Chief Strategy Officer, TerraWolf. Troy Cross, Professor at Reed College. Margot Paez, PhD candidate, Georgia Tech. And Chris Barnard, Policy Director, American Conservation Coalition. Welcome.
Thanks, Natalie. It's great to be with you. I'm Avik Roy. I'm the Senior Advisor to the Bitcoin Policy Institute, and I run a think tank here in town and in Austin, Texas, that works on a broad range of issues, not just Bitcoin, on how free enterprise and technological innovation can improve the lives of Americans on the bottom half of the ladder. And we have a great panel. Of course, we got a head start thanks to our colleagues in the last panel. So if I could take the liberty of summarizing what we heard earlier, we heard that the reason why Bitcoin mining exists is because you need to create an economic reward to secure the database, the ledger that records all the transactions. You don't have a bank or a government to do it for you, so if you want to do it in a decentralized way without some centralized institution doing it for you, you got to pay people to do it. And mining is the reward for paying people to do that. We also heard about alternatives to mining or to proof of work, the proof of work consensus mechanism. We heard about Ethereum moving to proof of stake as an alternative model. And so maybe the place to start here, and I'm going to start with you, Troy, because you're the philosopher in the room or on the panel. What is the purpose of consuming energy to prove that a transaction has happened, as opposed to some of these other mechanisms? We heard from, I think it was Brad, said, like, well, it's not as inclusive to have proof of stake because one person can control a lot of the coins or the tokens and therefore have more voting shares with Ethereum or something like that. But if I'm Chris Larson, one of the founders of Ripple, and I'm a believer in the earth, and I believe that consuming energy is really bad for the world. I mean, is it really important? I mean, isn't inequality in things like that not as important as saving the planet? I mean, what does it matter if there's a little more inequality, but at least the Earth's still around, right? So I'm going to play devil's advocate here and say I think the Earth is more important than the inequality question that was brought up earlier.
Wow, that's too much to answer in a short spiel. I'll say I think the fundamental point of the consensus mechanism that we have is to determine the ordering of transactions without appeal to a social authority or any social mechanism at all. You can just look at two potential ledgers and determine which one is authoritative by seeing how much work was expended to create it. And you can figure that out just by looking at numbers, really. That's the magic of the technology, is just by looking at numbers you can determine from two potential records which one spent the most work. So it's a completely inhuman way of ordering transactions. And that's important because humans violate trust, and this allows us a trustless way to do it. Now, to your other question, is it worth it? This is a deep and difficult question. Well, how much do we need a trustless ledger? How much do we need a immutable, trustless record of transactions, or whatever you put on the Bitcoin blockchain, an immutable record of truth, something that can't be memory hold in the way that you get in 1984 in the Ministry of Truth? And that's a deep philosophical question. But I will say, I just give you background on myself, I started mining Bitcoin in 2011 in my own basement, and when I thought of this question, the question that you just asked, it was an obvious answer that no, it wasn't worth it, actually, or I didn't want to be a part of it. I liked the vision of Bitcoin, but I am an environmentalist, and I saw the potential for Bitcoin using tremendous amounts of energy and creating a lot of emissions, and decided to give my miners away. I've since come to a different view. That's why I'm sitting on this panel. It turns out that Bitcoin is really unique as a user of energy, as a consumer of energy. It's like nothing that has ever existed on this planet. It has a fixed schedule of issuance. unlike anything in nature. It's the most competitive market I think we've ever seen, the closest thing we've ever seen to a perfect market. Every miner converts energy to Bitcoin at basically the same rate because they're running the same machines. Their location does not matter as long as they are connected to the internet. So, and they're going after this perfectly fixed reward. Sort of their reward is their percentage of the entire Bitcoin network, going after 6.25 Bitcoins every 10 minutes. This creates a drive in the industry to find the cheapest energy. Energy is the biggest input, and it's a perfect market with a fungible good. So it's, mining is going to be driven to really cheap energy. Ultimately, basically free energy is where the industry is headed. And so the question isn't, do we sacrifice the environment for the sake of this ledger? It's, what does an energy consumer that consumes only nearly free energy look like? What does that do to energy systems around the world? And what does that do for environmental impact? What kind of environmental impact does that have? We are headed in that direction. We're not fully there, but we see break-even prices for miners just decreasing and decreasing over time. And it was seeing that big picture, where mining is headed as an industry, inevitably, by its nature, to consume only extremely cheap energy, that led me to think, this could actually be a positive for the environment. It could actually be a positive for energy systems, because consuming cheap energy could actually help us to finance the transition to renewable energy. It can help us handle waste, methane, and so on.
Carrie, you run a mining company. TeraWulf, tell us a little bit about that, and tell us from a standpoint of a practitioner, how do the economics of mining work? I mean, what is it when you think about the input of energy and how you use energy? Explain to the audience that isn't familiar with Bitcoin mining how this all works. How does the economics of mining work when you're trying to consume energy?
Sure. Thank you. I'm going to sort of leverage some of the comments that Troy just made. As a Bitcoin miner, you know, it's almost like the oil industry. You're basically focused on being the lowest marginal cost producer.
The oil industry, that's bad for the earth.
And so you're focused on being the lowest marginal cost producer. And you know, there's misconceptions out there that no matter how much Bitcoin you're mining or where you're mining Bitcoin, you're going to increase the energy cost for everybody. And the reality is that's not true. The biggest component of energy cost is utilization. And so you need to step back a little bit and think about how the grid was designed, right? Originally, the grid was designed where you had supply follow demand. So you had big cities, whether it be New York City or LA, and you'd have gas peakers located right outside the city that could be ramped up or ramped down in a matter of 5 or 10 minutes. That's been completely flipped on its head with the drive to zero carbon and the influx of renewable resources. The biggest renewable resources are located in remote areas where the power is typically stranded. And what does that mean? If it's not utilized, it basically goes into the ground because we don't have an economic way yet to store the electricity. And electricity can't travel very far. It can only go about 200 miles. So if it's not used...
Why is that? Explain that.
It's because of the lack of transmission infrastructure, right? So a perfect example, we have a site in upstate New York that was actually the home of the last standing coal-fired coal plant in the state. And that was retired back in 2020. And what made that site not great from a power plant perspective was that it was located upstate New York, right on the shores of Lake Ontario, where there's abundant renewable resources. Niagara Falls is 20 miles away. But getting that power downstate to New York City or Long Island, where the load pockets are, was virtually impossible because there's transmission, congestion, charges. It made it uneconomic. So
and there's a loss of some of the energy as it goes down.
There's a loss over time.
Yep.
And so what we need to do now is instead of citing supply where the demand is, you sort of have to flip it and put load where the supply is and where the renewable resources are and where they're abundant and where they're stranded. And it sort of is a perfect match with a Bitcoin miner because 70% of the cost to mine one Bitcoin is the energy, right? And as Troy mentioned, we're driven to find the lowest cost source of power. And Bitcoin doesn't care where it is. It doesn't care what time of day it is. And so, and it's also the most, I mean, I haven't found a more perfect version of a flexible load that exists, right? You can turn it off and on in the matter of minutes. And so when we work with our grid operators, their mind is, you know, because they're struggling, they're scared. They're like, we've got all of these intermittent resources. The sun shines during the day, the wind blows at night. How am I going to balance this? We've got more and more extreme weather situations coming. And you start to talk to them about the way that Bitcoin mining can be used to help balance that load. And they're sort of like, okay, wow, this is incredible. It's not, you know, 5 or 15 minutes I need to give you a signal. I can give it to you in 3 minutes, and then you can be down in 1 minute. And how many megawatts? And it's sort of like a, you know, this wide eye opening. And so now you have a place where there's a user of that energy that's paying for it. So that money's going back into investing in the infrastructure. It's creating jobs in a region where, you know, thermal resources had been industry for decades. And, you know, we had people that were working at the coal plant that were 3-generational, sons, fathers, grandfathers. The coal plant was shut down. That industry was shut down in that region. So now to bring this high technology sort of future for generations to come is kind of a win-win for everybody. So to answer your question on how it works, when you mine a Bitcoin, 70% of it is energy. And so you're trying to, and then you layer onto that, you know, public company costs and things of that nature. But the biggest factor is the marginal cost, which is what's your saying?
Let me just to underline a point that you and Troy both made, which is that, you know, you mentioned that wind and solar are intermittent. The sun shines sometimes, sometimes it doesn't. The wind blows sometimes, sometimes it doesn't. It's, of course, you know, it's a problem when the wind doesn't blow and when the sun doesn't shine. But it's also a problem when the sun does shine and when the wind does blow, because when you get generate more electricity than the grid can store or handle, that energy basically gets wasted as well. And the inefficiency of that up and down volatility of how the energy gets generated is something that creates an underlying cost. The cost of operating wind and solar energy is higher than for other sources of energy because of that volatility. And Bitcoin mining can help monetize the excess energy that the solar and wind plants are generating to lower the ultimate cost of delivering solar and wind energy. Would you say that's a fair summary?
No, that's definitely fair. I almost think about the grid like a paper clip, right? The more you play with the paper clip and you bend it, eventually it's going to snap. And so the grid is designed to be stable. There's 8,760 hours in a year, and really only 200 of those hours are where we're at peak demand. And so, you know, another misconception of Bitcoin mining is that you plug in a miner and it's running all of the time. Well, that's really not the case. I mean, my expectation is that the capacity factor for most of these Bitcoin mining facilities is closer to 70%. And why is that the case? Because there's going to be times when it doesn't make sense or is uneconomic to mine Bitcoin, either during extreme weather or during those 200 hours where where there's excess demand and it just doesn't make sense. And that's where we can, again, serve as a valuable tool to the grid to turn that down. And what that does for everybody and for the system at whole is balance everything out. So you're less victim to the extreme swings and the unpredictability of wind and solar. You can leverage the significant resources in hydro and in nuclear, which, by the way, have tremendous fixed costs. And if you don't have an anchor tenant, so to speak, to facilitate and absorb those costs, you may not have them in years to come. So that is an enabling way that Bitcoin sort of serves the grid as a whole.
Margot and Chris, this all sounds wonderful and very economically elegant, but I was told that consuming energy is bad for the earth.
Who told you that?
Well, yeah, Chris Larson, among other people. But pipe in here. So, I mean, you know, is energy consumption bad? I mean, there is still, even if Bitcoin is, again, just to play devil's advocate here, okay, yes, this is interesting. Bitcoin can be used to subsidize and reduce the cost of renewable energy. That's wonderful. But we're still consuming more energy, and I was told that if we want to save the earth, we have to reduce the amount of energy we consume, we do not increase it, and Bitcoin consumes energy. It consumes more energy than all of Argentina. So, or at least that's the latest thing I heard from somebody. So, one of my devil's advocate friends. So, is that
I heard
bad?
it was Greece now.
Is it Greece? So, why is it important to consume energy at all? I was told that Ethereum under proof of stake doesn't have to consume any energy.
Chris, do you want it? Oh, you want me? Okay. Well, you know, I mean, there have been some correlations energy use and development of countries and well-being. So I think a certain amount of energy use is certainly good. I think that there's actually a misconception around energy consumption that is tied towards our climate change goals. And it's this idea that in order to reduce emissions, we have to reduce our energy use. And that's not necessarily accurate, because there are multiple ways that we can reduce emissions, but also the distribution of energy globally is heterogeneous. So not everyone uses as much energy as we do in the West, and particularly in the United States. And in particular, this one fact about Bitcoin's energy use when they compare it against other countries is sort of taken out of context, because it's still, about like 0.5% of the global energy consumption. Or I guess of electricity consumption, and it's even less of global energy. And also there's a lot of wasted energy out there as well. And it's like, 0.08% of wasted energy. So you could run many, many Bitcoin networks on wasted energy alone, which is something that Troy was alluding to, which is that the network itself, because of the requirements around the electricity cost being such a dominant component of the economics and the competitiveness of the market, we're going to see more Bitcoin miners using this wasted energy, and there's plenty of that out there. So it's not necessarily increasing like the whole net or the whole total global energy use. It can find clever ways to utilize that wasted energy. So it sounds scary because it is a big number, but in context, it's not that big, and it's comparative to other industries like data centers in general.
Chris, tell us a little about your organization too, while you're at it.
Yeah, absolutely. And first of all, it's great to be here, and also what a day for Bitcoin to be up 6%, right? At heart, I'm an environmentalist. I think I'm the only BPI fellow that works for an environmental organization. But let me ask you a question first. Put up your hand if you care about Bitcoin or are pro-Bitcoin because of the environment. Okay, so a few hands that went up, more than I thought, honestly. And really, I think I speak for some of my fellow panelists here, that one of the reasons why I care about this issue and have become pro-Bitcoin is because of the environmental angle. And I'd like to flip the narrative on its head a little bit when it comes to energy usage, or kind of the typical response from Bitcoin advocates when it comes to this question, like, oh, isn't Bitcoin energy usage bad for the planet? And I think that our go-to response as a community tends to be, oh no, it's not that bad. We don't actually use that much energy. Compared to other industries, we don't use that much. Actually, the emissions from Bitcoin aren't that high. And I think those are all true things, but we need to flip it on its head and really talk about the proactive role that Bitcoin can actually play in accelerating a clean energy transition. And I'm not an academic, and I'm an environmentalist, but my fellow academics here, or the academics on this panel, who are my fellow panelists, they have talked about the role that Bitcoin can play in fixing interconnection issues, in smoothing out the grid, in allowing more clean energy to come onto the grid. And I think that's such a powerful message that we need to lean into a lot more. When you see people like Elizabeth Warren say, we need to regulate Bitcoin mining because it's leading to climate change, that is, in my opinion, one of the biggest threats to the growth of Bitcoin and its ability to be a part of our modern world. And if we want to prevent this environmental narrative from taking hold and frankly leading to the disinformation that it has, then we need to stop talking about Bitcoin as not that bad, but as actually a solution to some of our clean energy problems.
I'd like to propose something, and any of you feel free to shoot me down. Doesn't matter that I'm the moderator. If I'm an idiot, that's okay. I think we're having completely the wrong conversation about Bitcoin energy consumption, not on this panel, but in general, in the world. And the reason I'm going to propose that is because there is no inherent reason that the energy consumption of Bitcoin miners consumes carbon. We could have an electricity grid that's entirely powered by nuclear fission that would emit 0 carbon, and then everyone, whether they're playing video games, watching Netflix, charging their Teslas, mining Bitcoin, none of that would consume carbon. If you charge your Tesla today, you might think you're like a very environmental person, but that electricity could come from coal. It could come from natural gas. It could come from nuclear. It could come from wind and solar. It could come from hydroelectric. It could come from anything. Right? So Bitcoin, in a sense, is consuming the energy, but it's not Bitcoin's fault that the energy is coming from a carbon-emitting source. It is the source of the people who built the fault of the people who built the electricity grid. And we don't have to have an electricity grid that's powered by fossil fuels. We can have an electricity grid that's powered by nuclear energy. We have chosen not to. So why have we chosen not to, and why is it that we're saying we shouldn't have Bitcoin when we should be just saying, let's have more nuclear energy? I know at TerraWolf, you guys are involved in this space. Tell us about that.
Yeah, listen, when we started the company, being 0 carbon was core to our company. We don't think there's any reason why Bitcoin mining cannot be 0 carbon and why it cannot be 100% sourced from renewable resources. And when there's also, the reality that mining with thermal resources is expensive, right? There's volatility, there's collateral requirements because of that volatility, there's carbon emission taxes, or not taxes, but costs that are associated with it, so it's pretty expensive. And again, as I mentioned before, it's a marginal cost game for a Bitcoin miner to be profitable. So I don't think there's any reason not to be 0 carbon, and that's our mission. And I think, part of the bad rap that I think we get, and I think that Bitcoin gets, is because people are still talking about themes from 10 years ago, when people like Troy were mining in their garages and using maybe municipal power, and then actually having, if it was enough scale, having an impact on energy prices. That's no longer tied to reality. I mean, at its core, Bitcoin mining is energy infrastructure, and I'm not a Bitcoin native. I come from the energy infrastructure space, and so that's what I've done, is sort of know how to operate and site and procure power at term and at low cost. So, there's really no reason why those two can't be together. I just think that there's some themes that people are tied to, and that's not to say that Bitcoin mining is perfect, by the way. There are things that we as miners need to work on and improve: transparency, disclosure, to name a few, and to standardize that to help with the issues, but I 100% agree with your statement.
I mean, France gets 70% of its electricity from nuclear energy. You could mine Bitcoin in France, and then you're not consuming or not emitting any carbon with the electricity source.
Yeah, I would love to add something to this conversation because, yeah, absolutely, there was a misstep around nuclear, and unfortunately now we're in a particularly dire situation in regard to wanting to do this energy transition. And the Biden administration came in with a goal of decarbonizing all energy in the U.S. Around 50% below 2005 levels. And that is a goal in order to meet the Paris Climate Agreement, to keep our global warming at 1.5 degrees Celsius. So we have to work with the technology that we have in terms of electricity production, and hopefully nuclear will eventually become a bigger role, but right now that's going to be solar and wind and battery storage. And I also think that it's really important for us to also acknowledge that, yes, the electrical grid is not necessarily within our control or the miners' control, but at the same time, we all play a role as miners, they are loads on the grid, and there is a shared responsibility between the loads and the producers on those emissions. So we have to accept that we do have a responsibility to reduce emissions overall. So I think it's really important to emphasize the ways in which the Bitcoin industry can do that. And in particular, we're looking at how the miners are participating in the electrical grid when they do demand response. And there was a study published in 2014 that showed that the way miners participate in demand response by being able to turn on and off very quickly to avoid that peak demand actually cuts into the revenue of the natural gas peaker plants, which helps reduce the emissions of the electrical grid. So if you're interested in reducing grid emissions, that's something you would want on your electrical grid. Outside of the grid, you can co-locate Bitcoin miners with like wind or solar generators, and we are seeing that already. And what that does is it creates a revenue floor for those operations because, again, like the mining industry, it's very competitive. It's a very almost perfect a market, and so they're driving down the cost of their electricity that they produce. So you need a revenue floor to maintain those producers, those energy producers. So Bitcoin miners can provide that. You can give an X% to a Bitcoin mining operation to ensure that you always have some revenue, so you're not relying on the grid, because the grid operator could tell you that we have too much electricity on the grid, you can't sell it, and so that's a loss.
Just to summarize that, and tell me if I'm mis-summarizing your point. Okay. When Bitcoin miners turn down their usage or shut off their miners when there's peak energy demand, say in Texas, you've got some hot July summer, you've got the big winter storm, and you have massive electricity demand, the Bitcoin miners turn off their miners. They're not merely doing it because they're nice. There's actually an economic incentive that's built into the system that enables them to do that in a way that makes everyone better off. It's a win-win trade.
Absolutely, and that's probably one of the most powerful features of Bitcoin is this built-in economic incentive that doesn't require you to force anybody to do the right thing. And I think that's a really, really powerful thing that is not totally understood or appreciated in all of the discussions that are going on in the media and in Congress.
Yeah, I got to take this question. I do believe in Scope 2 emissions. So I maybe
What are Scope 2 emissions?
We have, if you're actually like burning fossil fuels in your backyard, that's Scope 1 as part of your operations. If you're purchasing electricity that was generated by burning fossil fuels, that's your Scope 2 effect. So I do believe in the causation indirectly of emissions, but I also think that when we're thinking about regulation of our energy system, we don't start with Scope 2, we start with Scope 1, or we start with the generation of electricity. So
in other words, let's have a more low-carbon electricity grid,
absolutely,
as opposed to blaming the people who are consuming electricity.
Absolutely, that's the right place to start. It seems to me bizarre, and I have to say that philosophically, when we have this discussion, it seems bizarre that we would target one particular use of energy, one industry, and say, that's a non-worthy use of energy. Others
Video
are worthy.
games is a very worthy use of energy, I just want to say.
But I mean, that just philosophically, we have markets decide what is a worthy use of energy, and then we regulate externalities at the level of production. Philosophically, like, that's where we have to have this discussion. I mean, that's more important than anything that's been said on the panel, I think, so far. Like, philosophically, that's where it's at. At a level up, your question of is using energy bad? This is what's interesting. Electricity is unintuitive as a good. It's not like some kind of stable good. It's like food that rots instantly. You either use it or lose it. In our system, we have to create an abundance of energy all the time in case people use more. And so we are constantly wasting tons and tons of energy. We're wasting it in transmission. We're wasting it in the sense that we, for instance, just we have more capacity at solar plants and wind plants than we actually have inverters for and capacity to send to the grid. There's wasted energy all throughout the system. There's 4.7 times as much methane gas just burned in oil fields, just burned, than the entire Bitcoin network uses. So waste energy is rampant throughout the system, and it's only going to get worse because intermittent renewables bake in waste, and we are planning on tripling electricity generation, at least tripling, maybe quadrupling or quintupling. Electricity generation in this country over the next couple of decades, I mean, extraordinary moonshot kind of endeavor we're engaged in with renewable sources that build in tons of waste. And when you see this, that's why you see the IEA's recommendation that we multiply flexible loads by 10-fold by 2030 and 20-fold by 2050. Those recommendations make sense because we are radically transforming our energy system in a way that generates more waste Batteries will meet part of that. We'll meet part of that through enhanced interconnection. But a lot of it has got to come from users that are flexible. And Bitcoin is a perfectly flexible load to do that. In a way, when thinking about energy use and whether it's wasteful or harmful for the environment, I think that we start with something like a waste not, want not mentality. Electricity, energy is a precious good. It's like other precious goods. We don't want to waste it, or we won't have as much left over for other people. It's a very, I guess, human scale way of thinking. We don't think in terms of electricity. With electricity, it's highly distributed in time and space. In some places it is scarce, and that's where you have crises on the grid. In other places it is abundant and wasted, places and times. The principle that we need to update our minds to in order to align with the needs of the grid and the energy system is, don't waste electricity when and where it is scarce. When and where it is scarce, it is also expensive. And Bitcoin already does not use expensive energy, and it is trending to use only the cheapest energy. We want that energy used. Why? Because that provides more revenue for the sellers of energy, and we need them to have that revenue in order for their business case to pencil out, in order for us to make the transition faster. Those are the pieces that basically fell into place for me, and why I'm advocating for this now rather than fighting it.
Can I just add a little bit of statistical color to that as well? Just purely looking at Bitcoin's energy usage, I looked up the latest statistic this morning. The estimate is that about 58% of the energy that Bitcoin mining uses is zero emissions. If you compare that to the US economy, the US economy is about 40% zero emissions last year. And so really, Bitcoin mining is already almost 50% cleaner than the US economy in terms of the energy it uses. So that, I think, already puts it a little bit into juxtaposition in our minds. But then also, in terms of kind of the proactive way of looking at it, we, when talking about how Bitcoin can actually play a role in this clean energy transition, we've seen a lot about how right now we're struggling to get more renewables onto the grid because of interconnection issues. Last year, at the end of last year, we had 8,100 wind, solar, and battery storage projects that were waiting to come onto the grid. So that is a lot of clean energy that we currently cannot use, and to your point, is literally being wasted because the wind is blowing, the sun is shining, we're not using it. And so the question is, what are the tools that we can use to get that clean energy onto the grid? And I'm not saying Bitcoin mining is like the one bullet solution there, but it is one of the tools that we can use to balance some of that load. It can be flexible, and it can allow for a greater incentive for those areas that currently are not able to bring that energy onto the grid to do that because they know that there will always be a user of that energy of last resort, and that can be Bitcoin mining. And so really just flipping that narrative on its head is that Bitcoin already is honestly pretty clean when it comes to its mining, but it can also really help us in our clean energy goals by balancing the grid and bring those projects online. And I think that's really a beautiful narrative that we as a community don't talk about nearly enough.
Okay, I was channeling Chris Larson earlier, and Chris, if you're listening, I'm sorry. I'm going to switch now to Elizabeth Warren, okay? Let me try to channel Elizabeth Warren here. All right, so we've established three things. We've established, one, that Bitcoin consumes energy. I think we can all agree on that. We've established that Bitcoin can subsidize and reduce the cost of delivering renewable energy because of some of these inefficiencies and volatility in the way renewable energy is generated. And we've established that Bitcoin consumes energy, Bitcoin mining consumes energy, but it's really about who generates the energy and how you generate the energy in the beginning that really matters. Is it done through nuclear? Is it done through coal? Is it done through natural gas, et cetera, wind and solar? Okay, all that's fine. But, you know, when I play video games or I use air conditioning or, you know, run a data center for Amazon, these are useful things. These are socially useful things. Bitcoin is magic internet money. It's not useful compared to air conditioning or Amazon sending me, you know, a USB drive. So explain to me why magic internet money is a legitimate and socially worthwhile consumer of energy.
Isn't that the rest of this day? Aren't we going to? I was hoping.
I think that's the next talk.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think about streaming internet porn as the base case. Like, defend the use of that. It's using energy. It uses a lot of energy. I think that having permissionless hard money with a fixed supply that protects anyone against debasement of their currency worldwide, allows anyone access to a payment system. I mean, fundamentally, this is transforming human existence, the ability to send value from peer to peer, from anyone to anyone else, in the way that the internet allowed us to send information from anyone to anyone. It's a fundamental transformational technology. So of course I think it's valuable. If you don't buy into it. I guess this is, I almost don't want to answer the question. Markets decide what's valuable, what's a socially valuable use. I do not want a central planning committee to say what is and isn't valuable. Of course I have my opinions, I've just stated, but I mean, what bothers me is the presumption behind the question that someone is in a position to make that judgment other than us collectively doing so with what we choose to trade for.
I guess I have just a kind of very simplistic and energy-minded way of thinking about it, right? Because we've all talked about on this panel today the abundant amount of stranded renewable resources that we have today. The grid was designed to meet a peak load. That peak load is only achieved a fraction of the year, and the rest of the time, because they're renewable by nature, they don't stop what they're doing. So Bitcoin basically takes what is a local commodity that cannot be stored, that cannot travel very far, and it converts it into a global commodity that can store value, and by the way, can be traded and can be accessible to everybody. And so that's, to me, in the purest sense, the value that Bitcoin has to us as you know, a community and humanity.
Yeah, I think just to quickly add, everyone in this room obviously has some kind of reason why they're in favor of Bitcoin, and I think most of us will agree, like from a national security perspective, from an economic equality perspective, from a human rights perspective, those are all good things about Bitcoin. But to Troy's point, I think we can put aside even that when it comes to the environmental conversation, take off our Bitcoin hat, put on our environmental hat, and look at it as a tool when it comes to this, right? If right now we can't be getting this clean energy online to be used and is literally being wasted, then surely any tool that allows it to come online is good regardless of its other benefits. And so even if we don't care about Bitcoin from its economic or national security perspectives, we can care about it from an environmental perspective because it smooths out the grid, it creates an incentive for more clean energy to come online. And so from a purely environmental perspective, it can just be a tool. And I think that's a really powerful narrative.
Carrie, Margot, Troy, Chris, thank you so much for talking to us through this today. Thank you all.
Alrighty, earlier we heard a panel called What Sets Bitcoin Apart? And I think that one of the things that sets Bitcoin apart is the community, especially during a bear market. There are so many people building, there's so much signal, there's so many people that are passionate. It's not about the speculation, it's not about pumps and dumps on a market. So with that, we're gonna do refreshments and coffee so that we can all mingle and meet one another and build a greater sense of community. So please enjoy some coffee and refreshments outside.
Right.
Hello, everybody. If everyone can start to take their seats again. We had a nice little break. Hope everyone got some coffee. Wake up a little bit more. What time is it? It's 10:25. It's time for our next panel. All right, I am so excited to introduce this next panel because one of the most important and powerful messages about Bitcoin that I think needs to be shared more and more is the fact that Bitcoin is a tool for human rights. And being here in Washington, D.C., one of the things that I knew when I was coming here, I was a little bit worried and timid about is I do not want Bitcoin to be politicized the way so many other things are. Bitcoin is neutral, as you heard earlier. Bitcoin is apolitical. It is bipartisan. And one of the reasons why is because it is so important for maintaining and sometimes restoring freedom. Freedom, individual rights and freedom. It's happening around the world. People are using Bitcoin in order to escape oppressive regimes and build wealth for themselves, sometimes for the very, very first time. And so I'm really proud to introduce this panel on how Bitcoin protects human rights with Alex Gladstein as moderator, Chief Strategy Officer for Human Rights Foundation. I hope everyone also checks out the Oslo Freedom Forum that's coming up. Fadi El-Salameen, Adjunct Senior Fellow at the American Security Project and Non-Resident Fellow at the Foreign Policy Institute at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. Roya Mahboob, CEO and co-founder, Digital Citizen Fund, who I'm so grateful has been on my show. And Maron Estefanos, co-founder of the International Commission on Eritrean Refugees. Everyone give a round of applause.
Hi, everyone. It's great to see you here. It's an important topic. It's an important perspective to get the global look at things. We often forget about what's going on in the rest of the world. So I think this should be a refreshing and helpful panel. But just grateful for your time, first of all. I wanted to introduce my three friends here and also ask that you maybe just for a little bit, maybe empathize with what's going on in the rest of the world. One thing that we do here in the United States is we try to control our monetary policy to help people in the United States. And one of the things our government has done is raise interest rates, obviously, to try and fight inflation. But that has had a very negative effect on a lot of countries around the world that have a lot of dollar-denominated debt and who are now experiencing really incredible rises in the cost of basic goods, whether it be gasoline, rice, just meat, any kind of basic things that people need. So oftentimes we make decisions here and we don't really think about what happens elsewhere. And I think that's one of the reasons you're seeing such an explosion in Bitcoin adoption around the world is that people are opting out into a different system. A lot of times you'll see countries try to impose capital controls. They're trying to prop up a weak currency. They will come and try and actually take your gold. They'll try and take your US dollars. They'll try to make US dollars illegal. They'll try to force you to use a very weak currency. Or they'll try to force you to use somebody else's currency. And for the first time in history, people are able to use mobile phones and internet to access an asset that cannot be devalued or confiscated if it's used properly. It gives them real property rights and it gives them free speech. It allows them to transact and it gives them access to open capital markets. So we've never had this before, so it's novel. We're all learning. We're watching this unfold. It's very humbling, but I'm very grateful for the Bitcoin innovation because it's allowed people to have a way out in a way they've never had before. So that's something I'm thinking about. By way of introduction, again, my name is Alex. I work at the Human Rights Foundation. We are a nonprofit based in New York that was founded by former political prisoners worldwide. We focus on challenging authoritarianism. By our count, that's about 4.3 billion people in about 95 countries around the world who don't have the same kind of checks and balances against their government power that we do here. So all of our programs are designed to help people who live under authoritarian countries. My friends here all come from places that we consider to be authoritarian, and they're going to tell you more about that. And in our work, we started to notice how money was such an important topic, such an important part of the human rights conversation, but it was something that people didn't want to necessarily bring up. Like, it was kind of hidden beneath the surface. For example, it's really difficult to send money to the three countries that are represented here. Even just basic administrative stuff like sending a grant can be really challenging. So even just the basics of sending money, receiving money, storing money is really, really hard for most human rights defenders in the world today. This makes their life like miserable, and they have to spend a huge amount of time worrying about even just receiving a grant, storing the money, trying to keep it away from the government so they don't know. Most of these dictatorships have passed various laws about, you're a traitor basically if you receive a gift from abroad, things like that. So, what we started to notice is that governments increasingly, especially as money has digitized, they really go after people in this way. One of the first things a dictatorship will do to a civil society organization is try to shut down their bank account. You see this everywhere from Hong Kong to Nigeria to Belarus. So again, it's not just the fact that people are kind of stuck in weak fiat currencies that are collapsing, or that they don't have the same kind of privileges we do in terms of having Venmo and PayPal and having an ease of use. It's also that like activists are actually being targeted financially, and Bitcoin allows people to escape that and keep their work going. So with that, I wanted to open it up. We're going to hear a little bit from Roya Mahboub, from Marina Stefanos, and from Fadi El-Salamin. We're going to hear a little bit about who they are, what the work they do. We're going to hear a little bit about how they use Bitcoin, and we're going to hear their perspective on why they think Bitcoin is good for the United States and good for American foreign policy. So with that, we'll start with Roya. Welcome, Roya. Thank you for being here. Do you want to, and this is a good moment for me, very special, because Roya's basically the person who taught me about Bitcoin, so I'm very grateful for that. She was the crazy person who started using it in 2013 when it wasn't worth anything at all and was very sketchy, but she figured out how to use it because she had to. So why don't you talk to us a little bit about who you are, where you come from, what you're doing. I'm sure the audience would love to hear.
Sure. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's absolutely a pleasure to be here today. I'm Roya Mahboub. I'm from Afghanistan, and my story started from 2003 when there is an Indian cafe was opened up in Herat, and I heard about this magic box that people connect you with the world, and I was just excited about that, and that's how I get connected, and I decided to make technology be the center of my career. I went to university, I graduated thanks to the Americans that they provided us a great opportunity at the time. And so I started my company, and then later on I started my nonprofit organization because I believe that there are millions of the girls who are like me, they are curious but giving a narrow vision to explore the world, and I just wanted to give them the same tools that has changed my life, my personal life and my professional life. And that's why we built Digital Citizen Fund, to give the access to technology and an opportunity for the young women in developing countries like Afghanistan. We built IT centers inside of the public schools, and we teach young girls at the age of 12 to 18 to learn about basic things, to learn about computer, to level up that they can learn about robotics, they learn about blockchain, they learn about the financial literacy. We help 17,000 of the girls to come to our program. We help hundreds of them to start their own startups. And I don't know how much you heard about Afghan Girls Robotic Team. That's also another project that is involved from our program.
Yeah, so just to recap from my perspective, Roya was named by Time Magazine as one of the most 100 influential people in the world. Who wrote your little bio for you?
Sheryl Sandberg.
Sheryl Sandberg, yep, that's pretty nice. It was an honor for her to do it, I'm sure. And yeah, I mean, what we observed when we first met Roya was that she was one of Afghanistan's first female technology CEOs and ran an all-female company doing software services. I think what most people maybe miss about the Bitcoin thing is just how it really is a tool for helping people who are disenfranchised, right, or vulnerable, right? So you were trying to pay the women who worked for you, and the existing system was hard, right? Because you were telling me that when you tried to pay them in cash, like the male relatives would take the money away. They weren't really allowed to open bank accounts, but they had phones, right? Like Facebook was happening, it was a thing back then. So people had phones, so you could pay them in Bitcoin. So you said, why not, right? And it's really interesting because when she started paying the employees in Bitcoin, Bitcoin was worth $100. And by the end of the year, Bitcoin was worth $1,000. So she thought, of course, that this was like the greatest thing ever. Little did she know Bitcoin would crash back down to $200. So she got like the full roller coaster experience. Now, most people would obviously quit at that point. They would say the thing's failed, I'm gonna move on. But you didn't, and you stuck with it, and your sister didn't quit either, and your sister had this little side business, right, where she, when women wanted to buy something, your sister would buy the Bitcoin from them, right? What's amazing, I think, about your sister's story also is that she ended up saving that Bitcoin and financing her college education with it several years later, which is really cool. She ended up going to Cornell. So why did you not quit when you saw the Bitcoin price crash and it kind of ruined your company in some ways? Why did you not quit? Like what kept you interested in it?
So I will a little bit explain that how we get involved with Bitcoin. We built a platform that allows women to write the blogs, and they get paid based off on their social impact of their creative ideas. But this work that we done it in Afghanistan and Pakistan, we had increased the number of our users and employees that they writing these blogs. But the issue was that many of these women didn't have a bank account, because in our society, it's not only because they are poor or they don't have money or they don't have an ID or the bank has a lot of restriction, but also because the families and the men don't want that the women have a bank account because they wanted to control the finance of the women. And so that was an issue. We have to pay these women by cash. And many of the time when you have to take the monies from the bank, if people knows that you have a lot of cash with you, there is a thief, there is a kidnapping happening, and that was always not safe to have a lot of cash, especially in Afghanistan at the time. And then if you send the monies to the a rural area or to outside of Herat, you send to Kandahar, you send to other places, there is middlemen that they take some part of the money, and the women's there is no transparency if the women receive the money. There is always the cost, always get increased, and then we tried to use the mobile money, but mobile money didn't work in Afghanistan at the time. It was very successful project in Kenya and other countries, but it wasn't really operated very well in Afghanistan. And then we took thinking about PayPal, but PayPal was banned in Afghanistan and Pakistan. So then we heard about Bitcoin, and obviously that I feel that this is something that is magic. It's like the magic box that I heard it in 2003, and then now in 2013 we heard about Bitcoin, and then we decided, okay, why not we don't use the Bitcoin, and that's how we implemented and developed a platform that we paying people in Bitcoin. Bitcoin actually bypass our physical and social barriers to paying the women. And I feel that Bitcoin is a safeguard of human rights and promotes the freedom.
One of the women that you worked with had to escape, right, for political reasons, and she was able to keep her Bitcoin with her. It's pretty trivial to store your Bitcoin with a seed phrase, which is 12 or 24 words, right? So, you can leave Afghanistan, you have to go through Iran, through Turkey, you have to get on a boat, it's harrowing, most people don't make it, but you can either memorize 12 words, and before you say, oh, that sounds ridiculous, remember there's 10 million Muslims who've memorized the entire Quran in the world today, so you can memorize 12 words, trust me, especially if your life depends on it. Your friend, we won't get into exactly how she did it, but let's just say she could have memorized it, she could have kept it on a USB key, she could have literally emailed the password to her friend in America. There's a lot of ways you can protect your Bitcoin, but she escaped from this place and was able to put all of her value into this asset, and then eventually she made it to Germany and she was able to start a new life with the Bitcoin. So the existing financial system doesn't permit that sort of thing. It's not possible, and this is a pretty big deal. Today, post the fall of Kabul, Bitcoin is allowing you to continue to finance your operations. And to be clear, Roya is responsible for the training and education of thousands of girls and women in Afghanistan. And it's very difficult to do that if you can't pay them. So today you're using Bitcoin. I know that Bitcoin and stablecoins are very important for this. So do you just want to talk about that briefly?
Sure. I mean, after the collapse of the Kabul, which it was very sad to seeing after 20 years of the golden era in Afghanistan, everything's end. So you know that the banking system is collapsed, and then it was very difficult for the families and organizations to send aids to Afghanistan. The Western Union didn't work; they were ran out of the cash, and it was very difficult at the time. And 1/3 of the population starving from not having enough foods, and 70 to 60% of the people didn't have money to pay for their rents. It was very chaos and uncertainty happening. And the only things that during that time was remain safe, it was cryptocurrency. With cryptocurrency, you could send the money, and for the people who get evacuated at the time, for the saving houses, and also for the people who had access to technology and cell phone, you could just simply send the Bitcoin, and they can Bitcoin or stable coins that they can pay for their food.
So you told me something that was a personal thing, but I wrote about it in a story that you're featured in, that you tried to convince your parents earlier that year to buy Bitcoin, so that just in case, and you were unsuccessful. So when they fled Afghanistan, they couldn't bring their money with them, and they lost it. And I thought that's a pretty powerful little story. But you were successful in teaching a lot of other people, and that's the important part.
I couldn't get with my mom because she believes on some things that she can touch and believe on cash, not on crypto. And she saw that how the Bitcoin goes up and down, how it's affected my business and everything. So she didn't want to be that risky. And when she was evacuated, they basically left the country with nothing. They couldn't take their monies from the bank. They didn't take anything. It's not their house, nothing. So everything gets freezed by the Kremlin regime. And my mom lost everything. And I think that that was very sad.
Yeah, and to be fair and balanced, we can praise the U.S. government for the investment in women in Afghanistan. That's a massive victory, and that was a great use of our foreign policy. That's what Roya will tell you. But to be fair and balanced, freezing the money of the Afghan people was a shameful and embarrassing thing that's led to a lot of people suffering. So it's interesting that we came in, we did this great thing for women in that country, and then we left, and people are kind of in the lurch. And one of the ways you can continue doing your work is through Bitcoin. So I feel like a lot of people didn't know that. It's an important story. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's very important. Maren, it's an honor for us to have you here. Why don't you introduce yourself, tell the audience a little bit about what you do.
Thank you for having me. Glad to be here. My name is Meron Estefanos. I'm originally from Eritrea, and I left when I was at 12 to Sweden because my father was an activist. He had to flee the country, so we later joined him, and I've been living in Sweden ever since. So I did not have any connection to my country since I lived in Eritrea. Eritrea did not even exist at that time. And after independence, later on in life, I went to Eritrea trying to live there and saw that it was a dictatorship. So I came back to Sweden and I became an activist. And I saw how nobody was writing about Eritrea. Eritrea was not being covered anywhere. So I joined this movement and we started a radio that would broadcast into Eritrea via satellite and shortwave. So I start covering refugee-related issues in my program, which was Voices of Eritrean Refugees.
And to be clear, how many people today listen to you every week?
Inside Eritrea, 500,000 people.
And what's the total population of Eritrea?
About 3.5.
So she's like the Joe Rogan of Eritrea. He's serious. Even bigger, actually, by percentage. No, but 500,000 people are listening to her. It's amazing. She just does amazing work. So that's just one part of it, though.
Yeah.
But then you also were compelled to try and address the issue of refugees, right?
So covering the refugee issues, which was supposed to be one program, but I ended up getting stuck because I felt so sorry. The refugees that I was talking to were kidnapped in Sudan and sold to the Egyptians as slaves, and families have to buy them out, which costs minimum ransom is $33,000 a person, up to $70,000 a person, and we are the poorest of the poorest.
And to be clear, people are fleeing from this regime because it has totally mandatory military service for your entire life, right? As well as no information, no access to outside information, arbitrary arrests anytime this person wants to arrest anybody. It's a totalitarian. I mean, people call it the North Korea of Africa. So people are fleeing just like they flee from Cuba or North Africa, except instead of going on a raft to Miami or fleeing into China, people are fleeing north through the desert or south, to try to get to a place like Kenya. But they're going to go north and they're going to try to go to Israel or they're going to try to go to Europe, right? And along the way, they get kidnapped, and people basically put a gun to their head and they say, call your family who you're going to, and they do the phone call and they say, you need to send me money or we're going to kill this person. And you step in at that point and you try to rescue them, right?
Yeah, at the beginning when I first interviewed these hostages, I just felt like if the world knew about them, this would have stopped right away, And so I started contacting U.S. State Department, European Union, all organizations, those anti-trafficking organizations, but nobody cared. So one by one, the people that I interviewed start dying. In 3 weeks, 5 died of the people that I interviewed, and I just couldn't let them die anymore. And I start raising funds to pay for their ransoms. I don't even know how many millions I've paid.
But you've raised millions of dollars for this.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And before Bitcoin, like how would you get the money to where it needed to go, and kind of what were some of your challenges?
That was the hardest part. I had the money to pay for the person, to free a person, but sending the money was the most difficult part because Western Union at that time was charging 20 or 25%, and also the limit was $4,500. And MoneyGram was $7,500, I think. And after paying 2 or 3 ransoms for 3 people, MoneyGram called me and said, "You're not welcome to use our services anymore." So the only option became Western Union. And with Western Union, it's only $4,500.
So you have to do two chunks, or 3 chunks.
Yeah, and imagine you're trying to pay $70,000. So I had to...
And you have a certain number of hours before the person gets killed.
An hour and a half. Often they give you an hour and a half. And they have networks all over the world. I once had, I was told to pay in an hour and a half $33,000. And they wanted me to pay the money in Sweden to some people. And so they kept texting, "You have an hour left, you have 30 minutes left," and I couldn't get the money in an hour and a half, and an 18-year-old young man was killed because I didn't pay in time, even though we had the money, but it was just impossible. And the traffickers don't think logic, how it's difficult to send money quickly.
They don't care about the excuse.
No, they don't.
So you've now started using Bitcoin for this purpose, and it's saving lives. There's no exaggeration, right?
Yes. So once Alex Gladstein introduced me to Bitcoin, which I highly appreciate. Thank you for that. And then I just saw how easy it was. It just clicked, and I said, this can actually solve. And now what I do is, if someone is kidnapped, we can get the money in less than half an hour, actually, and get it in cash. So it has made my life much easier, and it saves, we're not teaching the traffickers to accept the Bitcoin. We're just teaching someone else, family members, on how they can send them money quickly, and it arrives in Sudan quickly. And then I also teach them on how to convert it into cash and pay on time for their loved ones.
So this is just a tool. Bitcoin's a tool, like anything else, like the internet, but it makes you a more efficient rescuer, is the point. And I know I always embarrass you by asking you, but can you give us some insight into how many people you've helped rescue? Total.
It's, I don't know, 30, 40,000 at sea, and I don't know how many hostages.
So you are like a woman of many different talents. So you're educating millions of people, you're rescuing tens of thousands of people, but now you're also building community in East Africa, right? So you're starting a Bitcoin educational center in Uganda. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, we're opening
because this is where a lot of Horn of Africa refugees go, right? They go to Central Africa, they go to Kenya, Uganda, etc., right?
Yeah, so the refugee community, often when they leave their country, they don't leave with ID or anything else, or it's often lost on the way, and they live off remittance. But the problem is they don't know how to receive money. Either they will accept in Hawala, but just a few weeks ago, refugees that were supposed to receive money for Easter, the person doing the Hawala disappeared with $7 million of Eritrean money. So it keeps happening, this kind of thing. So I felt like the refugees, is good to teach them, at least they can accept in Bitcoin. And so thanks to that, so they're teaching their loved ones in the West. Actually, the people in Africa are teaching their loved ones in US and in Europe on how to send Bitcoin, because they prefer to accept it in Bitcoin, where they don't have to show ID or they don't have to open a bank account.
And they don't need, they don't need ID. They don't need a bank account. It's permissionless, and this is a feature. I think we often think about it as a bug because we're sort of trained to think that money that the government doesn't control is bad, is criminal. But for most of the world, money that the government doesn't control is vital, because the government's not a good government. Like, again, most people live under an authoritarian regime, not a democracy. So it's very important for us to have money that anybody can access on the internet that the government doesn't control. And we are very privileged to think that money on the internet that the government doesn't control is bad or criminal. That's only something you could possibly conclude if you live in a rich, Western, privileged society. But for most of the people in the world today, you have about 1 billion people who live in a liberal democracy with property rights who have a reserve currency, about 1 billion people. Then everybody else, close to 7 billion, lives either in an authoritarian regime or a country with weak currency. So for the vast majority of the world's population, this is a big, big deal, especially for people working in Fadi's struggle. So Fadi, why don't you tell us a little bit about your background, what you do? I think people are very interested to hear.
Thank you, Alex. I have Meron always on speed dial, and I think you should as well.
Speak up.
I said I have. Thank you so much, Alex. Alex has been my teacher on Bitcoin, but I said I have Meron on speed dial in case you never know. Yeah.
And Roya also, of course.
Absolutely. But, my name is Fadi Al-Salamin. I always describe that there are 3 reasons why somebody like me who grew up in Hebron, in the West Bank as a Palestinian, would ever use Bitcoin. And the 3 reasons are my grandmother, corruption, and politics. And I'll explain in details. My grandmother lived until about 95 years old. She lived through 5 or 6 different regimes, the Ottoman Empire, the British, the Jordanians, the Israelis, the Palestinian Authority. And she always had this dress on her head that had coins on it. And I always call her the original coin holder in the family. She was the first person to do it. And
these were like made of what? These were
gold,
yeah,
and silver. And whenever they were forced to move, she's never had a bank account ever. And whenever we were forced to move, that was her asset. That was her bank account. That was when she had to pay off somebody, or she wanted to buy a new lot of land, or whatever. That's what she needed to use. So I know that if she was alive today, she would be the first person to say, "Where's your Bitcoin? Make sure it's always on you," right? So that's the first reason. The other reason is corruption, and I think this example applies everywhere. It's not just in Palestine. I started an anti-corruption campaign highlighting the misuse of foreign aid within the Palestinian Authority around 12 years ago. And later on, I realized that was not a good idea. It's not. I thought I was doing a great thing. Next thing I noticed was the president is not happy with me, the Palestinian Authority is not happy with me. Apparently, corrupt guys hate it if you try to point out the corruption. I know. We're coming to this realization in Washington, D.C. in 2023. But it's a true story. So, a million people later following me on Facebook. A lot of people obviously are, surprised to learn about the amount of corruption, but the way it's done, and it's done in a very sophisticated way. Trust me, they could teach PhD courses on how to steal and siphon off foreign aid. And this is really important for USAID and Treasury people who are in the room. And what happened as a result, I woke up one day, my bank account was completely shut down. I'm no longer allowed to have a bank account. But every single piece of information I had ever given to my bank has been taken by the intelligence services who work for the Palestinian president, including a copy of my US passport, my very personal details, and was given to a newspaper that is owned by Hezbollah, which is a terrorist organization funded by Iran. And in one day, 4 articles in Al-Akhbar newspaper about me, how I am this dangerous guy who's trying to point out corruption, but really have ulterior motives. So all of a sudden, the bank that was supposed to protect my privacy, completely gave out all my information with no legal precedent whatsoever. And I was framed as this terrible guy whose crime is pointing out corruption. So Alex said, "Hey, I think you're a moron. You should use Bitcoin." He said it in a much nicer way, but and it's true. I was like, what do you mean Bitcoin? I don't explain it. So we've spent many hours, and it makes complete sense. I don't have to be under the mercy of a corrupt regime. I can send Bitcoin directly. My wire transfers are not intercepted. They're not used against me. And by the way, I'm giving you the very short version of what happened with the bank. The bank asked for a bribe. They were trying to come to me before the freeze happened. They were like, we want to be really nice, but would you pay this amount of money as a bribe? And I say, I'm the guy who's fighting corruption. You want me to get out of this by paying a bribe? No.
You have to pay twice as much, actually.
That's actually was the second. When I said no the first time, they was like, okay, well, the bribe went up. It's actually, now it's not this amount, it's this high amount. So I have a bank account who's frozen right now, but that's actually, I was like forced. And I'm saying I'm not a unique case. This happens in almost every country where there's a repressive regime.
And we forget that the financial system exists to create intermediaries in a way. If you read the Bitcoin white paper, the first paragraph, Satoshi talks about how they're trying to make basically digital money for the world without intermediaries. And maybe we think of intermediaries as good guys here. Your local bank, your trustworthy bank, like the regulatory authorities who are going to, FDIC bail you out in case something happens. We have maybe a positive, view of third parties here in the United States. But in most places, third parties are rent-seeking, corrupt, censorious authorities. And that's exactly what you all are dealing with. The number of activists who've had their bank accounts frozen just keeps growing by the day, whether they be human rights activists or environmental activists or labor rights activists. I mean, these people are all going to get targeted. And it's not just that the average Palestinian encounters enormous issues just sending money back home or sending a grant to support something. It's also that, we should just briefly touch on the fact that you don't even have your own currency.
Right.
And we won't go too deep into it, but the point is, during the Oslo Accords process, there was something that people normally don't know about called the Paris Protocol that Arafat signed, which basically gave away Palestinian sovereignty over money as part of the deal. So they have to use the Israeli currency, and they have no control over any sort of they have no control over any sort of monetary freedom, and that must be pretty heavy to have to use some other country's money, right? It's a little that's a little rough. So that's another context here, is that they've never had their own currency.
It is exactly true. One thing I wanted to point out, if you live in DC, it's easy. You have a bank account, you can go to Wells Fargo, withdraw, you can transfer, it's a totally different game over there. An intelligence officer, if they're corrupt and they really know that you're a thriving business and they want part of your money, they can just walk into the bank and say, show me what he has. Then they'll call you, intimidate you, ask for a bribe. And so the idea of banking privacy laws does not exist, right? So it's hard to compare when you're existing in a society here where there are checks and balances, laws, regulations, etc. In a different world, completely different story. On the politics side, sorry, Alex.
Yeah, go ahead.
But on the politics side, I completely agree. We had the Oslo Accords, which was signed here in DC, September 13, 1993, at the White House. And 30 years later, Israelis and Palestinians will tell you, the peace agreement is dead, there's no two-state solution. They'll give you all the spiel, but what's alive and still alive is the Paris Accords, which is the financial arrangement where there's no monetary policy, and it's still one system. So either the politics follows the money or the money follows the politics, but you can't have those two.
And any aid that goes to Palestine has to go through Israel first. And it's interesting because Israel basically takes the Forex, they take the Canadian dollars or the US dollars or the euros, and then they print shekels and give them to the PA. So it's an interesting little arrangement they have. We'll just leave it at that. So a couple things. We're wrapping up here. We have about 5 minutes left. I wanted to touch on two items here for as takeaways. The scale of Bitcoin adoption is so staggering. We were in Ghana in December at the Africa Bitcoin Conference organized by Democracy Movement in West Africa, because 15 African countries still use a French colonial currency and have no control over their own money. So they're very into Bitcoin because it gives them monetary freedom. And monetary freedom's been a big part of the African democracy movement, actually. One of the main reasons you see democracy movements in West Africa is because people have been living under this French currency that they have no control over. And people organized this event. We all went down there, and it was fascinating to see meeting people from Benin, Cameroon, Malawi, the Congo, Somalia, Somaliland, like places I barely even knew about. There are thriving Bitcoin communities. I met a guy who runs a business in Somalia off remittances. This is one of the main use cases out there is people receive Bitcoin or stable coins from their family, and then these companies off-ramp it into the local currency in cash. They have tens of thousands of clients in these places. There's circular communities going on. It's just staggering, like the jaw drops. There's a guy from South Africa who invented a way for people to use Bitcoin without the internet by using something called USSD, which is a text message-based protocol. So you have a feature phone that has no internet, and you can text a number and a password, and you can have Bitcoin, and you can send it anywhere in the world. This is totally invented over there. We met folks working on renewable mining in Eastern Africa. So they'll go to a place with no electricity, they'll set a little micro hydro into the ground off of a river, and they'll get, and without charity, they're making money, they'll electrify a village. And this is happening all across East Africa. It's amazing what you see out there. So just don't underestimate the global scope here. I mean, we're talking, between Bitcoin and stablecoins, we're probably above 500 million people who've used these things. If you start looking at countries like India and Indonesia alone have massive cryptocurrency communities. I mean, we know that one country, El Salvador, has adopted Bitcoin. We know the Central African Republic has adopted it. We know a couple other countries have. But like, there are more Indian Bitcoiners alone than the entire amounts of population in these countries. Like, so the scale's really big, number one. So I don't know if any of you want to comment on that.
There's one example. First of all, it was amazing to be able to buy art directly from the artist using Bitcoin in Ghana. But there's one example I want to
You didn't have to like call your bank ahead of time to tell them you're going to Ghana?
No, nothing at all. It was just immediate, 10 seconds, and it was unbelievable. There's one example I think that applies to many of the people in the room who are dealing with on the government side. The government of Germany asked some of us who are dealing with Bitcoin to come up with a solution where they are able to pay remittances to Holocaust survivors who are living in Russia, who can no longer receive bank transfers anymore. And they're looking for ways how to use Bitcoin to pay Holocaust survivors who are living there. So the applications are wide, enormous. It's not just, I know many people in government think, oh, Bitcoin is a way to avoid sanctions. It's actually a way, in this case, it's a way to comply with sanctions and not use banks, because that's the issue, and be able to pay people who need the money.
Like how do you send value to Cuba or Russia without enriching Putin or the Castros with Bitcoin? Like this is, we sit here and we dither and we argue about Cuba policy, and in the meantime, Bitcoin is helping people every day. So I think it's kind of inspiring in that way. So don't underestimate the global scope. Don't underestimate the power it has as a human rights tool. And remember, it's tremendously valuable. I mean, anyone who says Bitcoin's a waste of energy doesn't know what they're talking. I mean, they're ignorant. They don't know what they're talking about. I mean, it's a very valuable tool for tens of millions of people worldwide, and that's only going to increase. I mean, the only way you're going to see Bitcoin go away is if governments magically become issuers of sound money that's non-confiscatable and non-censorable and fair for everybody. And that's not going to happen. So, you're just going to see this become more and more and more valuable as we see more devaluation of currency worldwide and more deplatforming. As you see more of those things happen, you're going to see more Bitcoin adoption. The last thing I wanted to end on was energy use, just because I think it's fascinating to think about this. Like, people say it's a waste of energy, it uses too much energy. Most people in the world don't have enough energy. This idea that we should reduce our energy use it could only possibly come from a rich, advanced country. So I wanted to hear everybody weigh in a little bit on that before we conclude. So just your very quick 30 seconds on what your opinion is that we have to. People in the West are always trying to defend the energy usage of Bitcoin.
I think because they're born in privileged societies and they haven't been in our countries that we don't have electricity most of the time. And I think that you are using electricity for your jet, using for your cruise, you're using for your everything. You have AC, you have using to washing your dresses, but But many of our peoples, billions of the people, they don't have this, and they don't use it. But Bitcoin is actually helping them. 1.7 billion of the people are unbanked, and they don't have any banks, but then they can use the cryptocurrencies as a way to create their own bank. And billions of the people living under authoritarian regime that they are controlling their finance. So.
Yeah, just as a reminder, air conditioners in the United States of America use way more energy than all 3 of their countries combined. In fact, more than the bottom 50 countries. Maren.
Now that I'm living in Africa, I see a lot of people without electricity on a daily basis, even in cities. And I'm looking into mining Bitcoin myself so that I can provide electricity to villages that don't have electricity while doing the mining. So I do not believe this too much energy things. Yes, as Roya said, in the West, yes, a lot of energy is being wasted. But when you are looking at Africa, you know, even cities, like big cities, you will have 6 hours power outage on a daily basis.
I'll do even a reverse example. Look at Ethiopia, a country of over 100 million people. They have the cleanest and cheapest electricity in the world. They're already beginning to produce about 6,000 megawatts out of the Renaissance Dam. There's a lot of excess electricity there.
While people are starving nearby.
Yeah, so mining Bitcoin is a no-brainer. It's something that you should, you know, if you really want to help your economy, that's something you can do right there.
Yeah, and it's Bitcoin mining is all about what kind of energy is it using, and you know what? It happens to be a consumer, a user of energy that happens to be using a lot of renewable energy, and that's going to increase. So you know, we think it's going to be really interesting to see the impact it has on many countries around the world that don't currently have the ability to harness these vast amounts of solar, geothermal, wind, you know, resources, and Bitcoin mining is going to help unlock that. So that's quite cool. So just as a closing thought, when you think about America and American values and American foreign policy, you know, we think about things like democracy, freedom, human rights. You know, oftentimes our foreign policy has sort of failed to achieve that. Sometimes it's succeeded. But regardless, you know, we think you should view Bitcoin as an ally here. I mean, it gives individuals property rights and free speech, and it helps push power back. It helps them kind of take a little power back from their governments. So it's a very, very American thing. So, you know, we think that it's going to be a very valuable tool in American foreign policy moving forward, and especially in democracy promotion. So thank you all very much for having us, and thanks to the organizers for giving my friends a voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And everyone, I encourage you to check out the Oslo Freedom Forum. That event is coming up again in Oslo, Norway, discussing more of these topics. It's a phenomenal event. I had the honor of being there last year. Alex brings out some incredible people, and you see Bitcoin kind of converging with all of these other important topics and movements around the world, dissidents from different countries coming, sharing their stories, so highly, highly recommend it. You know, as we start to move into this future that's completely digital, a digital economy, we have digital cyber warfare, potentially battles over cyber control, internet privacy, and potentially even, you know, headlines about potential kinetic warfare. I think the idea of why Bitcoin is important for national security is so important to really dig into and educate ourselves on. So I'm looking forward to hearing this next panel, Assessing Bitcoin's Impact on U.S. National Security. Bitcoin, we often think of it as the token, the savings technology, but it's also the most powerful computer network around the world. And with Lightning, it allows us to have a secure transactions protocol that can help us verify data in a world of AI and in a world where people are trying to control what we see and do online. So we're going to be hearing from David Zell, who's the moderator of this panel, co-founder of Bitcoin Policy Institute, who helped put this event together. Matthew Pines, Director of Intelligence, Krebs Stamos Group. Kyle Schneps, Director of Public Policy, Foundry Digital. Matthew Ferranti, PhD candidate, Harvard University. And Ben Kincaid, Partner, Bridger Solutions. Welcome all of them.
All right. Thank you, Natalie, for the kind introduction. One of the sort of unique and essential properties of Bitcoin is this concept of censorship resistance. The idea that if you are utilizing the Bitcoin protocol, no third party or central authority can stop person A from transacting with person B. This is a big change. And I think from the context of national security, it's easy to view censorship resistance as a double-edged sword. So my first question is for you, Matthew Ferranti. Does Bitcoin undermine sanctions against principal US adversaries? And I'm asking you this because, as many of you in the audience may know, Matthew is the author of a really sort of interesting paper that made headlines late last year talking about allocations of Bitcoin as part of his thesis at Harvard. So, Matthew.
Thanks, David. So I like to think about breaking this up between sort of sanctions evasion at a macro scale and sanctions evasion at a micro scale. So when you think like at a macro scale, talking like billions of dollars worth, sort of what it takes to actually power an economy and international trade and that kind of stuff, Bitcoin's not there yet, and there's no evidence that it's being used to circumvent sanctions kind of at that level. Now, when you look at smaller amounts, say millions, hundreds of thousands, that kind of thing, sure, people use it to evade sanctions and make transfers that banks won't otherwise process. We just had actually some examples of that in the previous panel that you might argue are even good. Sometimes if an evasion of sanctions it's not just U.S. sanctions, but it's also policies by authoritarian governments. Another interesting thing about Bitcoin, it's not just when we think about sanctions, we often think about like sanctions that are imposed for national security related reasons, for example, related to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But there are also just sort of plain vanilla forms of capital controls that governments use to prevent outflows of capital, sometimes to stabilize their exchange rates, things like that. This can also be a form of blunting the effect of sanctions. So one of the things that Russia did quite adeptly after the US and the Europeans applied a lot of sanctions to them last year was they imposed very strict capital controls on bringing capital out of the country. So if people were using a lot of Bitcoin at that time, they wouldn't have been able to block them from transferring Bitcoin to other places. And so that might have actually, in that sense, Bitcoin can, in some respects, make our sanctions more effective by blocking a way of mitigating them.
Yeah. And let's talk about the other side of that sort of censorship resistance sword. So the other Matt.
2 minutes.
Yeah. Talk to us about the ways in which Bitcoin can help citizens of closed societies evade authoritarian controls.
Well, I think the last panel did a better job of explaining that than anything I could say here. One, I think, angle that I would bring to this discussion is, in particular, kind of the rising, quote unquote, we might call it through the frame of multipolarity or Cold War 2.0, kind of rise of great power competition raises the stakes on a lot of these other policy domains where national security prerogatives, geopolitical prerogatives, economic policy, monetary policy, trade policy, and human rights policy all start to become intertwined. And that sort of coupling is becoming especially intense in the global south, in these emerging markets, developing markets, which are kind of leapfrogging in terms of their technology stack. They're kind of coming into the digital age very quickly. And that's creating kind of intense competition between different models of governance, different models of sort of techno-oriented sort of social structures, economic structures, and kind of policy making. And there's an intense competition going on between kind of a closed authoritarian model being really pitched by China, sort of the sort of stack they're trying to offer to a lot of authoritarian governments around the world, sort of built on their telecommunications infrastructure, Huawei, ZTE, sort of surveillance as a system, authoritarianism as a service, essentially. And they're trying to like roll in their digital yuan as essentially a part of that techno-authoritarian stack to really compete for influence and try to capture a lot of the global south kind of into their sort of geoeconomic and technological sort of sphere of influence. And this is a sort of a competition that the United States sort of isn't necessarily well positioned to compete on. Like we don't necessarily have the same sort of state-driven approach to selling in these sorts of like integrated authoritarian types of technologies. And a lot of those countries, there is a sort of organic adoption happening for Bitcoin and dollar-based stablecoins. So a lot of places you see kind of these competing models of a monetary system coupled with an approach to governance that is represented on the one hand, much more open, opt-in, voluntary, organic Bitcoin dollar-based stablecoins that are sort of just being chosen by individuals in those societies, coming into contact with a lot of potentially corrupt deals being made by a lot of these authoritarian inclined countries with a Chinese sort of much more authoritarian-oriented techno stack. So to the extent that Bitcoin and dollar-based stablecoins have this synergistic effect on promoting the things we talked about in the last panel, giving more autonomy to those individuals relative to the censorious and authoritarian inclinations of their governments, this has a geopolitical overlay to the extent that those governments are potentially checked by the powers that Bitcoin and dollar-based stablecoins give to their populations relative to the powers and influence that China is trying to achieve in the global south.
All right. Kyle, I think this is a topic that you're quite passionate about. Do you want to dive a little bit deeper into the sort of role that you see Bitcoin playing with regard to US-China competition?
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for having me here today, everybody. So I'll piggyback a little bit on what Matt said and go a little bit further. So I think it's evident in today's world that we're seeing this shift from a unipolar power structure to a multipolar power structure. And this was, this is something that's instigated by US adversaries, but it's also opportunistically adopted by US allies. We've seen nations like Saudi Arabia, a long-time U.S. ally, repositioning itself. We've even seen with Macron's recent visit to China, a repositioning towards this multipolar view. And I think in terms of that, we have to also look to perhaps some historical examples. And so the nearest is the actual Cold War, when we had a bipolar system or something leaning towards multipolar. And the interesting thing about that time is that, the battlegrounds were not in Moscow and Washington, D.C. Those were, they were quarterbacking from there, but the battlegrounds were actually in other states. And from an intelligence perspective, there's lots of books about this as well, but, they were not trying to recruit assets in Moscow and Washington, D.C. It's too hard, right? The hope is that you can recruit them in the developing world, in the global south, and hopefully they go back and maintain their access. And I think we're going to see similar situations play out in the future here, where now in this sort of digital assets and digital value rails race, it's going to play out in parts of the world. And I think instead of having contiguous border spheres of influence, we're going to move into a situation where you're going to have sort of digital and financial rails that link nations together. So you're going to have digital asset network spheres of influence instead of actual physical, geographical spheres of influence that are contiguous. And so I think it's really important to point that out, that a lot of this is going to be occurring in the developing world. And I think it's something that we have to pay a lot more attention to moving forward, especially since China, let's take the continent of Africa, 54 nations there. Their trade is 4 times more than the US due to decades of the Belt and Road Initiative. And so the US now is so far behind, it's going to be hard to have these sort of digital currency wars. The opportunity here for the US is to embrace the Bitcoin network, the largest, most secure payment rails around, in order, and one that is naturally aligned with US policy and the foundations of the United States in terms of democracy, transparency, reliability, to embrace this network. And it doesn't necessarily mean killing the dollar. This means, adopting a network that can be used and that can promote US values in nations that are trying to be tempted and pulled by the digital yuan, which has more nefarious purposes.
And I want to quickly, soon I want to turn this over to Ben, because I think your experience in Africa is going to be really helpful in thinking through the role that Bitcoin is going to play there. But Before that, Matt, I want to turn it back to you because I think the concept that you just touched on, Kyle, is really important, and I want to make sure that everyone in the audience is sort of tracking the sort of trajectory that you laid out there. So, Matt, can you briefly explain a little bit more what Kyle is talking about when he's saying that the Belt and Road Initiative is sort of perhaps facilitating the adoption of the digital yuan in Africa?
Yeah, so the structure of the kind of global monetary and trade system, is this, called like Chimerica, right? We run structural trade deficits. They run structural surpluses. That means they accumulate dollars. The traditional pattern for many decades that we sort of pulled China into was they would essentially recycle those dollar surpluses into our into our assets, specifically U.S. Treasury securities. In 2013, they kind of made a structural pivot where they decided we have enough Treasury securities. We're going to sort of cease net accumulation of Treasury securities in our portfolio, and we're going to sort of instead take those dollar surpluses and re-lend them around the world in a massive program of really like strategic influence and securing critical assets. So it is one of Xi Jinping's sort of primary strategic initiatives that he's been driving for the past 10 years, called the Belt and Road Initiative, and that has like a financial dimension where they make large dollar loans to the developing world and emerging markets, and they make strategic investments to spread political influence and secure claims on strategic assets, ports, rails, et cetera. Some of those dollar debts have gone bad, but it means that they now have a stronger bargaining position at the table at the IMF, et cetera, and these different creditor committees. Along the rails of that financial and dollar essentially weaponization has come the direct sales and infrastructure that they've really taken the leadership role in around the world with sort of next generation telecommunications capabilities, specifically Huawei, ZTE, Hikvision, surveillance cameras. They're sort of the leaders in providing this toolkit. And the digital yuan, they don't necessarily have ambitions to internationalize the yuan as like a competing reserve currency to the US dollar right now. What they were trying to do is build sanctions-resistant mechanisms, as was just mentioned, to insulate themselves from Western economic coercion, to try to build more direct relationships with their trade partners, which they have, by far the dominant relationships with around the world as the sort of the single largest trading partner. And they're trying to construct a global trade and settlement apparatus that can be really resistant to Western sanctions, as they maybe have larger ambitions in Taiwan in the next few years. So this is the principal strategic challenge the United States faces around the world, and they are aggressively positioning themselves for influence as well as setting up these technical mechanisms to sort of resist Western coercion and institute kind of their strategic objectives.
All right. So Ben, this question is for you. To what extent can Bitcoin advance American interests in Africa? And I think it would be helpful for you to give the audience a bit of context on why you're sort of uniquely qualified to answer that question.
Thanks, David. First, I just want to comment that we are the first panel to uniformly deliver to you 4 men in suits and ties. So you're welcome for that. Since I left government last fall, this is, I think, the first time I've worn a suit, something that I don't miss too much. But yeah, so a little bit on my background. I spent the last 15-ish years as a U.S. Foreign Service officer, posted overseas. Spent the last 5 in Africa, based out of Kinshasa, Congo, and then Nouakchott, Mauritania. And that Africa experience in particular really showed me kind of where we're going in terms of what we have to wrap our arms around and what strategies we need to adopt in order to meet the coming threat. And that's along the range from a range from state to non-state adversaries. And as as Kyle and Matt pointed out, that is the adversary on top of that list is China, and there's no other place in the world more than Africa where that is playing itself out outside of China and outside of the United States. And so understanding what that looks like and what the peril and what the opportunities are is really essential. But let me just kind of lay out real quick, what the stakes are. So in Africa, you have countries that represent an enormous amount of natural resources that are only becoming more important and more strategic as we need critical minerals and those supply chains secured for the advent of technology across all of the stuff that you guys understand. That in a very, very difficult place. It is also the home of the future of humanity. You have the best demographics in terms of young population and moving in the right direction. The numbers are incredible when you look at where we're going to be in 2050. The shift in population is moving to the global south and Africa in particular. China knows that. We know that. I'd argue that China is ahead of us. Russia, we can make the argument, is ahead of us in Africa in terms of pushing across a coherent kind of national security strategy for their countries. So in the case of China, they already have secured a lot of the supply chains for critical minerals. This is possibly the most important thing for our own national security interest in terms of maintaining and advancing our defensive posture and the technology that comprises that. A lot of that comes from Africa. The Atlantic seaboard of Africa is certainly right now under contention. A Djibouti, that's the other side of Africa, base that China has secured on the Atlantic seaboard would be arguably disastrous from a U.S. national security perspective. Then you would have the ability for China to reach U.S. shores via submarine without having to surface once. We can't let that happen, but we can only do what we can. China has, as Matt pointed out, surged where in places where we have pulled back and where our partners have pulled back. France is kind of at the top of that list. And so we've got to look across what is in our arsenal of options from a diplomatic, geopolitical perspective and what it is that we can do, and we're kind of coming up short. And so that takes me to Bitcoin. I really just want to say simply ditto to the last panel, and I think that it's probably very clear what that linkage is between what's happening on a human rights front and our national security objectives. But let me just put a fine point on that. I think one way to think about that is to go back to Cold War 1.0 times and examine what was essential to that moving in the right direction. And it was ground up, organic, social movements, color revolutions, solidarity that were happening organically and that we supported. We said, yes, this is good. We're going to get behind it. We're going to let this rip, because wherever there is a movement that is increasing self-determination and sovereignty, that almost always is good for American national security interest. And I would argue that that Bitcoin as a social movement, as a human rights movement, as an organically occurring movement, it fits into that same category. But we're early days because we're also early days Cold War 2.0. Sovereignty and self-determination also is going to play out in unexpected but very important ways at the national and sovereign level. And so, Africa is a collection of states that, in some cases, you have some capacity, but in a lot of cases, you do not have that capacity. And so it is also in our interest to look at the dynamics that are helping countries become more sovereign and more self-determined. And I'd argue that Bitcoin adoption, Bitcoin mining as a way to unlock energy and unlock energy resources that can't be extracted by another country as a huge component of that. And that's something that I think we can actually play a little bit more of a proactive role in, and I think we'll see over the next 0 to 10 years that energy being unleashed as through Bitcoin mining as kind of the pioneer species of U.S. innovation and companies that are going to these difficult places and converting wasted energy into value that can be transmitted via the internet. I'll stop talking there, but that's just some things to think about that I think about a lot.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to add one thing about the organic development of this technology in Africa. When I was younger and fresh out of school, I worked for the UN Millennium Development Goals, and which later became the Sustainable Development Goals. And you see how a lot of these interventions play out. It's unsuccessful. They do another round of billions of dollars invested. But one of the goals here was to invest in, electricity infrastructure. And so they would, put billions into just, a small area to try to develop electricity for remote villages. But this is not organic, and it perpetuates this patronage system that even when you're living and working. I lived and worked in Africa for over 5 years. You talk to people, they're not really thrilled with this patronage philanthropy system that just keeps people in debt all the time. And you saw on the last panel, Gladstein has talked a lot about this in his books. But to have something like Bitcoin come in and Bitcoin mining be able to lift up communities and have them be able to build electricity systems through this technology is really remarkable. And this organic growth, like Ben said, is incredibly important because it allows self-sufficiency. And that's something that we didn't see as a result of the Millennium Development Goals and the Sustainable Development Goals, despite their names. We're not seeing actual sustainability because it's not the communities that are doing it themselves.
Matthew, it seems like you wanted to hop in.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a data point. As we've said a lot of stuff about China, just to throw out like a interesting statistic. So there's a new paper that came out about a month ago by some other people. I wasn't involved in writing it, but it's called China as an International Lender of Last Resort. And the authors compile a comprehensive data set of China's lending activities all around the world that totals $250 billion. About 20% of the IMF's activities over the time period they looked at, and it's growing quickly. So just to give a sense of the scale of what China's doing here, it's not small.
And my next question, Matt, is for you, Ferranti. I want to move away from the sort of conversation about geopolitical competition and kind of conclude this panel by talking about, what is often the 5,000-pound, elephant in the room, which is this idea of like monetary competition. I think ever since the early days of Bitcoin, one of the most common critiques was that, just sort of by its extant property of being a neutral non-state money, that its rise was, zero sum with the dollar and zero sum with the West's control over the financial system. So I want to ask you sort of just pointedly, does Bitcoin undermine the US dollar as the global reserve currency?
I think there are ways to, of course, as an economist, I'm going to say it depends, right? but there are ways in which Bitcoin is both a substitute and a complement for the US dollar. Of course, sort of the substitute argument is just, yeah, it's another thing out there you can buy, and you could get rid of your dollars and hold Bitcoin. And I guess if you're a country or an individual, or maybe you're worried about U.S. sanctions or the stability of a banking system or something, then maybe that is something that might happen. The complement argument, though, I think is not explored as much, which is that the US dollar is also a very important aspect of the cryptocurrency ecosystem because of US dollar stablecoins. And they facilitate, US dollar stablecoins facilitate a great deal of trading among various cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin, of course, as well as being a bridge between Bitcoin and the traditional financial system. And so there's really nothing that says that Bitcoin and the US dollar can't grow together because of this linkage with the stablecoins. And so, and also, and again, and because stablecoins, of course, are many of them are pegged to the US dollar, there's room there, I think, for financial regulation and legislation, perhaps, to try to promote that sort of the stability and kind of U.S. goals in that corner of the ecosystem.
but you don't really see a possibility that, well, you're an economist, so I won't say possibility, but you don't think that it's likely that as certain politicians have recently claimed that Bitcoin is going to destabilize nations' currency systems. Like that idea seems to me ludicrous, but you're the Harvard professor, so I want to hear your take on this.
I'm a student, not a professor.
Oh, sorry, student.
Well, so Bitcoin does, the price volatility of Bitcoin is really problematic in terms of its adoption at a macro scale, because you just can't conduct large-scale business transactions when you don't know how much Bitcoin is going to be worth 1 month or 2 months or 3 months from now. And that's a big barrier, I think, to its sort of broader adoption. But in terms of holding smaller amounts of Bitcoin, let's say as like a central bank reserve, a couple % or something, no, that's not going to destabilize the economy. I mean, the event that would be much more detrimental to the U.S. dollar would be defaulting on the debt, not Bitcoin.
Yeah. So Matt, as we sort of round this panel out, I want you to sort of, if you can, maybe sort of lay out the scenario that Matthew Ferranti just hinted at, like this idea that Bitcoin can support the dollar. How exactly does that happen? And how is it happening now? How do you see it potentially happening in the future?
Certainly. Got it. Perfect. Yeah, so these things are all, one, they start small, but then sometimes you can get to various tipping points, either positive tipping points or negative tipping points. I think one positive feedback loop that you could imagine in getting to a quite significant scale that Matt pointed out is the synergy between Bitcoin and dollar-based stablecoins. That if you have a proper regulatory regime that requires that stablecoin issuers reserve one-to-one with dollars, high-quality liquid assets, just like money market funds, that as the sort of demand for dollar-based stablecoins goes up, principally driven in large part by demand for Bitcoin going up and the trading, thereof, that they have to then go out and purchase high-quality liquid assets to back those dollar issuances, those dollar claims one-to-one. So that's a net new buyer of Treasury securities in the market, which, all things being equal, is good for U.S. debt service, especially as we confront a world where the net foreign buyer for U.S. Treasury securities is going to be harder and harder to find, especially among adversaries in this sort of dollar surplus recycling system. So the GCC countries and OPEC Plus and China might not necessarily be all that willing to recycle the net new dollar that they get from selling goods or selling oil or selling gas back into U.S. Treasury securities. They might be diversifying into other Western assets. They might be diversifying into gold, other commodities. Might be diversifying into Bitcoin. So the extent that we can sort of fill that gap a bit, it helps with stability in the Treasury market. This does get quite more technical, like where along the curve does that net new demand come in? Short end of the curve in like T-bill versus longer end tenors. This sort of matters for the regulatory regime. But net, this sort of means that there is this positive sort of synergy that you can imagine being sort of organic, but also being reinforced by policy. And like over the long term, you can think about like Bitcoin right now, as Matt pointed out, is not really principal use case as a medium of exchange for like daily purchases, right? Its volatility means that it's probably not something you're going to denominate, so much of your daily purchasing decisions. So it's like dollars for the short term, Bitcoin for the long term, right? And that's especially acute when you have the dominant reserve asset right now is the Treasury security. We're putting a lot of sort of geopolitical and hegemonic weight on the U.S. Treasury security market, which is like the most strategically important market in the world. And it is that strategically critical asset because it's quote unquote safe and liquid, right? And we've seen sort of two recent events that have sort of called into question the safety and liquidity of the U.S. Treasury security market. We had COVID, which saw basically a sell-off in the Treasury market. The off-the-run sort of freely traded Treasury security market basically froze, and the Fed had to come in with like $1 trillion of QE in 3 weeks. Then we had sanctions that told a good chunk of the world that maybe is sort of geopolitically on the fence with the United States that their reserve portfolio may not be as safe as they thought. So the liquidity of the Treasury market and the safetiness of the Treasury market have taken some hits recently. The Treasury Department knows this. The bond market knows this. They're trying to put in place kind of stopgap measures, other sort of technical fixes, central clearing, all-to-all trading. They recognize that we're going to have to structurally increase Treasury issuance to finance defense increases as we go into Cold War 2.0, if not hot war. With China, we're going to have to finance, as we heard in the earlier panel, massive transformations of our electrical infrastructures. We're going to have massive new sort of deficits to finance that energy transition. We're going to have to pay increasing outlays to our retiring elders for these various entitlement obligations. And generally speaking, we're going to be in a much more contested environment. It's going to mean getting access to scarce resources is going to be contested. It's going to be more expensive. It's going to raise sort of the floor for inflation across the world. These are not good things for the bond market. These are not good things for the Treasury security market. And the United States has put a lot of hegemonic sort of weight on the stability of the Treasury market. So we're putting a lot of chips in that particular basket. Anything we can look around to try to reinforce that foundation, I think we should explore.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And something else you've written about, at length for BPI and spoken about is the manner in which the United States is positioned to disproportionately benefit from, a market increase in Bitcoin's monetization. Can you talk about that for a minute?
Yeah, this gets a little bit more like speculative, right? But so there's been talk about de-dollarization. I think that's more like as a talk than an actual fact, but it does speak to what is like the locus of geopolitical competition and the monetary system coming under increasing strain. And you do see, the BRICS countries essentially trying to both participate in the dollar system as much as they can to, gain through trade. They're the major producers of surpluses, but they recognize like the dollar fundamentally is a vulnerability for them. So they're trying to sort of generally position themselves and insulate themselves from potential sanctions through acquisitions of gold, right? That's like the old standby when things get rough and tumble, the old central bank standby is gold. So Russia's acquired a lot of gold, China's acquired a lot of gold, Turkey's acquired a lot of gold, India has a lot of gold, Brazil has a decent amount of gold. Like, this is where you go when things start to break down and the sort of the prevailing sort of global order starts to be called into question. The United States has a lot of gold, but like we would stand to sort of net lose if things went really sideways and gold became relatively more monetized than it is today. If you were to sort of substitute instead demand for gold with demand for Bitcoin, well, we hold disproportionately more Bitcoin than the rest of the world holds gold. So if to the extent that Bitcoin were to monetize not to the extent, not at the expense of the Treasury security market, but at the expense of the gold market, we would stand to gain relative to our adversaries. Because we hold probably the majority of the Bitcoin in the world. We have the plurality of the Bitcoin hash share. So like, if that was the scenario that you were trying to sort of mitigate against as like a tail risk, then Bitcoin would be a good sort of downside protection risk.
Can I speculate on something as well? So an interesting thought experiment that I think has some merit as we're trying to understand where the CCP is going to go. Bitcoin and the manufacturing of ASICs and the maintenance of those ASICs is disproportionately managed, run, owned by affiliates of state-owned enterprises, which is a really interesting thing to think about in the context of what China did 3 years ago, 2 years ago now, which was to kick out all of the miners, make it illegal to mine inside of the country, make it illegal to own Bitcoin. I think everyone understands why they would not want Bitcoin and Bitcoin adoption inside of China. Capital controls probably at the top of the list, but this is a freedom technology in the context of what the CCP is trying to do from a centralized authority way of governance. So, but this is, it speaks to the heart of the CCP's conundrum and the social contract that Xi Jinping has, which was, hey, we're going to allow everybody to be good capitalists, just don't cross these lines. go make a ton of money, and your standard of life continues to rise, and that's really important to his regime. So now we've got Bitcoin mining. You can do it outside, can't do it inside, can't hold it inside. Yet we probably have a return of 20-21% of the hash rate coming outside of China, which we can see that because it's an open protocol. And that's a really interesting thing. What are the Chinese going to do about that? For now, they're not doing anything. We know that there are a lot of Chinese inside of China that hold Bitcoin and still transact with it. There are ASICs manufacturers and maintenance companies that are working with miners in Africa, in the United States, and Canada to deliver those goods. Those folks, I know, are more freedom-oriented as a result of the chosen profession that they have. Kind going back to China. This is a really interesting thing to think about. I'm not sure exactly where it's going. It speaks to a problem that the CCP has as they're doing their kind of communist or controlled capitalist experiment. But it's something that the foreign policy community in the United States, I think, should think more about.
All right. We've got about 3 or 4 minutes for closing remarks. So do we want to maybe go down the line in 30, 45 seconds each? Closing thoughts?
That was my closing salvo, but...
All right. Kyle?
Yeah, Kyle.
I actually want to comment on something that Matthew said here. He said, I'm a student, not a professor. And I've done thousands of meetings at the state and federal level over the past 2 years with policymakers, and even sometimes with educators. And that's one of the things I hear the most. The professor doesn't quite get Bitcoin, but his students get it, right? The politician I'm speaking to, who's 70, 75 years old, doesn't get it, but his staff does. Or I don't get it, but my son has a lot of it, right? This is what I hear all the time. As Ben said before, the population of Africa is the youngest in the world. Of all the 54 nations, right? They have the youngest population, 30 and under. And they're embracing this technology. It's being embraced by the next generation who's not afraid of this technology. And so this is something that is not going to be stopped. It is here to stay. The best thing the United States can do for its own national security to preserve its relevancy into the future over the next century is to adopt these payment rails, to adopt this network, to support it in countries that don't have options, as we saw in the last panel. And so I think it's good that Matt's a student. He will be a professor because all the students now will be a professor. I don't want to choose your future for you here, but hopefully you'll be Secretary of the Treasury, I hope.
Moving up the ranks pretty quick.
But I think it's really, really important to recognize that this is a generational technology, and we're lucky to have a lot of political support on both sides of the aisle, even people who we would not expect to be traditional supporters of this, but who get the technology, and certainly their staffers do, their children do. And so this is something that the U.S. needs to embrace to maintain its relevancy, to help the dollar stay relevant in the future.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. And toward Kyle's point of support for y'all are done. Toward Kyle's support of point of support for Bitcoin coming from perhaps unexpected places, I want to take a moment for a special announcement. So, former Congressman Tim Ryan, former Congressman David McIntosh, and Grant McCarty, welcome to the stage. So, here at our first Bitcoin Policy Summit, I am beyond excited to announce that we are launching a new 501c4 called the Bitcoin Policy Institute Action. this organization, bringing people from both sides of the aisle, is going to work to advocate for Bitcoin and for digital assets in DC. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. McIntosh here to tell you guys a little bit more about it before we break for lunch.
Thank you, David. Great job today, Grant and you. A lot of people are asking, is crypto dead? And I'm here to tell you, Bitcoin and digital assets are not dead. The question before us is, will they survive in America, or will they be in the rest of the world and will be left behind? The reason that I'm excited about helping to lead and launch Bitcoin Policy Institute action with David and Tim and Grant is we're going to make the arguments to Congress and to the regulators that we need to nurture and grow this technology here in the United States. Honestly, I think it is the greatest technological advance, holds huge promise for the world, for innovation, for the underserved who are left behind by the traditional banking system since the internet. And we have to make sure that it stays centered here in the United States of America. I'm delighted to team up with Tim. We share the same view of the importance of this. Tim, you want to make a few remarks?
Sure, thank you. No former congressman says no to the microphone, I guess. You were thinking it, so I just said it out loud. I'm really excited to be with David, to be with the Institute. I just think, I've been in Congress, I worked very closely with Patrick McHenry on these issues over the last couple of years. And here we stand in the middle of Washington, D.C. We're going to try to bring some, not just bipartisanship, but some sanity. You guys have all heard today exactly why. It's, outcompeting China, it's national security, it's rural development, it's development in Africa, protecting investments. This industry sits at the cross-section of so many issues around the globe. And so we just want to make sure that there's some sanity, a basic view for people who are making investments of what the rules are. And I just think that's really, really important. So to have a Democrat and a Republican saying this is an American issue, this is about freedom, this is about America dominating these industries, we look very much forward to working with you all. So thank you for having us.
One of the main ideas that we've hoped to impart today is the idea that you can't kill Bitcoin. And even if you ban it in the United States, that doesn't mean it just turns off. That doesn't mean it just goes away. So we have a choice. We either embrace it or we push this out of the country. Now, I'm beyond honored to be joined by Congressman McIntosh and Congressman Ryan to join us with this effort. Thank you to everybody who has come here today to further the idea that this technology is here to stay. And at the point where that is the case, we need to decide as a country how we maximize the benefits of the United States and minimize the risks. So thank you again. With that, I'll let you all go to lunch. Thank you. Hey, hello, hello. Whatever. Hello, hello. Yeah. Hey, everybody. So we're opening up these side doors for lunch. Feel free to pick a table. We're going to start programming back here at 12:45 p.m. Eastern with remarks from Congressman Emmer. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you when we get back. Thank you. Okay. If everybody can hear me, we're going to wrap up lunch right about now, and we're going to start with video remarks from Representative Tom Emmer. Unfortunately, he was not able to make it in person today. I guess congressional schedules are busy. Who knew? But we're going to start with some video remarks. So while you're finishing up lunch, please quiet down for us, pay attention to the screen, and hear your congressman give some remarks on central bank digital currencies. And before we do that, I would like to announce the MC for the second half of the day, Amanda Cavallari. So Amanda, if you could come up on stage. Amanda is the co-founder of an organization called Bitcoin Today Coalition, who we're excited to partner with on this event. They do amazing work right here on Capitol Hill, or I guess, a mile over on Capitol Hill. So please give it up for Amanda, and also give it up for Natalie emceeing the first half of the day, because she rocked. All right, come on up. Thanks, everybody.
I think we really got to give it up for Grant and David and Stephen and Bitcoin Policy Institute. This is an amazing event. This is not an easy feat. They started, this is like a 90-day event. Look how amazing it is. So I think there's a real hunger for this type of content and really digging in, and it's exciting to spend some time in DC with you all. So we're going to go ahead and start with we'll have a couple videos and then a Zoom presentation, but unfortunately Representative Emmer couldn't make it, but I think a lot of us are pretty familiar with the work that he's been doing, and so really excited to check out this video now and get into things. So this will be about 5 minutes, and then we'll have a couple more, and then we'll get moving with panels again. So I'll be right back up in a sec.
Institute for inviting me to provide a few remarks today at your congressional briefing on central bank digital currencies. 7 years ago, when I joined Congress, a staffer of mine gave me a book. It was called The Age of Cryptocurrency. That book discussed the promises of blockchain and crypto to disintermediate economic and social frameworks and to restore control to the individual. Today, many call this the ownership economy. But 7 years ago, I just saw this technology as a solution to the mismanagement of our monetary policy here in the United States and a restoration of individual liberty and sovereignty. As the federal government has grappled over the years with how to maintain the financial control to which it's grown accustomed, the idea of the central bank digital currency gained traction within the institutions of power here in the United States. As government-controlled, programmable money that can easily be weaponized into a surveillance tool, the very ethos of central bank digital currencies is, in fact, everything Bitcoin and crypto stands against. Therefore, as we adapt to the digital economy, the United States must guide its policies with a priority on open, permissionless, and private digital asset innovation. For this reason, I introduced legislation that will stand as a statutory prohibition on the potential surveillance tool that would kill privacy, individual autonomy, and private sector innovation. To be frank, any attempt to craft a central bank digital currency that enables the Fed to mobilize itself into a retail bank account, able to collect personal identifying information on all users and track their transactions indefinitely, does nothing but put the United States on a path akin to China's digital authoritarianism. Any digital dollar in this country must be accessible to all, able to transact on a blockchain that is transparent to all, and maintain the privacy elements of cash. Legislating, of course, takes time. Fortunately, this legislation catalyzed a conversation and awareness in Congress on the ails of central bank digital currencies. In the meantime, Congress will execute its oversight responsibility to ensure that our regulators are held accountable to the American people. Because no matter how much work this administration does to urgently advance a central bank digital currency, and make no mistake, they are moving that direction, it will never see the light of day without the authorization of Congress. The challenges behind us and the challenges ahead of us in ensuring the United States welcomes the ownership economy that crypto unlocks are significant. However, the grassroots work of the crypto community to come together and engage with Congress, regulators, and the White House have had a tremendous impact. to a degree I haven't seen since I came to Congress. I'm grateful for the opportunity to join you all today, not just for this briefing, but also in our daily fight to capitalize on the enormous opportunity for growth that Bitcoin and crypto presents. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Natalie Smolensky. I'm founder and executive director of the Texas Bitcoin Foundation and a senior fellow at the Bitcoin Policy Institute. I want to take a few minutes today to outline what I see as the major political issues raised by CBDCs. And I can summarize the broader trend here as a merger of bank and state. This is a consolidation of all levels of banking with state regulation and oversight. Bitcoin offers the only meaningful alternative to this growing system of control. First, I want to start by cutting through some of the narrative around CBDCs. Governments around the world are positioning CBDCs as the better alternative to Bitcoin. But this alternative is really only better for governments, not for people. So let's take a look at some of the talking points about why CBDCs are supposedly necessary. Number one, CBDCs offer real-time settlement. This doesn't hold up to scrutiny because there are other technologies that already exist that offer real-time settlement. For example, FedNow, which is being rolled out this year, and the Bitcoin Lightning Network as the non-state alternative. Number two, financial inclusion. There are 1 billion or so people around the world who don't have access to the banking system. But the obstacles to these people creating accounts with banks are precisely the identity verification requirements that governments have mandated. In addition, many people can't afford to maintain minimum deposits or pay banking fees. And neither of these problems are problems that CBDCs will solve. In fact, CBDCs expand the identity verification requirements that are already in place. Number three, CBDCs will decrease income inequality. This is the most far out claim. CBDCs are just another form of digital-based money. There is no redistributive project in any CBDC rollout anywhere in the world. So if these narratives are false, what do CBDCs actually do? Well, number one, CBDCs do provide a system to fully surveil financial transactions. ID verification for CBDC usage is a design requirement in every CBDC implementation in the world. This is not something that regulators or private actors building and implementing CBDC architectures will skip. As former chairman of the CFTC, Chris Giancarlo, wrote in his recent book, quote, Fourth Amendment privacy protections have been eroded considerably since the attacks of September 11th, 2001. In fact, no account-based transactions are truly private because in every case, they require personal identity as a prerequisite step, unquote. CBDCs will only further enforce this practice. Number two, CBDCs do provide a system to control deposits and spending at the individual level, and even at the token level. CBDCs are fully programmable money, and that is why they represent a full merger of fiscal policy, monetary policy, and policing. This should lead us to ask whether monetary policy for individual people is really monetary policy at all. In reality, it's less policy and more policing. Similarly, money that can only be spent with the government's permission is not really money at all. Money is good for all debts, public and private. CBDCs are political tokens, not money. Number three, CBDCs do away with cash and enable the government to capture tax revenue from the informal economy. Those who are not included in the banking system transact primarily in physical cash. Many of those transactions are not currently taxed. And so by replacing physical cash, which is what CBDCs will eventually do, no matter what anybody says, governments intend to capture that additional tax revenue. The government of Nigeria, for example, has been explicit that this is their objective for the rollout of the e-Naira, the country's CBDC. Number 4, CBDCs enable non-US countries to create an alternative to the US-dominated global financial system. After the United States froze Afghanistan's and Russia's sovereign reserves in recent years, governments around the world have understood that their FX reserves are not safe. And so different financial systems are being built out in response to the US-dominated global financial system. But what this means in the end is that government-issued money has become fully politicized. We are entering a world in which people can no longer freely save or spend their own money. It's clear that people around the world don't want CBDCs. In countries where they're being rolled out, people are refusing to use them, but eventually their usage will be mandated. This is why the existence of a non-state alternative, Bitcoin, is so important. Bitcoin is quickly becoming the only politically neutral form of money in the world, which people can spend and save as they see fit. That is why it is sometimes called freedom money. Bitcoin brings a direct ownership model of censorship-resistant digital assets to every person in the world. It mirrors physical cash in that it is a bearer asset that can be exchanged directly without identity verification. That is what makes it a guarantor of individual liberties at the protocol level. There is no one party or set of parties that controls the protocol. It's a complex set of game theoretic conditions that ensure that incentives remain appropriately distributed and balanced. Bitcoin enables direct peer-to-peer transacting using quote-unquote self-hosted wallets, which is a fancy term for a digital version of the physical wallet you carry around in your pocket. Bitcoin also serves as a monetary DMZ, or demilitarized zone, for states. So it represents a non-political alternative to the US-controlled and the BRICS-controlled financial systems. Central to the liberatory potential of Bitcoin is the fact that it represents a move away from the account model or bank-based model of digital asset custody. Anytime we're talking about a third-party, trusted custodian of digital assets, we're talking about a centralized implementation of public key infrastructure, or PKI, in which some custodian holds the private keys that determine ownership of an asset. Bitcoin is an implementation of decentralized PKI, meaning it represents a direct model of digital asset custody. The asset is custodied by the end user, who owns their private keys, and therefore they can operate in a self-sovereign manner. This is critical. Bitcoin is not a bank, and it has no customers. That is why there cannot be know your customer requirements for the use of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a tool. Tools create inclusion as people freely adopt them. The takeaway here is that liberty is a bottom-up process. As governments around the world move forward with implementing CBDCs using top-down coercion, having a liberty-oriented alternative like Bitcoin will be key to ensuring that a space for freedom continues to exist. Thank you.
I love this idea of a DMZ, so demilitarized zone money. That's pretty deep. Has anyone ever been to the DMZ at North and South Korea? Same. So you can like literally see across how different it is. In North Korea, it's like where are all the trees, right? It's very, very different. So a big difference in how we see money now, especially with CBDCs. Also had the privilege of working a lot in Asia and in Hong Kong. I was there consulting during the protests, so got to see kind of as these, as systems get more and more controlled and repressive, just how much that impacts the local, folks that live there and their quality of life, their ability to make a living and take care of their families and, fulfill their potential as a human. So I think that's why it's really important for us to take CBDCs very seriously and understand the risks that come with that. And a lot of us can see this as Bitcoin as these rails of freedom and equality. and the US dollar's on and off ramps for that. So if we can give folks around the world an alternative and lead the way in the US, I think it will allow us to have, you know, the best and brightest stay in this country and come to this country and not leave, right? And that's something that we're starting to see is a lot of have the misunderstanding of regulation and some of the CBDC push is actually kind of counterintuitive to what we want. So let's go ahead and move into a PowerPoint presentation by a professor from George Mason University who will be zooming in, Lawrence White. And then after, nice to see you. Thank you for joining. I'll step off stage and let you introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Lawrence White from George Mason University. I've been asked to talk about stable coins and central bank digital currency, not about Bitcoin, curiously enough. But let's recap where we are in the stablecoin market. As of yesterday, these are the top 5 stablecoins. Tether and USDC are, of course, the best known. But there's a long list that goes beyond these 5. Here's a chart showing this total stablecoin supply, and they've really only become a phenomenon since about 2020. You can see the supply rising rapidly. There's a little cliff here where US Terra collapses, and it's been fairly flat since then. So they've risen from very little to, you know, more than $100 billion worth of value in the dozen stable coins listed here. If you want to sort of track the individual stable coins, so the total market cap is $130 billion. And as of yesterday, it was 62% Tether, USDC number 2, and then Binance US dollar has shrunk quite a bit in recent weeks. And number 4 is DAI, which is unusual in the way it's governed. So Tether and USDC and Binance and True USD are all backed by fiat assets. So the issuing firm holds liquid, hopefully, US dollar assets equal to 100% or more of its liabilities. So liabilities in the sense that it's ready to buy back and to make a market in its stablecoin in order to keep the price at $1, or plus or minus a thousandth of a cent. So it issues and buys back units as necessary. USDC, as the previous chart showed, has shrunk a bit in the past 6 weeks with the failure of Silicon Valley Bank, which it survived, but there's been some exodus from USDC as a result of that. DAI is the oddball. It's a crypto-backed stablecoin. It's pegged to the dollar, but its assets are not in dollars. They're mostly in Ether. But it's over-collateralized so that if the value of Ether changes, the number of units that are needed is revised accordingly. So you can take out DAI by borrowing it. And to do that, you have to deposit Ether as a collateral. And when you repay the loan, the quantity of DAI in circulation shrinks again. But there are automatic supply controls that keep it pegged to $1, and it's been successfully pegged to $1. Terra US dollar, which I mentioned earlier, was non-collateralized. Its price was maintained for a while by being purchased through the issue of a separate coin, Luna. And that model turned out to be, you know, unstable. The value of Terra USD declined as the value of Luna declined, and issuing more and more Luna to buy back the Terra only made the value of Luna decline even more. So we won't see that model again. There's a survival of the fittest that has shown us that that model is not sustainable. Why do people want stablecoins? Well, their main use is offering fast, convenient payments on crypto exchanges and in DeFi markets. And US dollar tether dominates crypto exchanges, centralized exchanges at least, the way the US dollar dominates foreign exchange trading. And in this role on crypto exchanges, it has replaced Bitcoin, which before Tether came along was the main pricing unit and payment unit on crypto exchanges. So stablecoins are in that sense a competitor to Bitcoin, and in another sense, of course, they're a complement to Bitcoin because they enable crypto exchanges to work more smoothly. Compared to US dollar banking, they offer instant settlement, lower fees, and compared to Bitcoin as a medium of exchange, they offer a more stable dollar value. But there's a second use. Stablecoins are growing in use for business-to-business payments. USDC is advertising its services in that respect. Tether in Latin America says that 5% of its business is in peer-to-peer payments rather than payments on exchanges. And for these purposes, it's more censorship resistant than going through the banking system. The policy debate over stablecoins is whether they are so much like banks that they should be regulated like banks. So they're like banks in that the stablecoin issuers are issuing spendable liabilities like old-fashioned banknotes or like checking accounts. They're intermediating funds and into interest-bearing assets, the dollar-backed coins. But they're unlike banks in that their capital structure and reserve structure is different. They have a low-risk portfolio, but on the other hand, they have very little capital to absorb losses on their assets, which is okay if the assets are absolutely secure. But as we found out in the Silicon Valley Bank failure, they're not completely secure. So the question is whether stablecoins are run prone. I mean, that's been a fear that's been put out there by their critics. And the answer is no, they're not run prone if they're properly structured. And I think proper structure means having bigger loan loss reserves, having more capital. Should they get deposit insurance? No, of course not. If they get deposit insurance, then they become regulated in the same way that banks are. And we've reduced our financial system to yet more of a monoculture. One product fits everybody instead of having a diversity of products that have different strengths and weaknesses. We need, in order to have a healthy, robust financial system, we need a variety of options for people. So two big warnings, and I'm picking on Lael Brainerd as someone who's actually articulated these, to her credit, has articulated them instead of just hinting. First, she worries about fragmentation in the dollar market and worries about disintermediate or reducing volume on the Fed's settlement system and that being associated with a loss of positive network externalities. But I think she's just confused here because network externalities are relevant to the use of a unit of account, not to the use of a payment rail. US dollar stablecoins are offering an alternative payment rail, not a different unit of account. They're denominated in dollars. So by offering a more convenient type of dollars, they're actually helping to spread the use of dollars around the globe. They're enlarging the global US dollar network. Scale economies in the payment system or a clearing and settlement system are something completely different, and there aren't unlimited economies of scale in clearing. The most prominent warning is that these are wildcat institutions, or like the fabled wildcat banks of the 19th century, that they introduce volatility and the risk of run-like behavior, which is how Brainerd characterizes the 19th century in the US. And a similar warning was issued in a working paper by Gorton and Chang, which puts Wildcat in the title of the paper, Taming Wildcat Stablecoins. But look, banknotes are not inherently volatile or run-prone. If you widen your reading of economic history beyond the antebellum United States, you find out that the US was an outlier in having weak and run-prone banks. If you look at Canada or Scotland or dozens of other systems, they had robust, stable systems. They weren't characterized by runs or panics on their banknotes. And even in the US, it wasn't every state that had the problem of unstable banknote issuers. It was states that had bad regulations, basically. And I refer you to the literature exploring so-called free banking in the US. So-called because it wasn't unregulated. It was merely freer entry than the system that had preceded it. But work by Hugh Rockoff and Arthur Rolnick and Warren Weber makes this point. So the use of wildcat banking as an analogy is drawing on a myth that wildcat banking was a common experience. In fact, it was very rare. If you want to precisely measure how many wildcat banks there were, you can define them as banks that closed within a year of opening and closed below par, that is imposing losses on note holders. And there were very few such banks. And they were even fewer in other countries. They were practically unknown in other countries. In the US states that had a problem, it was due to state regulations that forced banks to be poorly diversified. It wasn't a problem of being so easy to commit fraud. So again, in Canada, you don't have this problem at all. And I refer you to a piece by George Selgin on the fable of the cats. So historical private currencies were quite popular. They were banknotes and deposits denominated, of course, in the 19th century in gold or silver units, specie units. We've had digital money since modern banking arose around the year 1200. That is, deposit balances are nothing but a string of digits. It doesn't really matter whether they're recorded in pixels on a screen or in ink on a piece of parchment. We've had instant, remote, encrypted deposit transfer since the electric telegraph spread among banks back in the 1870s. In these systems, you don't see volatility. You see par circulation of different brands of banknotes. Banks accepted one another's liabilities at par. And you can see a living model of that today in Scotland or Northern Ireland or Hong Kong. All the notes circulate at par. Their values aren't volatile. And there are some 60 free banking systems, meaning minimally regulated systems around the world that you can look at and see that the fears of wildcat banking are completely overblown. So stable coins are a bit like banknotes in that they are issued competitively and they are bearer claims. They don't bear interest. So the issuers are competing on non-price dimensions, trying to make their use convenient and trying to reassure their customers that they're stable. But unlike banknotes, which everybody used, stablecoins are still a niche product. They're almost entirely used in crypto asset markets. Only now are they starting to be used for peer-to-peer payments. If you look at Tether's documents, they say they're designed with professional investors in mind. But nonetheless, concerns about safety are important. If you look at 19th century banknote issues, they competed on safety by advertising, here's the amount of our capital. And on screen, there are a couple of ads. And you can calculate the capital ratios of these banks. And they're like 15 and 25%. And before deposit insurance, capital ratios of 20% were typical. In some systems like Scotland, banks had unlimited liability, meaning shareholders could be asked to chip in to repay all the debts out of their own personal wealth beyond the extent of their shareholdings. By contrast, US dollar Tether and USDC have very thin capital. From Tether's own self-reporting, theirs is about 1/10 of 1%. USDC, I'm not sure what it is, but you recall that it depegged when it was threatened with losses of its deposits in Silicon Valley Bank, which amounted to about 8% of its assets. So that suggests, they are subject to shocks which would wipe out their capital. And so it seems to me that competition should compel issuers to hold more capital, to have better asset disclosures, to reassure their customers than we've seen so far. And greater transparency has begun. I think it will continue to develop. But here's the data from Tether's self-report showing that their capital to asset ratio is 11/100ths of, or 12/100ths of 1%. Another way to put that is that they're leveraged 86-1. So you need to be concerned about whether their assets are subject to even small losses, because even small losses would wipe out their capital. Tether does some interesting things to limit.
Pretty detailed. Appreciate the detail and digging into these stable coins more. I think it's really important to understand just where the treasuries lie, especially with as we're seeing banking crises around the world and especially in the U.S. Very excited to introduce Senator Ted Cruz, along with David Zell, co-founder of the Bitcoin Policy Institute. And so we will go ahead and get started. It's a pleasure to have you here. I think last time I saw you was on a Zoom call. You had to leave to vote no on an infrastructure bill. So nice to see you again. It's been a while. So appreciate you coming in and looking forward to this fireside chat. Thank you for making the time.
We just need a fireside.
Yeah, fire would be nice. Senator Cruz, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. It's great to have the opportunity to join you.
So let's get right into it. Are you concerned about the threat of central bank digital currencies? And I assume the answer is yes. What are the specific risks that you see to America and civil society from CBDCs being rolled out?
Look, I'm very concerned about the risk of a CBDC. Joe Biden, early in his presidency, issued an executive order directing the Federal Reserve to study creating a central bank digital currency. And the New York branch of the Fed is actively working on doing exactly that. I think that's exceptionally dangerous. We see China moving forward with the intention of using a CBDC to destroy all the value of Bitcoin, to destroy anonymity, to destroy decentralization. Their objective is precisely the opposite of a distributed ledger system. It is they want a centralized ledger that the government has complete visibility into and complete control over. And I think that is profoundly dangerous. I've introduced legislation to prohibit the Fed or the federal government from creating a CBDC. I don't want the government having control over your finances. And I think it is part and parcel with a view, if you look at last year, the Biden administration's top legislative priority, what they called Build Back Better, what I called Build Back Broke. One element of it was a requirement that banks report every single transaction in excess of $600 to the federal government. Now, if you think about it, that means your rent payment every month. If you own a home, that means your mortgage payment every month. If you own a car, most car payments now are north of $600. It is literally the government having visibility on virtually every transaction you're making. That's their stated goal. I think it's a terrible goal. By the way, the same people that want a CBDC, they hate Bitcoin, and they hate cash. Let's be clear, they don't like cash for exactly the reason I like cash. Because it is not subject to centralized control, it is not subject to constant surveillance. And so I hope we see growing resistance to a CBDC. I am very worried that we will see, even in the next couple of years, the Fed roll it out and not wait for Congress to act. At a minimum, before we did a CBDC, which, as I said, would be a terrible idea, but at a minimum, if we were to do it, it should be Congress making that decision, elected by the people, not Federal Reserve governors that have no accountability to the American people, just by fiat decreeing a new form of currency.
Yeah, I really appreciate that answer, and I think a lot of Americans on both sides of the aisle share that same fear. Let's move to Bitcoin. How do you see this network, this asset, benefiting or advancing American strategic interests, particularly abroad?
Look, I am incredibly excited and incredibly bullish on Bitcoin specifically, crypto more broadly, but Bitcoin in particular. I think Bitcoin is clearly the alpha in the crypto sphere, both in terms of coming first and also being clearly the most dominant. I think the analogy of digital gold is powerful. And the insight that led to its creation is still extraordinary. Listen, I'm a Bitcoin investor personally. I have a standing buy order. Every Monday morning I have a buy of Bitcoin that comes in, and I own a little more than 2 Bitcoins. So and every Monday I own a little bit more. And I will say, I bought the dip, which I was quite happy with. But I'm also a long-term investor, so I'm fine with some volatility, and I recognize that there's going to be going ups and they're going to be going down. But 21 million is a number that is a firm number. And I think one of the attractions to Bitcoin, certainly for me, but for many, is as a hedge against inflation. And particularly when you have irresponsible politicians in Washington that spend money like drunken sailors, which is actually not fair to the sailors because at least they're spending their own money, and that print trillions and trillions of dollars. We see inflation all across the country. That was driven by this spending binge that happened the last 2 years in Washington, and it unleashed significant inflation. I think Bitcoin is an important check against that. I think it is also powerful in that it is decentralized, in that it is far less susceptible to government control. Listen, I like Bitcoin for the same reason that the Chinese Communist government doesn't like Bitcoin. They don't like Bitcoin, and they banned it because they can't control it. By the way, I would note, and you guys asked me to be nonpartisan, but I'm just going to observe, China hates Bitcoin for the same reason Elizabeth Warren hates Bitcoin. Because they both want to control it. And it comes down to fundamentally, do you want the government in charge of everyone's money? If the answer to that question is yes, then Bitcoin scares the hell out of you. And I'll point out, all right, one powerful illustration of that. If y'all remember back during the COVID pandemic, you remember in Canada, the truckers were protesting the vax mandate. And you had Canadian truckers standing up and protesting, and it captured the eyes of the world. And look, I was born in Canada. There's one thing Canadians are known for, which is being really, really nice. And you had Canadian protesters protesting loudly and not being nice. And you had Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister, trying to crush them. And we saw, initially people were raising money to support the truckers and doing it through GoFundMe, and then GoFundMe promptly shut it down and said, we're going to control your money and not allow you. And then people started raising Bitcoin. And the Canadian government sent a letter to Nunchuk asking for, please give us their Bitcoin. And the response, if you have not read this letter, it's a beautiful letter. I'm just going to read part of it. So this is the letter that the Bitcoin company sent back to the Canadian government. We do not collect any user identification information beyond email addresses. We also do not hold any keys. Therefore, we cannot freeze our users' assets. We cannot prevent them from being moved. We do not have knowledge of the, quote, existence, nature, value, and location of our users' assets. This is by design. Please look up how self-custody and private keys work. And then the letter ends with, when the Canadian dollar becomes worthless, we'll be here to serve you too.
Yeah, I think the politicization of banking is a terrifying concept. No offense, I don't want anybody in Washington deciding what I can spend my money on.
I agree.
And so to round things out, Senator Cruz, along with Senator Lummis, who's also going to be speaking later this afternoon, I think you are one of the most knowledgeable people in Congress, especially in the Senate, when it comes to Bitcoin. So my last question is, what are the most common misunderstandings you hear about this technology, and what do you wish your colleagues would understand about it?
So look, there are a lot of misunderstandings. You may recall back during the infrastructure bill, there's a provision there that seeks to regulate Bitcoin and crypto and to treat every Bitcoin miner as a broker-dealer. And it was put in. I stood on the Senate floor. I offered an amendment to strike that provision from the bill. And unfortunately, Bernie Sanders and the Democrats objected and wouldn't strike it. And the problem is, I still, to this day, we have 100 senators. I don't know that there are 5 senators who could tell you what a Bitcoin is. Like when you ask what my colleagues don't know, Otto von Bismarck said there are 2 things you don't want to see being made: sausage and legislation. And in both instances, there are a lot of blood and guts go into it. That provision was put into the bill with very few people having any awareness of what they were doing, of what the consequences would be. And actually, if Treasury enforces that language vigorously, it has the potential to wreak utter havoc for Bitcoin and crypto writ large. From my perspective, I'd say about 2 years ago, I started wanting to learn more. And look, it is true that I know more about this topic than many of my colleagues, but it is a standard. It's in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. I know less about Bitcoin than any person in this room. And I recognize that. I will say one of the things that I've tried to do is repeatedly sit down with experts, sit down with people in the industry, sit down and have dinner with them and just talk, just ask them, okay, explain. I ask lots of dumb questions. I'm a big believer that, like, if you ask dumb questions, that is actually how you start to understand what's happening. That is not a typical approach on Capitol Hill. And so, does there need to be a regulatory framework for Bitcoin and crypto more generally? Yes. But I think we need to proceed slowly because the potential for damage is enormous. And listen, one of the things, I want Texas to be an oasis for Bitcoin and crypto. I want everyone to come to Texas. I will say one of the things that's nice, Miami's fighting us. And that's good. I like competition. I want Miami to say, no, no, no. We're a more attractive place for Bitcoin than you are, and I want Austin to say baloney. And by the way, if you want to be mining Bitcoin, you want access to abundant and affordable energy, and there's no place in the world like Texas for that. I also try to engage on a lot of issues on the energy front. I view Bitcoin mining, among other things, as a means of enhancing the stability and resiliency of the grid. That Bitcoin mining is essentially a battery, is a way of storing value because the grid has to match what's generated and what demand is, and we've got more and more mining going into Texas. But if you have a weather event, if you have a heat wave or you have a cold freeze and suddenly you need electricity, those miners in a fraction of a second can be shut off and free up massive amounts of power to heat people's homes or to cool people's homes. And that can be instantaneous, so it gives a reservoir of stored value. I also talk a lot about if you're interested in alternative energy, one of the things Bitcoin mining gives the ability to do, wind and solar inconveniently, the sun shines in a lot of places that are really distant and hard to access, and the wind blows in a lot of places that are really distant and hard to access, which means it can be unaffordable to set up solar panels or windmills if you don't have electricity transmission lines to carry the power to where people live. And what Bitcoin mining lets you do is set up one windmill in the middle of nowhere and have the ability to generate mining and value to make that first solar panel, that first windmill profitable. And as you erect more and more and more, at some point the economics will support the transmission lines, but it gives the ability to make the investment in alternatives more profitable. So I think an energy story is a story the Bitcoin community needs to do a better job telling, because I think there are a lot of people in Washington who, you ask what do they not understand, I think a lot of people think it's a Ponzi scheme. I think a lot of people think, well, it just wastes a lot of energy, and so we shouldn't be doing any of this mining. And beyond that, there's just a general sense of we don't trust it because we can't control it. I think a lot of my colleagues think, well, if you're doing Bitcoin, you must be a drug dealer or doing money laundering because that's the only reason you want privacy over your financial affairs. And so I think we collectively need to tell a better story explaining the benefits, and that's certainly something that I'm trying to do.
And that's exactly what we're trying to do with BPI. Thank you so much for your time and your insights, Senator.
It's great to be with you.
It's nice to hear from our senators and hear them understand these issues on such a deep level, especially the importance of the bipartisan nature of this. I think Bitcoin is apolitical, right? And it's really freedom and equality to the max. And so how do we share that across the aisle and collaborate across House and Senate? I think that's going to be extremely important over the years to come, and I hope that our Senate and House can continue to work with one another and remember that this is a system ruled by rules, not rulers, right? So it's ruled by physics, math, energy. It's not ruled by, a central bank, a CEO, a foundation, any of that. So it's very different, and I think it's been really heartening. I've talked to, had lunch with a chief of staff yesterday that I've known for a couple of years, and we were talking about, what has she seen over the years that's changed. And one of the things she said is, on the Hill, folks are starting to understand that there's a difference between Bitcoin, a commodity, and then digital asset, the bucket, right? And so I think that's extremely important as we move forward, and especially with this international push towards CBDCs, it's really important. And thinking about this as, we want to be the most globally competitive nation in the world, or continue to do so. Who knows if we are still that, but I think we need to continue to work towards that. And so understanding how other folks use Bitcoin in other countries is extremely important. And one piece to that, I'd love to share a story about this scarf. There's a nonprofit called Motiv, MOTIV.NGO, is their website, and they are working to build circular economies with local communities and artisans in places you would never expect. Like, I bought this 10 days ago, I think a couple hours in the mountains outside of Cusco in Peru, from these 60-year-old artisan abuelas, right? Who would have expected, right? And they love it. They were selling me on Bitcoin because after they bought that, I think some would save some of it, and then some of it they would use to buy groceries for the week. So who, thinking of this like really remote mountain village in Peru, who would have ever thought that these, that people would be using Bitcoin like this? And so I think it's really important, as we are so, privileged to be in the US and use Bitcoin maybe as a hedge against inflation, to realize that other people are using this day to day because they may not have access to banking, right? So they may leapfrog banking completely, kind of like South America, a lot of places leapfrogged landlines and went straight to mobile phones. So I think thinking of it in a bigger way, this is global. This isn't just how are we going to regulate this and control it in the US. It's bigger than that. So remembering that is extremely important as we, as Senator Cruz said, as we make the sausage. So just keep thinking of that as we move forward. And I will say I am really excited about this next speaker. Jack Mallers has been doing amazing work around the world to enable folks to use Bitcoin, and is one of the most prolific Lightning founders that I think exists, right? We've also got Des from Thunder. So we've got amazing founders in this room that you all should definitely speak to and learn from, because they're the ones, doing the work and understanding how this will impact millions and billions of people for the years to come. So really appreciate everything you all are doing, and please welcome Jack Mallers with Strike. And I have a little confession. My favorite thing to do when it dips is to go smash buy on Strike. So I love it too. Thank you. I appreciate it. So hopefully more folks dig in, and welcome Jack. Thanks.
All right, let me make sure this stuff works. Oop. There we go. Okay. Awesome. Hey, everyone. Hi. The title of my keynote is Bitcoin and the Lightning Network, a public good for the American people and a strategic opportunity for us as a country. I'm a born American. I love my country. And I actually am not coming with a ton of advice today, actually. I more so want to propose a framework to where in which we can, as American citizens and collectively as a country, think about Bitcoin in a way that will help us evaluate what it means to America. So this is less advice, although I'm happy to give that later. This is more a framework that I think will be extremely helpful, and it's an honor to be in our nation's capital and to be speaking with you all. So with that, just to quickly introduce myself, because that's polite, my name's Jack. Many people know me as the founder and the CEO of a company called Strike that you just heard a little bit about. We are a leader in the Bitcoin and Lightning Network space, so I actively work on these technologies every single day. And more so than the company, I've spent the last 10 years of my life working on these technologies and really building a grounding, fundamental understanding of how they work and why they're important. For reference, I'm 29. So it's a third of my life, and a third of my life was learning to walk, and a third of my life was learning to shave. So I generally think of Bitcoin as my entire life so far. So first, I think it would be a good place to start and acknowledge what this room has heard about Bitcoin. Again, I'm not here to advise or talk down on anybody. I really think that there's just a better way to think about Bitcoin as a technology. So in the effort of not gaslighting, let's talk about some of these things that you may have heard that Bitcoin is poor technology, that actually, despite efforts from those you've heard from earlier today, that it's really slow and it's really expensive, and you heard that it sucks compared to other technology that you may have used or seen. You may have heard that it's only valued by criminals, and that without a criminal, there's no one on this planet that could seemingly value this technology. You may have heard that it's a pyramid scheme, and that its only value is to those that are passing the baton. You may have heard that it can't fit within proper regulation and proper compliance, which we use to construct a civilization we can function within. You may have heard that it's too volatile to be used in payments. So why would we work on this technology if I cannot use it to buy things at a Starbucks, for example? You may have heard that it's harmful to your neighbors and to your family members and to the general public retail investor that this is a threat to them and that we need to make an effort to protect them from something that's threatening. And you may have heard that it boils oceans and that it is, all jokes aside, potentially dangerous to the environment, which we need to live and prosper as a species. I really wanted to put all of this on a screen at once and again, just kind of peacefully converse about whether you believe some of these things, none of these things, all of these things. My point is that collectively, this is not a great way to evaluate a new technology. These are one-off, almost ad hominem attacks on a thing. Now, whether they end up being true or end up being false, we'll talk about it. But as a framework of reference for us as a country and for us as Americans, to think about a new thing, which we as a nation have been incredible at, from the printing press to the automobile to the internet, I think that we as a nation need a proper framework to evaluate and have good conversation. So I'm going to cross it out. Here's what I think is really important on the back of Senator Cruz, which was awesome, by the way. I think Bitcoin is a technology, and we can start there. There's no one I know of to dispute that. I think that Bitcoin is a superior technology and achieved technical feats that were previously impossible. I think, like the internet before it, Bitcoin is built for a world that's in an active transition from central and local to decentral and global. And I think it's a really important framework that we all start to think of Bitcoin as a public utility. It's digital public infrastructure for money, very much like the internet is digital public infrastructure for information. Superior tech that is collectively in a broad stroke transition for our species, and it is owned by no one and accessible by everyone. So it is a public good that acts as infrastructure for civilization to utilize if they so please. And my reference is the internet. I think is just a much healthier way to think about this tech. Because as a monetary asset, Bitcoin has established itself as the undisputed digital reserve leader. There's no doubt about that. And with the Lightning Network, which is technology that, simply put, makes Bitcoin a lot faster and a lot cheaper, enables internet native payments at a global scale. So I'm going to redo the slide previously with all of the claims and borderline attacks on this new technology. I'm going to add the Lightning Network, which is critical to Bitcoin's success. And I'm going to propose that it's actually better technology, that Bitcoin can do everything in the financial space far faster and far cheaper. Those are just qualities of better tech. The internet can do things that newspapers can't, far faster, far cheaper. It's globally interoperable. There are no walled gardens in this system. It's accessible by everyone. There's nobody left behind. It's resilient. There's no central point of failure. There's no big bank on Wall Street, or there's no big tech in San Francisco, or there's no communist regime somewhere outside of this country that can deem this public utility, this public infrastructure for the world to fail. It eliminates intermediaries, which many people see as a threat to existing corporations. It's not the way to think about it. Removing intermediaries is very empowering to the individual. It transfers value, not personal information. Monetary movement requires a sense of credit, which requires a sense of personal information being passed to conduct a transaction. Bitcoin solves this by actually making the value digital and bearer. So if we exchange value and not information, we do things like eliminate fraud and greatly secure data integrity and security. These are awesome things. And lastly, very importantly, when we think of things like the Dodd-Frank Act and the Durbin Amendment, it eliminates oligopolistic distortions. It opens competition, innovation. You know, the true Durbin Amendment is a free market. And it removes concentration of corporate interest. All of these qualities, by the way, guys, are one of the internet. So I really urge you to not take my words as advice, more as a framework and reference on how to think about the technology. It's technology, and it's a public good that's owned by nobody. And it's infrastructure for money, similar to how the internet is infrastructure for information. So I have a few sections that I'm going to build on top of, which will lead us to what I believe is a conclusion that Bitcoin can be very helpful and necessary for American values and ideals. So let's walk through the reality of modern payments. Technological constraints, closed payment standards, rules defined within boardrooms, which is not a bad thing. It's a free market thing, and it happened, but it's been happening for over 50 years now. I really like this slide, the visuals. It looks a little dorky. This is like, welcome to my art fair project. I kind of just toppled a bunch of visuals here, but you see things like the Department of Justice being upset with a corporation like Visa. You see things like SWIFT, which was invented long before I think my father was even born. You see an amendment from our government trying to help the individual and help the small business. You see a diagram of how payments work, which none of us will ever actually grow to understand how they work today. And it's really quite insane, the level of financial abstraction that we live in today. This is a slide from Business Insider and like trying to encapsulate payments. The font is so small, none of you are going to be able to even read the corporations that are on that screen. There's just far too many. And even if we take an abstracted layer above that and we say, well, let's do away with the free market and corporate interest for now, what about governments? What about nation states that issue currency? How do they settle payments? This is a hilarious diagram that's color-coded because it's so complicated. The red is real-time payments that are launched and live today and used by our species. The gray are people that have been working on it for quite some time. And the black are people that are still having whiskey and talking deeply about whether it's a good idea. And it just goes to show the level of fragmentation, the lack of interoperability, and how as money, as a public good, we're very much not on the same page. Whereas with the internet, this entire globe would be all the same color. That's not to say and gaslight Americans as if we haven't been a very material part of technological advancement. So this slide is an immense compliment to this country and who we breed and who we support and who we are. I mean, we invented the iPhone and Google and the cloud and ways to connect on the internet that was previously impossible. So this is an important idea that this is not because of a lack of technological advancement. But if you try and understand where technological advancement has been represented within finance, I like to describe it as improvements to the front end. My mobile banking app on my phone, I'm a big Jack Dorsey fan, big Cash App guy. Cash App knows my birthday, like, hey, happy birthday. Thanks for direct depositing to us, and gosh, you seem to love lattes with whole milk. It is such good software on the front end. All of these things are. Apple Pay is very useful. Shopify is amazing. I can be scrolling a social network like Instagram and then tap on something I see in a friend's photo of mine and purchase it on the spot while watching television. It's amazing. But technological advancement in payments may look like they're getting slicker, but under the hood, nothing has changed. Because you know something that Jack Dorsey and Cash App can't offer me is an instant payment across the world. It's a hugely important concept, is at the settlement layer, nothing's changed. At the base infrastructure layer, we've been relatively stuck. And the surface good, infrastructure bad. Oh, sorry, I'm clicking. This is the slide to illustrate infrastructure bad, surface good. Cash App is an amazing experience that sits on an amazing phone, that runs on an amazing chip, all produced within the United States of America, but the infrastructure is laughably frustrating. So modern payments, they're not interoperable. They're always intermediated. They require, because of their reliance on credit and the financial abstraction from the actual asset, they require intermediation. They are delayed in their settlement because the asset isn't actually digital and bearer. There is no such thing as instant settlement. They're plagued by risk and fraud and data security issues, and they're generally owned and operated by oligopolies. So our financial infrastructure that we use as a country is not within a free market, which is a dangerous concept. So technology changes everything. This is a super important idea. It's something that this country and the American people are very familiar with, and is how I think we should be thinking about Bitcoin as a government and as the people. Bitcoin is a global decentralized payment network. It's a very important concept. These are buzzwords and stuff, and I really try to avoid this type of language, especially in this audience. The idea is it's accessible to the entire world, it's decentralized, and then it's owned by no one, accessible to everyone. And really, if you get lost in any of this stuff, fall back to the internet. You could replace Bitcoin and the internet in pretty much every one of my slides, and they will be spot on correct. The Lightning Network, which is a technology maybe not everyone has defined yet, it's simply technology that allows Bitcoin to scale. And so combined, you get a global, robust settlement infrastructure for the world that's a public good, a public utility, and you get scalable infrastructure that can conduct superior payment experiences. Superior meaning when we measure things like speed and cost. For money, Bitcoin as a technology, it's digital and bearer, which means it eliminates abstraction. This is a super important point. If you think, open your phone on whatever financial app you use and think of the level of abstraction. How many hops would you have to get to arrive at the actual US dollar sitting at the Federal Reserve? I'd have to go, if I opened my Cash App, I'd have to go from Cash App and Square and Jack to then Visa, to then the issuing bank, to then the bank that has access to the Fed window. But even before that, there's a difference between a card issuer and a bank issuer. I'd probably have to go about 10 steps to get to the actual financial instrument that is the United States dollar. Bitcoin abstracts that entirely because it is bearer in a digital form. So the digital representation of Bitcoin, everyone in this room, if they've used Bitcoin, they've physically touched it. I'm 29 years old. I was born in Chicago, Illinois. I've never physically touched a dollar because no one's ever let me inside of the Federal Reserve. This is a super important point. And then for payments, Lightning eliminates closed ecosystems and intermediaries. So I actually took a screenshot of Jack's app, the Cash App, and this is his implementation of Bitcoin. So inside of Jack's app, I'm actually touching Bitcoin. And it doesn't require Visa or an issuing bank. There are no intermediaries for me to use Bitcoin through Jack Dorsey's application. If we go back, all of these things are generally required for me, though, to use American payments. I just had an iced latte. So for money, Bitcoin as a digital bearer instrument eliminates abstraction. And for payments, Lightning eliminates closed ecosystems and intermediaries. So if we go through payments, these new payments, this is superior technology. It is not trying to hurt the environment. It is not trying to elicit criminal activity. It's interoperable. It's permissionless. So it doesn't require trust. It could be done by everyone. It's very inclusive financially. It settles instantly and in a cash final manner where the message is the money and the money is inside of the message. If the money is now bytes of data, I could text you that and it physically settles without having to be cleared through 17 financial institutions. It transfers value, not personal information. Super important for fraud and data privacy and security risks. And it's owned by nobody and operated by everybody. So the Department of Justice should not have long nights trying to put a case against any corporation. Money is technology. Bitcoin is superior technology. This is the correct framework, I believe, as an American to think about this stuff. So I've talked about Jack and Cash App because I really try to make this presentation a framework of reference, not about myself, not about my company. I unfortunately don't have internal access to Jack's data. I know the guy, he's an amazing dude, but not that well. This is data of my own, from my own business. So we offer a service that allows Americans to send US dollars to the Philippines received as local currency. So again, I'm not requiring my customers to touch Bitcoin, use Bitcoin. I'm using Bitcoin as public digital infrastructure for monetary movement, where we take dollars from a customer, we send Bitcoin to the Philippines, the Bitcoin is then exchanged into local currency and deposited into a customer's bank. Take a look at this slide. From the user opening the application to the Filipino peso landing in the recipient's bank account, on average, it's about 1 minute to physically settle. I just put together a few other references. It's not even close. Superior tech, again, superior tech. On a cost basis, so this is our internal data. This is not what we charge or how we monetize as a business. This is just the internal data of our Lightning infrastructure settling this money. It's all less than 10 basis points every time, not even close. So as a business, my revenue opportunity and my margins are phenomenal. And as a business, I have an opportunity to pass a lot of this value back to the consumer. The disintermediation is realized in the cost. And the American citizen benefits from this. My customers, more money makes it home. And I thought this part was particularly interesting is if we look at our internal data as a business, over 95% of customers are actually using this technology to settle payments in foreign bank accounts and in foreign mobile money accounts. Less than 5% is using it to pay other Bitcoin and Lightning apps. So again, this is not front-end technology. I did not build the cooler, slicker Cash App. This is public settlement infrastructure that the world is using under the hood to improve what hasn't been improved since probably 1970. Super big difference between the cooler, slicker Venmo and a public utility that acts as infrastructure for money, similar to how public utility in the internet is for information. And the advantages are clear as day. They're very obvious. I think Bitcoin is a public good for Americans. So superior tech that's a public good that's owned by no corporation is good for the American citizen. Secure, decentralized, scalable infrastructure provides a number of benefits. These technologies traditionally give everyone access that's traditionally excluded otherwise. It's very resilient. It can't go down, quote unquote. And competition. It opens up competition, which then results in innovation, which then results in price suppression, which then results in more value to businesses and to individuals. Now, I keep going internet and Bitcoin, internet and Bitcoin. I actually put this slide together, and I'm going to append messages there because I tricked you. This is a slide about the internet. Take a second and read it. Secure, decentralized, scalable public infrastructure. A good thing for our country and a good thing for the American individual. Everyone can now have access to send and receive messages and conduct information transfer, right? There's no central points of failure, and it's open competition. Anyone can build a website and solicit me as a customer. Now I'm going to change the message to payments and convey a very similar idea, that this is a public utility, and it's just within the financial sphere as opposed to the information sphere. Bitcoin is digital public infrastructure for money, much like the internet is digital public infrastructure for information. See this guy taking a picture. Let you take that. You got it? Attaboy. Bitcoin, along with the internet, embodies American values. Individual freedom. There's a freedom in coming, going, expressing, and opining on this network. Equal opportunity. On the Bitcoin network and on the internet, you treat others without discrimination. It's a free market system. It's driven strictly by supply and demand with no outside interference. And it's driven by innovation and progress. Open competition, natural innovation, fast progress. Without innovation, there's no progress. Without progress, there's no innovation. These open public infrastructures that are digital, which we're living through this age now, are very necessary for us as a country. Now, lastly, I'm looking at the clock. I know I'm running up on time. I'll blitz through this, I promise. Don't kick me off. Strategic opportunity for us as a nation. So I think modern day payments struggle a lot, unfortunately. We've seen how superior technology changes everything. We've seen how this superior technology actually benefits the American individual. And now I think we need to very, very seriously talk about the strategic opportunities for us as a nation and the security risks, quite frankly. If you're going to sit here and tell me that the internet is not core to our nation's security risks, I'm going to move. So, you may have heard that Bitcoin is not crypto. Hopefully my presentation made this a little bit more clear. Again, I think a really good framework for reference is that Bitcoin acts as public infrastructure, not a corporation. So there's no development team that you're waiting on a feature. There's no fundraising marketing team that would make the coin go higher. It acts as a public utility. It's digital infrastructure. So it is not crypto. It can help stabilize our energy grid. It can offset excess energy. It can incentivize energy use that is very difficult to otherwise. It can help facilitate industrial development. Ooh, sorry, I'm losing track between the laptop and the screen. Oh. Okay, sorry. Are we good? So give me a thumbs up. Yep. It can provide, I think no one talks about this enough, a new source of national wealth for America. National wealth is categorized as produced capital, human capital, reserve assets. Think about the source of wealth that the internet provided this country. The iPhone was created here, Facebook was created here, Twitter was created here. I think it's very important that people that own Bitcoin, a lot of it, and people that build on top of Bitcoin very well pay taxes in, where's Cruz, Texas, and not Dubai. I'm being very serious. And it strengthens geopolitical influence. These are important points. So you may have heard a lot of this. Hopefully my presentation helped give you a reference on how to think about this more deeply. What I want to leave this room with is the payments aspect. What I think the US government needs to very, very seriously consider is both how Bitcoin's power can be harnessed and leveraged as a digital public utility, similar to the internet, for national security interests. This technology can't be uncreated. China and Russia will be using this in 1 to 5 to 10 to 100 years, whether we like it or not, and that's okay. But we need to think about it, and we need to think about it correctly and responsibly. And then I think we need to think about how the payments technology can fix material distortions in our country. And again, I could be wrong. I'm not giving advice. I'm clearly very biased and passionate. But just as an exercise as Americans, this is our duty to not only our country, but to the free world. For payments, Bitcoin is already catalyzing optimization. I talked a little bit about my business. We all know Jack and Square are very big proponents. We all know former big tech executives like David Marcus are now in the industry. This technology is being validated and changing lives already, and I think with time will change everyone's life. And by the way, including the way fiat currency moves. So again, I can explain this later. It wasn't worth this presentation, but my company, for example, amongst many others, moves US dollars on top of this. So this is not anti-dollar. This is not opposing the Federal Reserve. This is superior technology. It's a public utility that can be used for whatever someone wants to use it for, just like the internet. The United States has to harness this tech, or at the very least, give it an honest look. Can't reject it, because the genie's out of the bottle, and it's not coming back in. So my last slide, as the leader of the free world, the United States is in the best position to demonstrate commitment to exploring this new idea. It's who we are as a country, and again, we don't owe it to our neighbors, but we owe it to the free world at large. We are the world leader in democracy and for human freedom. And this is a new public utility for money, just like the internet is for information. And as a country, we need to be leaders. And I feel as if we've struggled with that at times, and it's okay. This stuff is new. But with this framework of thought, I think we can make a lot of progress because we're the best country in the world. So if you need to reach me, this is my email, and I appreciate you guys giving me the time.
I love hearing from entrepreneurs. I mean, I think it's so important that we actually really listen to these messages. We want to build in the US, we want to stay here, but this is a global industry, globally competitive. Talent moves around, mining moves around. If we want to have the best and brightest, if we want to have the best energy infrastructure in the world, the best payments infrastructure in the world, I think we really, really need to take this seriously, especially as things move so quickly in like times of chaos, right? So this is, to me, a very uniting technology that can bring the left and right and center and everything else back together. It's much bigger than, bigger than this. We have to remember that this is so revolutionary, that these technologies, these pieces of technologies that have been brought together, so digital money, the ability to be truly decentralized, the ability to balance the grid as we build out different infrastructure, in mining, the difficulty adjustment, all of these pieces come together to create this amazing symphony, right? It's not like we're building, you can compare fiat to maybe Nickelback, right? And compare Bitcoin to Beethoven. So, sorry, Nickelback, but that's kind of how I see it. And I think how a lot of folks around the world see it when they're having to pay, 10% remittance fees. So this is huge for the United States and for the world, for us to progress, as a species. And this is really about humanity. And the U.S. has always been a leader in this, and so we must continue to do that. So with that, would love to introduce, actually I'll let the panelists introduce themselves, because I think they're so interesting, and maybe just like take 10 seconds each with your name and your role would be really helpful. And then following up from that, we'll have a really quick coffee break and then get into the afternoon. But this is a regulatory panel, and I think this is extremely important, especially as we see different regulatory bodies like the SEC, and we're seeing things like Operation Choke Point 2.0, right? And banks are just disintegrating right in front of us, and a lot of them happen to bank this industry. So I think that's really important right now for us to understand and to communicate with our regulators. The second piece to this would be to remember that we are able to teach, right? So I think that most folks here are really excited to teach, and we're here to be a resource and look forward to it. Thanks.
All right, we're going to take like 60 seconds, and then we're going to hop into this panel. We need a sixth chair. So thank you. Everybody kind of hang out, talk, and get right back on here. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everybody. How's everyone doing? Everybody just stand up for a second. Stretch out. Stretch your legs a little bit. Come on. Come with me. There we go. Stand up. Stand up. Come on, come on, come on. This is good for your blood, your body. Wait. Okay. Is everybody feeling good? Stretch out. Take it easy. I promise you the most exciting panel discussion ever in the history. That's a pretty high expectations, right? Okay, first off, everyone sit down. Here we go. I would like to thank the Bitcoin Policy Summit, especially Grant. Grant was actually a student at Johns Hopkins Carey Business School, was one of my students. To see him pull off this amazing event like this with his friend, co-founder David Zell is just amazing. This makes this professor very proud, very proud. So my name is Jim Liu. I'm an associate professor at Johns Hopkins Carey Business School. I also run a blockchains and AI company named after my two daughters, Sophie and Catherine. It's called SoCat. And you know, it's really funny, in 2017-18, I proposed this class, cryptos and blockchains, and I got yelled at by, you know, the upper level folks in the business school. But you know, I kind of stayed at it. They let me teach the course. We dropped the name cryptos. We just called it blockchains. And students loved it. And you know, on our panel discussion today, you have two professors, 3 angel investors, the chairman. Where's the chairman? Wait a second, time out. Where's Eliiah? Where is he? Where's the chairman? Come on, text the chairman. Okay. Okay, fine. We have arguably the largest Bitcoin miner representing it here. Also, how many lawyers are here? 3, 4. Is the chairman a lawyer? I'm not. Oh, you're not a lawyer. Okay. So we have 3 lawyers. I'm not a lawyer either. 1 lobbyist. How many lobbyists are out in the crowd? I'm just curious. Raise your hand. Oh, excellent. Excellent. So as soon as the chairman makes it to the stage, we will start, but I think it's nice for everyone to introduce themselves. So I don't want to sit. I like standing. As a teacher, I'm always standing. When I sit, I feel like I'm going to fall asleep or something. But I'm going to put the chairman right here. So Donna, I know you're a faculty, no, you're an adjunct professor at Columbia and Wharton. Columbia.
But my heart belongs to Fordham Law.
I went to Columbia in Manhattan, did my doctorate in finance. So the Columbia Business School is, you know, has I really had a great time in Manhattan there. I know that you started also. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your background?
Okay, well, first of all, you can see that given that this is a regulation panel, it's already disorganized. We got one person standing there, one person missing. That's the way regulation works, not all in this country. It's completely disorganized. So we just wanted to get you in the spirit of it along the way. So I come to this area having seen the convergence of technology and business for a long, long time, all the way back to when there were trading floors and people were screaming and yelling. Now you watch Eddie Murphy in trading places. And so we are now at the same kind of a juncture in which there is a dynamic change going on in financial services and financial markets. And what happens? People get scared. And so they want to push back, and what we need to do is keep going forward, and we need to get the people that do legislation and regulation in this country to understand that this is a different set of assets, that Bitcoin is different, that digital assets are different, and that we need to put together a regulatory framework that works, not one that tries to squeeze everything into old boxes that just are tattered and no longer fit this new dimension.
Excellent. And to Donna's left is Zach. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Zachary Shapiro. I'm a legal fellow at the Bitcoin Policy Institute. I'm also the managing partner of a law firm, Reigns LLP, which represents companies in the Bitcoin and digital asset space. So a lot of my time is spent trying to squeeze new technology into old boxes, as Donna just said. And yeah, I'm hoping to bring a sort of industry-focused viewpoint to this panel and talk about what companies in the Bitcoin space need from our regulators in order to be able to build the technology around this incredible open source technology that Jack Mallers just spoke so well about.
Absolutely. And then to Zach's left is Brian.
Yes, hi everybody. I'm Brian Morgenstern. I'm the head of public policy for Riot Platforms, which is America's largest Bitcoin mining operation. We're publicly listed on the NASDAQ. We've got a great team of people. We're building a very large presence in Texas. Senator Cruz has visited our facility, and we appreciate, of course, his interest in these issues. I started my career working for my congressman on Capitol Hill. I then went to law school at Columbia in New York.
Awesome.
Practiced there for 7 years. I came back down to DC. I worked in the Trump administration at the Treasury Department and at the White House. And now I'm trying to help Riot to navigate this public policy landscape and to help educate our lawmakers and our regulators about what our business does, about what we add to the community in Texas in terms of jobs, diversifying the energy grid, and helping to build and secure this global public good, as Jack just described. And it's a really fun process, a little bit treacherous, but if it weren't, then maybe I wouldn't have so much value. So in the coming years, I just see so much upsides. I am so optimistic about the future, but to get there, we have to have conversations like this one. So I'm really proud and happy to be here.
Absolutely. So Riot, ticker RIOT. I watch your stock all the time. It's a barometer of how the crypto blockchain industry is doing. So what we're going to do today is we're going to talk a little bit about three things: the risks of Bitcoin, the opportunities of Bitcoin, and then we're going to have some predictions forward-looking about Bitcoin. And so that's how we're going to sort of lay it out. I want to start really talking about the risks. And, Donna, help us understand what are some of the misconceptions of Bitcoins, first of all.
Well, I'm going to change the question a little bit. As anyone who knows me, I would do anyway. Since there's been a lot of talk about Bitcoin, what is the myth, what is the mythology, and what is the fact? So you might say, why are we confused about the regulation of Bitcoin, right? Right, Zach? It falls clearly within the commodities. It's been deemed a commodity. Also, Gensler says it's a commodity, and it's at the CFTC. So end of story. Why do we need a regulation panel? Clear, right? No. And the reason it's not clear is so many things that Bitcoin touches are regulated. Bitcoin touches, for example, exchanges. How should those exchanges be regulated? Zach could talk about startups. Bitcoin touches startups. Startups, how do they get banking? A lot of Zach's clients have exactly that kind of thing. So what we need to know is, what is the clear regulation? Mining as well. What's the clear regulation so that a public company that deals with Bitcoin can know every day that they wake up and it's not something that they've struggled with anew, but it's a settled issue. So I'll pass it to my colleagues so that they can, since I've mentioned them by name, they can continue on for themselves.
Sure. So a couple of the specific regulatory challenges, I would say, I think that Donna touched on. I mean, one that we're seeing today is, of course, the financial services framework, the financial markets framework. But there's also some other ones that we as a miner touch on. One, Amanda mentioned the Operation Choke Point 2.0 and the banking regulators trying to sort of separate the entire digital asset space from the traditional banking system. It's unfortunately been the wrong way to look at it, and we're trying to educate folks in DC and get that paradigm shifted because, for example, our company has hundreds of millions of dollars of US dollar cash deposits, and we use banks to pay our employees and our vendors and our insurance companies and everything else that any technology business would have. And so having to kind of navigate what's happened with some of the bank failures recently and the way the regulators are looking at the banking system vis-a-vis Bitcoin, that's one regulatory challenge. Another is in the energy and environment space because you've made it when we got a front page hit piece in the New York Times claiming that we are boiling the oceans and ruining the environment. They're looking at end users of electricity and then blaming all emissions affiliated with that use of electricity that really has to do with the generation of electricity, blaming that on us. It's the wrong way to look at it. As the senator said in the previous discussion, we're actually helping to diversify the grid in Texas, and we are a customer of wind and solar produced electricity. So again, trying to change the paradigm. There is the prospect of some very bad regulation in that area. So the financial market space is obviously very important, but there are these other areas like banking and energy use that are also really important regulatory topics for us.
And I would say outside of the mining sector, on the technology side, especially for Bitcoin-focused startups, by far and away the biggest regulatory hurdle is the question of who is a money services business under the FinCEN framework, and then who is a money transmitter and who needs money transmitter licensing. And ancillary to that question is the issue of how we do money transmitter licensing in the United States as a whole. If you're a Bitcoin startup and you fall under this framework, oftentimes you'd be very happy to go to FinCEN, you'd be happy to give whatever information is possible, and you'd be happy to be as compliant as possible. But going state by state through all 50 states and getting licenses will cost you millions of dollars in legal fees alone, will take years in a really fast-moving pace where competitors, especially elsewhere in the crypto space, that got advice from a large law firm to set up a Panama foundation and live in the Bahamas and skirt our rules, they're just going to outflank you. And so if we're going to build real solid technology that's not about dumping tokens on unsuspecting retail customers, but is really about using this financial infrastructure of Bitcoin to move payment and monetary technology forward, we're going to need more workable regulations that you can use to build on top of Bitcoin.
Absolutely. So, let's talk a little bit about regulations now. And I just want to send out a parallel here. How many people trade stocks? Options? Bonds? How about Bitcoins? Don't you buy and hold them? Now, wouldn't you think that if you're going to regulate stocks, you should have traded some stocks? Or if you regulate bonds or options, you should have interacted and traded some options and bonds? Now, how can we regulate Bitcoins if we're not interacting with it or not understanding it, right? So, I challenge the SEC and the chairman, shouldn't at least somebody there really understand the regulations there? And, one of the questions I have for you guys is, what is the risks of this lack of education, this lack of ability to interact with some of these, Bitcoin in particular? I know Gary Gensler used to teach at MIT, so we watched his classes. I asked my students to watch, so he obviously knows quite a bit about it. But shouldn't maybe he hold a little bit, or maybe some people in the SEC hold some of this so they can monitor it? Maybe they can watch the Riot stocks. They can sort of educate themselves more so. So one of the questions I have is, what are the risks on the regulatory side? Is it education? What is it? What's going on here? Why is there such a disconnect here? Yes, go ahead.
I'll kind of leave Gensler out of the picture of the risks on Bitcoin per se, regulatory side. But as we mentioned, or started to mention, there are a lot of regulatory risks. So one big risk to Bitcoin, which is within the context of agencies, is OFAC. Do you have to KYC, AML, individual wallets? Does it have to be, if you're self-custodying, is there going to be a difference? Are countries or governments going to mandate differences between KYC Bitcoin and non-KYC Bitcoin? This goes to what Senator Cruz was talking about in terms of privacy. This is a very serious issue in terms of yourself and how you're going to hold your money and what kind of privacy you're going to require from your government vis-a-vis, Bitcoin as we're talking about, but just generally because it's applicable thereafter. So we also have some products that do, unfortunately, touch within the SEC, and I'm sure Brian can talk more succinctly about this. But for example, we've long been denied a Bitcoin ETF. Why? Because the SEC refuses to allow a Bitcoin spot ETF and is holding over the industry, regulating the exchanges in return, for this Bitcoin ETF. Who has lost? The people that have lost are the millions of retail, well, maybe not millions, but zillions of, I'll use zillions as a kind of a superlative, of retail customers that hold this Bitcoin ETF, Bitcoin, not ETF, but grayscale trust that should be an ETF so that it can go much, much closer to the price of Bitcoin and not trade at a 40% discount. So I think that these are just a couple of the issues of trading, exchanges, custodial wallets, privacy, OFAC, and these are just on, and we constantly are bumping up against somebody new that gets appointed and then is going to change the rules and banking rules and otherwise along the way. So I'll leave it to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. So just very briefly touching on the OFAC question as an example, I think there is a right way to regulate and a wrong way to regulate. And I think the main challenge here is education, is having the people who write the rules having some basic understanding of the technology. And just using OFAC as an example, there are two ways that you could enforce OFAC sanctions on the Bitcoin network. There is a sensible way, which is to look at certain wallets, right? Certain areas where people are holding Bitcoin that can be correlated through Chainalysis, through work from private companies like Chainalysis or Palantir or government agencies, and you can say, okay, this wallet belongs to the Iranian National Guard, this wallet belongs to ISIS, this wallet's from North Korea, and then you blacklist the act of doing business with those wallets, right? Interacting with an OFAC sanctioned entity, OFAC sanctioned country, OFAC sanctioned individual. That makes a whole lot of sense. Once we start talking about any coin that has touched those wallets is tainted, right, and you start to lose fungibility on the Bitcoin network of the tokens themselves, now we're starting to get to, I think, a nonsensical framework that would be like banning physical dollar bills that had ever been touched by drug dealers, right? And there's some crazy statistic about 90-something% of US dollars have residues of cocaine on them. I think that's especially true here in the District of Columbia. And we don't treat you as a criminal if you hold one of these dollar bills. And so having people who are really clueless about how the Bitcoin network works, writing the regulations, I think you end up with regulations that don't solve our problems, don't make us any safer, and don't get us any closer to our enforcement goals, but really do screw up the promise of this new technology.
So to some regulators and lawmakers who are sort of unfamiliar with Bitcoin and still subscribe to the view that it's just criminal money, if you're afraid of what people can do with Bitcoin, just wait till you see what they do with cash. And that is something that they don't yet understand. And when you look at, there's some UN data that suggests that 2 to 5% of global GDP is used for illicit purposes. Meanwhile, Chainalysis estimates that it's less than 0.25%. For Bitcoin, it's actually orders of magnitude safer. But I want to touch on one thing that the professor raised, which is about the education of policymakers. And there are ethics rules. I had to play by them when I was in the administration. I had to disclose my assets so that, and then potentially the ethics lawyers would make you recuse from certain matters so that you're not actually regulating something in a way that's going to give you a personal financial benefit. So the way that's playing out now is I think that the people who are probably the most educated on our issues may be recused from working on them. There has to be a better way. Disclosure is okay. You can then be scrutinized. You can have blind trust. You can divest from assets. You can, when Michael Bloomberg was mayor of New York, he had his entire, multi-billion-dollar fortune that was controlled by someone else during his time in public office. There's various ways of doing it. Secretary Mnuchin, when he was secretary and I worked for him, divested from certain assets so that he wasn't working on issues that would benefit him personally. But we need to have the people who are educated on these issues working on these issues so that we don't get policy made out of fear and ignorance. And so that's another one of our challenges that we have to make progress on this year and in the years to come.
Well, I think you make several very good points, and part of the education is probably my fault as a professor who's supposed to be teaching cryptos and blockchains. So I offer up, if anybody wants to learn about it, I'm more than happy, and maybe Donna and I can do a seminar on it. I think it's important, right? And you don't really understand how this stuff works unless you interact with it. In class, we actually, do everything on the test net. We walk through how the wallet works. We look at the ledger. Can we find the transaction? Can you find the Genesis block? Can you find Satoshi's secret message? And it is a little technical, I agree. You need a little bit of time to sort of understand it. But then once you sort of walk through it, I've seen, most people with an MBA level education, they can totally understand it. Okay, so that's on us. Now I want to shift gears a little bit.
But I can say, and for many of the people that have been in and around DC for a while, in the last number of years, there are many more people on the staff, in the House, in the Senate that are aware of the broad issues of blockchain, Bitcoin, and digital assets. So I will give a lot of credit to people in the industry that have gone and sought after them and taught them, as well as the people in DC for listening and for being willing to adapt themselves to something new. Some of it did happen during the infrastructure bill. And you maybe remember that there were all of a sudden headlines on the Washington Post and other places saying that the Bitcoin lobby, the crypto lobby, and a lot about Bitcoin, that they really made an impression on Capitol Hill. And that's when we first talked to Senator Cruz, and he really did learn about Bitcoin then. He understood the differences, and he was very, very enthusiastic and did offer up an amendment for what still remains a bad thing in that legislation that hopefully will get cured when Senator Lummis's bill, who'll be here later, goes through.
Do you guys have any thoughts on the opportunities of Bitcoin?
Yeah, I mean, so this is not so much about an opportunity of Bitcoin. I would say, just as a brief aside, I think that the people who are building in and around Bitcoin are incredible. They face a hurdle that most other people in the digital asset space do not face, which is that they can't print their own currency. And they're competing against companies that are printing tokens with all sorts of promises. And they're bootstrapping businesses. They're raising money from people who have long-term visions. And I really think we should support those companies that are making Bitcoin usable for people all around the world. But then I would say for Bitcoin as a network, one of the promises that it has is that it doesn't face the regulatory hurdles that a lot of these other digital assets have. And so if I were sitting down with a new client, for example, that is not a Bitcoin company, and they want to launch a token, you have to go through the securities law framework based on a 1946 Supreme Court case called SEC versus W.J. Howey. And you apply this four-part test to figure out, is the asset in question being sold in what's called an investment contract, which is a type of security. And if you were to go to someone working on Bitcoin and you were to apply that to Bitcoin, it just doesn't fit, right? It has these four parts. Are people investing money in Bitcoin? Yes. Is Bitcoin a common enterprise? Well, maybe. There's a market price, and so if we all invest in Bitcoin, we celebrate when it hits all-time highs, and we get upset when Sam Bankman-Fried brings it to new lows. Do people invest in the expectation profits? Yes. But the final crucial prong of the Howey test, which asks, is your expectation of profits in the thing based on the essential managerial efforts of some particular group of people, is really what sets Bitcoin apart from everything else in the space. And the reason it's a commodity and most other things are not, and the reason why it is truly different and the incentives around it are different, are really on this particular point, that there is no one entity behind Bitcoin. There's no one key player that's important. Like, it's great that we have amazing companies like Riot in the United States providing security for the Bitcoin network. It's amazing that we have all these startups coming out of the United States that are getting funding and building, insurance and banking and all sorts of incredible things around Bitcoin. But Bitcoin can survive without any one of these players, and it really is a collective effort that requires all of us to be useful, and it is not the product of any one person or one company. And our regulations, to the extent that we have regulations that are Bitcoin focused, really should reflect that. They should reflect what this network can do, and that this is not a tech company, this is not a tech product. This is really more of a foundational technology paradigm like the internet itself.
And I think that if we get clarity out of Washington, better education in the years to come that results in more clear regulations for the financial markets piece, treating Bitcoin as a commodity, being able to trade it, have a spot priced ETF, so that more consumers, more institutions can adopt it, learn about it, get comfortable with it. It's going to be a tremendous unlocking of value for this entire network. And again, it's a collective action issue, but as time goes on, I get more and more optimistic.
Don't forget, we really need to underscore the banking aspect, because access to banking, at this current time is really fundamental. You need to be able to go in and out of fiat at the moment. Who knows what will happen in 40 years. And if exchanges, if companies, if even individuals are denied the ability to go in from their bank account into Bitcoin and back, that's a real problem.
It's also a national security advantage for the United States to facilitate that, to allow people to use the on-ramps and off-ramps. You don't have to take my word for it. Take the Department of Justice's word for it. They've done reports on this. They've gotten very good at using the blockchain to track illicit funds, especially. So if you believe in capturing the value here in the United States and doing that safely, then you need to allow access to our on-ramps and off-ramps. It is good for everyone.
Yeah, I think one of the big sort of misnomers about Bitcoin is it's antithetical to U.S. power, the U.S. dollar, or U.S. national security interests. And again, I think that's totally wrong. On that last piece we were just talking about on tracking illicit funds, there's a terrific piece by Mike Morell, the former acting director of the CIA, talking about how actually they sort of wish everyone would use this technology to commit crimes, because between their chain analytics tools and the other intelligence they have, it's much easier to track than the actual most used vehicle for illicit finance, which is paper US dollars, right? And then on the US dollar sort of hegemony front and on dollarization around the world, I think stablecoins are also an incredibly important technology. I think the Bitcoin network, and especially the Lightning Network built on top of Bitcoin, is an incredible tool for moving dollars around the world. And we in the United States, especially living in countries with living in cities with good economic prospects, we can have a 401k to have risk-on assets like the S&P 500. We can have dollars in bank accounts that are relatively safe. That's not a privilege people have all over the world. And with Bitcoin and with dollar-denominated stablecoins that can ride on the Bitcoin network without the need for a bank account, we can give that sort of same opportunity and economic freedom to people in countries that would otherwise never have such an opportunity. So the stakes are pretty high here.
Okay, no, absolutely. America is the best country in the world. I was born here. My parents immigrated. They lived the American dream, had their kids here, and then we went off and got over too much education, probably. But one of the questions I have here is, didn't we create the internet? And we probably were the ones early to sort of push emails around on this thing called the internet. And you could argue Bitcoin's a way to move digital value on the internet, right? Just like email is. It's a infrastructure sort of play. One of the questions I have is, why aren't we leading the world in all of this stuff? We have the best financial markets in the world. We should have the best innovators here. We should be attracting the smartest entrepreneurs here. Give them a chance to innovate with this new technology, this blockchains, with Bitcoins. I don't understand. What am I missing here? Maybe you guys can help me understand DC and the policy and frame this for me, for a business school professor.
Well, I think it's back to what I said. I mean, they're worried. Most of the people in Washington are perpetuating and continuing what has been a long line of regulatory viewpoints and regulatory issues. And so here's something that is decentralized in a city in which everything is centralized. You have centralization of power in every agency, and each one of them delegates or doesn't delegate to another agency, and you have chairman all the way down in each different thing. So it's antithetical to that to some regard. And so there's a worry. And so the easiest thing, as it was when the traders on the trading floor were going to be, kind of dislocated from where their little X that they were trading and making their money, is to push back on it. And so we've pushed back with a confusing set of regulations, with mixed messages from every different agency and as well as department on a continual basis, irrespective of what party is in power. We saw under Trump, we saw Mnuchin and his unhosted wallets come at Christmas Day, like 2 days before Christmas, and with a due date, 2 or 3 weeks later, which was completely against all kinds of administrative procedures, acts, et cetera. Okay, we stopped that. But so I think that we also push chips offshore. So, I mean, we have some history of pushing something offshore, and then a business grows in Taiwan on chips, and now we're like, oh, wow, we need chips back here. So we're going to create all kinds of incentives many, many years later to do it. So I think that we just need to focus. We need to keep educating, back to your point, educating the people, the staffs, new and upcoming young people. Students are already, they're on this program, so we don't have to do much about them except for know how to be able to give them bite-sized, sound bites to be able to talk to the older people.
Yeah, I think definitely education is part of the solution. I think taking this technology seriously and writing serious legislation and regulation around this technology is part of the solution. But so far, I think we've had this really bad feedback loop where absolutely a lot of this is motivated by fear, right? And we have a lack of clear regulation and a lack of clear application of regulation because of fear, because if we say the rule is X, then people will innovate right around that and our rule won't mean anything. And so then that creates an incredible opportunity for bad actors to flood into the space, right? The Bitcoin network itself is this sort of neutral technology, but we've over the last 2 years seen many, many examples of scammers, grifters, really unbelievable criminals who've moved in to create infrastructure around Bitcoin and have collapsed in spectacular fashion and taken people's fortunes with it. And so then that is the impetus for even more draconian technology or even more reluctance to create a serious legitimizing framework. And so I think we need to just face the issue head on.
So I think that the competition for authority within the United States has taken precedence over the competition on behalf of the United States versus where the value is going to be captured vis-a-vis other countries. And if you look at, particularly for our industry for Bitcoin mining, what are the other countries that have leading hash rates? China, Kazakhstan has a lot. Russia is trying to capture more. And what are they going to do with the value if we cede our ability to compete and to win that value? Things that we don't like. So I think trying to focus our policymakers on the international competition and defending America rather than fighting amongst each other for little bits of regulatory authority would be another great paradigm shift, and I'm hopeful that we can achieve that.
And just bringing back to something that you raised, Brian, states play a big role in this. We don't have a really good federal regime, so you have states stepping in, which is a natural thing for them to do, but they have conflicting different attitudes. So Texas may be friendly today, New York may be unfriendly to mining, Wyoming may be friendly, but we don't know where that will be in 6 months or 6 years, and it's hard for you to run a business in that way. Same thing with the way in which the regulators in New York State, they do a pretty good job, but they're the ones that are looking at the exchanges and not the federal government in the way that we would want, at least to have the option. And I think the Lummis-Gillibrand bill does that, gives you the option between a state or a federal regulator and streamlines the costs that you were talking about, Zach.
Okay, with that, I'd like to thank Brian, Zach, and Donna for a wonderful panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Let's give another round of applause for our panelists and our hosts today. All right, gentlemen in the back, you can go ahead and bring up that slide. My name is Stephen Pollack. I'm the Director of Growth and Strategy for Bitcoin Policy Institute. And I just wanted to say a few thank yous. We're not done. I know we normally do this at the end, but you guys tend to kind of slide out of here last second. We want to make sure and get this out there. We have been planning this for a long time, and there's a long list of people that have helped us out. There's a few we specifically want to thank. And I know Grant and David, our co-founders, join me in thanking our fellows, many of whom have traveled literally across the globe to be here today and to speak with us and with you guys. So thank you guys. We want to thank our partners, the Bitcoin Today Coalition. Amanda, one of our MCs, she's been phenomenal. Her team's amazing. Give them a round of applause. And then last and not least, our sponsors. I've been talking to a few of you guys here today, CEOs and Bitcoiners, OGs, and politicians, staffers, everyone. And I've had a number of people say, yeah, man, this is really good. This is my first time being here. And I said, yeah, me too, because we have never done this before. And a lot of these sponsors, early on, you guys bought in on our vision for this, and you supported us, and we cannot thank you guys enough. I'm not going to go down the list. You can see them all here. There's too many things, but can we give a round of applause for these guys? Well, we're about to take a quick break for coffee. And speaking of coffee, there's a little coffee shop here in D.C. Well, there's about 500 of them, I think, we've noticed. Compass Coffee, owner Michael Haft, he has these that he brought. Bitcoin blend coffee, grown in El Salvador, purchased with Bitcoin, and then brewed here in Washington, D.C. So I told Michael, we had a meetup at one of his locations. I said, man, I wish I would have thought of this. We should have brought some Bitcoin blend coffee to the summit today. And lo and behold, I don't know what happened, but there's like 200 of these an hour later out here in the lobby for you guys to take when you go home. So thank you guys so much. We're going to take a quick break. We're running a little behind, so we're going to cut this coffee break a little short. I want to get you back in here in like 5 or 10 minutes, guys. So thank you so much. We'll keep going.
Welcome back. Hope everyone is feeling a bit energized. It sounds like it from the conversations outside. Really appreciate you all being here and sticking out the afternoon. I am really excited about this panel. I think this is a big reason, or the reason some of us are here. It's Bitcoin and legislation. So we've got some really amazing panelists who will be kind of tying in some of these themes we've discussed today, and the work that they're doing is really, really crucial right now. So we've got Amina Ross, who's head of policy at Cash App. We've got Thomas Hogan, who's a senior fellow at the American Institute for Economic Research. Nicholas Anthony, policy analyst at Cato for monetary and financial alternatives, which is amazing. And then Sam Abbasi, the founder of Hoseki, and apologies if I butcher that, please correct me. And then David Spencer, the owner of DKS Tax and Consulting. So we've got a pretty multidisciplinary panel, and really excited to hear what they have to say about legislation and what we can expect. Thank you.
I don't know if the live stream caught that. If you all did, well, I'll be seeing comments in the chat.
Starting off with a bang.
We're starting off with your mic being off. Does everybody's mic work?
Hello?
Mic check.
Hello. Test, test.
We will share. All right, so Nick and I are going to be sharing mics. First time for everything. We got a ton to cover in this panel, so I'm just going to jump into it. I've been on stage here before. I'm Grant McCarty. I'm the co-founder of Bitcoin Policy Institute. This panel is not about me at all. I'm teeing everybody else up here, so I'm just going to throw it down the line. Nick, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hey all, I'm Nick Anthony. I'm a policy analyst at the Cato Institute Center for Monetary and Financial Alternatives. I'm also a fellow at the Human Rights Foundation, mostly covering cryptocurrencies, central bank digital currencies, and financial privacy.
Hi everyone, my name is Amina Ross. I'm the head of global policy for Cash App. We were mentioned earlier, and I'm just excited to be here.
Hello, my name is David Spencer. I'm a certified public accountant, owner of DKS Tax and Consulting. I serve digital asset investors and their businesses with implementation, tracking, and reporting.
My name is Sam Abbasi. I'm founder and CEO of Hoseki. We're an asset verification platform with proof of reserves being an application of our business. Previously, I was at Fidelity, where I worked on custody with a focus on proof of reserves and zero-knowledge encryption. And I had the privilege of being a co-author on the Practitioner's Guide for Proof of Reserves, sponsored by the Chamber of Digital Commerce.
And I'm Thomas Hogan. I'm a fellow at the American Institute for Economic Research and was formerly the chief economist of the Senate Banking Committee.
So we're going to start off pretty high level, name a bunch of different legislative issues that we're going to cover in this panel, and then we're going to dig into each of them. And so just going down the line one more time, what do you all consider, pretty concisely, high level, the most important legislative issues facing Bitcoin? And do you view those issues as challenges, or do you view them as potential opportunities for the industry?
So one huge challenge that's before all of us really shouldn't be a surprise, and it's something that Senator Cruz mentioned with the Infrastructure Act. That was now like 2 years ago or so, and while there was a huge pushback from the industry, from think tanks and the like, it still hasn't been fixed. There's been bills put on the table that could fix it, but there really hasn't been any movement. And between the broker provision and the 6050I reporting provision, it really is a mess, and it really could halt this industry in its tracks as far as the United States is concerned.
I would say that one of the biggest issues in the industry right now, and I would say that it's more of an opportunity, but the issue of debanking. And I think it's an opportunity because it gives us insight or perspective into where our regulators and policymakers are and their understanding of how this particular crypto asset works and what is the future for it. And I think it's an opportunity also because it really puts us on center stage with our global regulatory and policy-making colleagues as to whether or not we're going to allow adoption of this or be an obstacle to it here in America.
Again, as an everyday practitioner, I do people's taxes. So one of the things that I often see is how do we actually report information? So the one thing about the blockchain that we love is that I don't have to chase clients' data anymore. I don't have to call you 100 times and ask you for a particular form. But when I get to the blockchain, how do I provide reporting information that's necessary, like you touched on, when all I've got is blockchain data? I got all the numbers, but what's the name, the address, if you're giving to a not-for-profit, right? So I see a lot of really nuts and bolts, nitty-gritty items, and how can we have common sense legislation that really gets all the way down to address that? All the way from miners negotiating with power companies to the customers whose miners are no longer working because that negotiation failed. So those are the things that I really like to talk about.
My thing is proof of reserves. I think it's an opportunity. I think it's obviously an opportunity. I think Bitcoin's most important characteristic is its auditability. It's completely auditable, and it can be done so by a private citizen independently, and that can't be said for any other form of money, not dollars, euros, yuan, or gold. I can do that from the comfort of my own home, and that's something that I think should be exploited as much as possible.
We've heard a couple times today that Bitcoin is not crypto, and I think that that is actually reflected in some of the important legislation right now. That I think the two biggest issues are legislation about stablecoins and the definition of what is and is not a security. And we have pending legislation on both of those, so hopefully we'll see some action on that. But I think two other areas that would be interesting would be if we could have something that would prevent the Department of Energy or any kind of discrimination in terms of energy that's used for digital assets. And then also the regulatory overreach that we've seen in the last couple of months coming from the SEC and the bank regulators, it seems like there should be some pushback against that so that they can stay within their stated authority.
So let's stick with that theme of legislation versus regulation, because we just had the Bitcoin and regulation panel. And I think a lot of times these words, regulation, legislation, they just get thrown around, interchangeably, where I don't know, I think a lot of you in the room understand the difference, but for a lot of our audience, I'd like to dig into where is that line, right? Where does legislation differ from, what regulators can do? And then where are those fundamentally intertwined? So Thomas, I'd like to start with you. I believe your background, brought you to the Senate Banking Committee. And so I think you are, uniquely well qualified to talk about where legislators are coming from here and how that combines with what regulators do.
Right, so we typically have legislation that is passed by Congress and then approved by the president, and that directs the regulators to write the specific rules and regulations. And so, an example like the Dodd-Frank Act required the regulators to write like hundreds, maybe thousands of different rules, and they have to get the detailed specifics of how those rules and regulations are going to work. And it's important because of the issue that I mentioned a minute ago about regulatory overreach that we're seeing right now. The regulators are supposed to go through the notice and comment process, that they put out a public statement, a notice of proposed rulemaking, and then they get feedback from the public, and then they issue a final rule after that. But what we've seen lately is instead of going through that process, they've just rewritten the rules or reinterpreted the way that they define the current regulations in order to really go after the banks and go after companies that they think are issuing unregistered securities. And so they've really taken a lot of discretion. I mean, the guidance that was recently issued by the Fed in January is a great example of this, where they just said, you can have crypto, but we might consider it to be very risky, right? And so we might penalize you for that, even though they didn't do any actual proposal. There's no clear interpretation of how the banks should understand that if they're taking more risk or they're being safe. It's also the case that the regulators, at least the financial regulators, don't really do any cost-benefit analysis. In some cases, they're supposed to be required to do that. But I wrote a paper reviewing 27 of the biggest capital regulations issued by the bank regulators in the last 40 years, and found that in 0 cases did they actually do a quantitative cost-benefit analysis. In some cases, they said, we believe the benefits exceed the cost, but if you read the details, they actually just say, well, there's really no evidence. And so this is particularly important for crypto because it's so unknown. We would want to see what the regulators think are the important costs and benefits so that as an industry, we can challenge it if they're being unfair.
So it's interesting, right? Because the way you frame the regulation, and specifically you mentioned some of these comments that have come from the Fed, the OCC, the FDIC, specifically around banking and banking with Bitcoin and crypto companies, you seem to have a relatively negative tone on how that has taken place. And Amina and Sam, both of you actually described the legislative issues at hand actually as an opportunity. And I believe, Amina, you mentioned specifically the banking issue as an opportunity. So curious to hear from both of you, where do you differ from what Thomas just said? Or are you saying the same things, but this is, what's next for the industry?
Yeah, so I actually think that we're two sides of the same coin. I think that one of the great things about our system here is that it creates space for dialogue. And, the guidance that came out in January from the Fed, from other parts of the federal government, caused policymakers to say, well, wait, hold on. We have an opportunity here to give our thoughts on who exactly should be responsible for determining what kind of risk is associated with this particular asset or overall in the financial system at hand. So there were letters. Many of the regulators came in for Humphrey Hawkins hearings and other parts of the advising of the administrative branch. And it has led to some guidance and statements from the Fed, from other parts of the federal government. Treasury just put out guidance yesterday on de-risking. It didn't mention crypto, but I'll just leave that there. So I think there was pushback from the policy side of the equation, from the legislative side. And that has led to kind of a writing a little bit of how much the administrative branch can exert their authority in this space.
Yes, Sam, you mentioned proof of reserves as a potential opportunity, and I think this aligns really nicely to talk about what is the legislative opportunity there. Is that going to come from legislators, or is that going to come from regulators, and what problem is that solving?
Well, I mean, ideally we would self-regulate. We just haven't done that thus far. It's always been a dance between demand and incentives. So there hasn't really historically been customer demand for proof of reserves. Customers of exchanges haven't asked their custodians to be transparent about their reserves. And as a result, exchanges haven't had an incentive to be transparent, and they would prefer to not be transparent if they could help it. So we're kind of at a point now where proof of reserves, funny enough, is kind of like a household name within the industry, which has never been the case. And I'm shocked to see that on Bloomberg News headlines. I never thought that would happen. I think it's an opportunity, though. So proof of reserves is auditing exchanges, which I think is a good thing. I think we all probably agree with that. And secondly, it's an opportunity because it redefines confidence and trust in an industry that historically has had neither. It's an opportunity because legislators can make meaningful change that will strengthen the industry. Regulators have something very straightforward to enforce. Exchanges and custodians will now have clear guidelines on how to conduct their operations. And customers, retail and institutional, will now have the confidence and the peace of mind to use these now compliant services. So I point to HB 1666 as a great example. That bill just passed the Texas House with a majority due in large part, if not entirely, to Lee Bratcher's efforts of the Texas Blockchain Council, along with a handful of industry experts. This bill requires digital asset exchanges in Texas to be compliant with the proof of reserves regime. And that's defined largely as two requirements. One is quarterly attestations, and two is annual attestations overseen by an auditor. So this is what moving in the right direction looks like. This is the right thing to do, and I know there's several other states that are interested in proposing a similar framework, and I hope that my home state of Florida will pick up the baton next.
So you talk about guidelines. I mean, David, your job is all about guidelines and being given guidelines and told, hey, here are the rules to follow, and here are rules that you shouldn't break. What has your experience been in terms of those guidelines, and what would you be hoping to see to make your job, and by proxy, millions of Americans who own this technology and this asset, to make their lives a lot easier?
Well, first of all, this guy is awesome, right? When he's talking about auditing, when he's talking about proof of reserves, I love that, because that's what keeps me up at night, right? So when we see robust companies having clear guidance on how to use digital assets in their operations, how to track them and feel comfortable doing that, when there's tools available to make that happen, that's when people can really feel confident that we're building an industry, right? Because that's really what we're watching. We're watching the whole industry evolve. I learned so much from Jack just now. That was an amazing presentation about the infrastructure of what's going on behind the scenes. And if we look at it from that perspective, my job is really a referee, right? I want to make sure that the IRS is playing by the rules, and I want to make sure that we're all playing by the rules, right? But if the rules, A, don't make sense, right? So if I have to give you information that literally does not exist, okay? You want me to give you somebody's address when I'm looking at a blockchain transaction. OX, blah, blah, blah. That's all you got, okay? So if the rules are impossible to abide by, that's a problem. So that's why we want to talk to legislators and make sure we have common sense things going on. Or if they're overly cumbersome, right? Because nobody's thought about what it's actually going to take to make this happen. And so that's why it's really important for us to engage and kind of see the whole chain of events for like the vertical integration, so that we can make sure that what we do at the top actually trickles down, so that by the time we enforce these items, they still make sense.
So Nick, David mentioned rules that don't make sense. And I know you have pretty strong opinions on a few rules that have been passed at a legislative level that you maybe don't think make a lot of sense. So why don't you walk us through a few of those?
So that's a really long list to start with. I'll keep it as short as I can for these purposes. I really like how you phrased that, David, because immediately I was thinking in my head the 60/50I and the broker provision. Because with 60/50I, the reporting that needs to be done between two individuals, I'm sure, and I'll go a little deeper in this in a second, I'm sure a lot of people in here are familiar with the third-party doctrine, and to have two individuals be forced to report on each other information they probably don't have is at the very least overly cumbersome. Now, making matters worse, we have a law that is also set to take forth where minors are going to be required to report on essentially anyone when they process a block. If there was a transaction in there, they need to report the social security number, address, and the like. And that is just impossible to comply with. That is such a ridiculous standard to put forth. And I really like the way that Senator Cruz described it earlier when he said that this was just thrown through. Because I can even go further and say it doesn't make sense for the justification. These provisions were pay-for provisions in the Infrastructure Act. They were supposed to raise revenue to offset some of the spending. And I looked at those numbers and I was like, this doesn't make sense. This is just way too high. And I tried to meet with the Joint Committee on Taxation, ask them what's going on there. Unfortunately, the rules that bind them say they really can't share their models. Well, fast forward 6 months later, the Biden administration releases its tax revenue projections. And you look at where it's looking at cryptocurrency and digital assets, all of a sudden, it's 10 times less than what was projected in the Infrastructure Act. So these rules wouldn't be taken out because they said, we need the money, we can't find another place to get the money, we need all of this revenue to come in to offset it. And then 6 months later, well, actually, we're not going to get even a tenth of what we thought. And sadly, that's a lot of what we're seeing here, just fundamental misunderstandings. Just really quickly, for those that don't know, the third-party doctrine that I mentioned, that was we have privacy protected by the Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court in the 1970s said, well, you have privacy unless you share your information with a third party. Then the government no longer needs a warrant to go after that information. Now, there's a ton I can go in with that, but what's really important to take away here is that self-hosting, self-custody, and decentralized cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin being the perfect example, makes a fundamental difference. Because if you remove the bank, you remove the intermediary, you're not holding it on a third-party wallet, you should be able to have that privacy for yourself. And yet we're seeing time and time again with the self-hosted wallet rule, with the legislation that with Elizabeth Warren, introduced last year and again this year, we're seeing this fundamental change where they're trying to say the third-party doctrine isn't good enough. We want to be able to surveil your individual transactions. And again, that just makes zero sense if we are maintaining that we have a constitution in this country, if we're maintaining that the Fourth Amendment is something that exists. And sadly, it's just becoming such a theme that all these laws are coming into place that just, or being proposed, that fundamentally do not make sense.
I think there's an interesting point too about privacy and how we discuss privacy. We talk about privacy almost like it's a four-letter word, right? Like I want to have my privacy. But privacy has been a thing for a long time. We have every kind of trust you can imagine right? There's all kinds of ways to protect assets. We've got offshore havens. We've got a number of different places where we can protect our assets and keep them private. So why is it a new big deal to say, I want my privacy now? Is that because people who aren't paying attorneys, $40,000, $50,000 to set up that trust, they can also have privacy, right? So privacy is something that we've always had. It's too bad it's getting a bad rap.
One quick point. I love that so much because I hate to be like looking at this from a negative perspective, but I think you're spot on because we see more people than ever before have access to privacy, have access to new financial tools. And all of a sudden we're seeing, oh no, that's we don't want that. We don't want you to have that. And it really goes back to, I think it was last summer or the summer before, when the proposal was floated to monitor bank accounts at $600. That was pushed back, but it was still maintained for if you use something like Venmo. And the justification was, we're going after the billionaires that are cheating taxes by monitoring.
At $600.
And that's just so hard to even take.
And we fell
face
for
value.
it. We fell for it. $600. I'm going to catch a billionaire with $600. What?
I mean, you can count them on two hands. Why do you need to look at essentially every American's account? It really doesn't make sense, except for the fact that all of a sudden we have a fundamental change where more people than ever before are having access to new tools and new opportunities. And there are some folks who just can't live with that, sadly.
We've hit on a couple interesting points. I think this brings to the forefront an issue that we brought up and made the framing of this entire conference, which is Bitcoin is unique among cryptocurrencies, and a through line of this entire event has also been Bitcoin is fundamentally different than anything else we've seen before. And Thomas, at the beginning of this, you mentioned that a lot of the issues that are being focused on from a legislative perspective actually are less Bitcoin specific, and multiple people on this panel have mentioned that some of the bills that we've been seeing seem to fundamentally misunderstand how this technology works. So Thomas, I wonder if you can walk us through what are the primary issues that Congress is worried about, and why doesn't that apply to Bitcoin?
Well, so as I mentioned, I think two of the big ones right now that we're seeing are what is the definition of a security and what is going to be the regulation surrounding stablecoin issuance. Is it going to be banks, non-banks? What are the rules around that? And so the securities definition, the regulators have basically admitted, this is definitely not a security, right? The previous panel was discussing this in more detail, but Gary Gensler of the SEC has said, okay, Bitcoin, not a security. Everything else in crypto It might be, even stable coins, which seems like how could that possibly be a security? And so, that's an issue where Bitcoin, I think, has already shown that it's different, right? It's decentralized, it's stable, it has now a long reputation that no other cryptocurrency has for being reliable. It's got a group of developers and people that are running the network that don't ever want it to change. We've seen multiple forks where there was arguments about should we change the code, should we try to improve this, and every single time people decide, no, we want to keep it how it is, right? And so it's got a reputation that it's proven to be reliable, and it's got really only one goal, that it's trying to be money. It's not trying to be everything else. A lot of the other smart contract technology, they want to be the foundation for a lot of other things that I think might be great opportunities, but those goals are fundamentally different than what Bitcoin is trying to do. And so I really think that in the way that it's designed, in the community that it has, in its history already so far, those things are just different than other cryptocurrencies, and the regulators are, acknowledging that.
And this makes me think about the FTX situation, where FTX had this exchange token, FTT token, and because they were the proprietary owners of this token, they were able to issue this token, print this token. They had all of this information about this token that wasn't necessarily public. And when we talk about legislation around securities, we think about, Sam, to your point, auditability, and do we have visibility over these things? And if not, and if the properties of this technology suggest that it's effectively an unregistered security, then how is it fair that the people who print it, pardon my language, the people who issue, these new technologies have way more information than the consumers that they're asking to purchase this technology? That's a fundamental information imbalance. And so, Sam, if you want to continue the point on proof of reserves and how something like proof of reserves stops an FTX type situation in the future, and also why is Bitcoin a fundamental part of that? What about Bitcoin and what makes it different is a fundamental part of what you're doing?
So sort of tangential to that, FTX had 0 Bitcoin. Zero. They had no Bitcoin.
They said they had 86,000, or they were supposed to have 86,000.
On paper,
right?
yeah,
Okay.
someone typed that, but they had absolutely no Bitcoin. So even if proof of reserves isn't great, what's the saying? Perfect is the enemy of good. The liabilities is still sort of an unknown problem. We can still have transparency over the assets, and that would have, if not prevented an FTX systemic crisis from happening, it would have mitigated it at the very least. So I still think implementing some sort of transparent, auditable regime is really important. With respect to what makes Bitcoin different, I echo a lot of the same points as Thomas. I think it's two things really. So there's the form and the matter and the composition, and the composition is Bitcoin. The matter, materially, it was the first of all cryptos that was launched, which means two important things. One, it benefited from those couple years of development that no one was really paying attention to it. You had those early cypherpunks who were building this thing, iterating it. No one, including and most importantly, legislators and regulators, none of them were actually paying attention to it. Secondly, it never had the expectation of insane returns, something that no other crypto today could claim, or no other next generation blockchain could possibly claim. So that's the matter, the material thing. And then in form, the community is the most conservative of any community within the space. And that's very important, because when you are thinking about your savings and you're thinking about sound money, you want something that's robust. You want something that's fixed and something that's hard and that won't change. And of all of the cryptos that exist today, Bitcoin is the least likely to change at all.
By the way, by conservative, you mean fiscally conservative, or do you mean like politically? Okay, we'll table that question. If you saw an announcement earlier today, hopefully you see there is bipartisan nature to this technology. Amina, before we wrap up here, I want to ask you about your work specifically, and maybe talk a little bit about why your organization is Bitcoin first. What about Bitcoin made your company do that? This is a company that is providing financial services to tens of millions of Americans and people around the world. So why is Bitcoin part of your strategy?
So for those of you in the room who are not Cash App customers, I know there's at least one. I think it's very important, as we broaden this conversation about Bitcoin to adoption by everyone, I think it's important that we talk about how other cryptos do not have the same protections that I think folks that have been disenfranchised by TradFi are looking for. The decentralized nature of Bitcoin, the fact that nobody gets to decide who can buy it, who can, transfer it, who can sell it, is actually a very big part of why women, people of color, individuals in other countries are so interested in the growth of this sector. And I think for us at Cash App and at Block, we wanted to provide folks an on-ramp to an industry that is a little difficult to understand. I mean, I think everyone in the room can acknowledge that. To a asset that is unfungible, right? Like, people have tried to hack it, people have tried to change the rules, and they haven't been. And so you can buy, sell, transfer, use the Lightning Network with our product, and I think that's a very important part of democratizing this space so that everyone can be a part of it and not just the folks that were the first ones on the bandwagon.
Talking about the democratization that happens in Bitcoin, I actually really got a clear idea of that listening to Michael Saylor. And he says, if you want to give $10 million to a child who's 5 and you want them to have it when they're 20, right, or 25, right? So you got a 20-year holding period. How do you do that? Put it in real estate, you got holding costs, you got roofs you got to replace, you got all kinds of things you have to do. You want to put it in stocks, you're still subject to volatility of all kinds. Bonds, you've got volatility, you've got interest rate risk, right, all these other different things. So you're going to have some kind of risk, period, right? But with Bitcoin, anybody can put it on a flash drive, save their seed phrase, and know that that Bitcoin is going to be there. The price of the Bitcoin in 20 years is up for debate, right? But it's going to be there with very little holding costs. So that democratization is really important.
Here, as we wrap up this panel and we're coming close to time, just a quick recap, and y'all fill in any blanks that I miss here. What we talked about on this panel, it seems like legislative opportunity is proof of reserves, that, at the end of the day, something like FTX was spurred by bad actors and bad companies and not necessarily the protocol. That a lot of the legislative issues that we're seeing focused on in Congress right now are actually not necessarily related to Bitcoin because it's been effectively classified as a commodity and not a security. KYC, Know Your Customer, and Anti-Money Laundering Acts need to correspond and work within the boundaries or confines of what a technology is actually capable of. And we need to be careful of trying to apply existing laws and regulations to a technology that might not actually work with those laws and regulations. What else am I missing? As we close out, give your final thoughts. Well, what did I miss?
So, I mean, I think even though they're not directly about Bitcoin, the legislation about stablecoins and the definition of a security are opportunities as well, that what we're seeing from the regulators is not great, and so we have a chance with legislation to make that a lot better. I do have thoughts on some of the legislation that would help make it a little bit more simple and likely to pass. If anybody's working on that, I'm happy to discuss it. But also, let me say, for people here, if you're somebody that's trying to change policy in DC or has a proposal for legislators, please try to make it as simple as possible. One of the things that I'm glad people didn't talk about on this panel is that when I was chief economist at Senate Banking, people would come in and say, like, Bitcoin's gonna change the world and we need to rewrite the whole federal code. I was like, whoa, let me stop you right there. We're not gonna rewrite the whole federal code. Come in with some very specific proposal, and as tailored and specific as it is, the shorter it is, the more likely it is to pass. And so I think if we can, pick out as an industry the things that are most important and have some targeted legislation, I think that we can actually, have some positive changes.
Anybody else? Well, with that, if you want to talk about the specific legislation on the floor, we're actually going to have a fireside with Senator Cynthia Lummis later on. So please stick around to that. We're going to dig into a little bit about the bipartisan Lummis-Gillibrand bill that was introduced last year. We're going to talk about what about that bill has stayed the same, what about that bill has changed this year, and see what legislators are actually trying to do to provide regulatory clarity and a regulatory framework for this industry. So with that, thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Nick, Amina, David, Sam, Thomas. Big round of applause.
Thanks, Grant.
All right, good afternoon. We have a 5-minute bathroom break or a caffeine break or leg stretch if you need it. So I'd take advantage of that and then be back here in about 7 minutes and we'll go ahead and get started. So a 7-minute break. Enjoy it. All right. Happy afternoon break. Coming back from that, hope that helped. We're going to go ahead and have our last panel, but we're not finished for the day quite yet. This panel is really fascinating, and it's nice to see a couple friends up here. So really glad you all are out. This is about Bitcoin and financial inclusion, and it's sponsored by Foundry. I also wanted to say thank you to all of the sponsors up here. I mean, especially like this, yeah. For the first year, like events are very difficult to put on, and so it really alleviates a lot of stress and allows folks to focus on like the best quality content that we can with sponsors like this. So especially from one miner to other miners, big thank you to the mining community for stepping it up as well. Really appreciate it. And I know a lot of folks are going to join the Bitcoin Today Coalition for a day of Hill visit meetings tomorrow, both, I'd say, like 50-50 Dem and Republican meetings. So really appreciate everyone who's coming out for that as well. And if you're really feeling the need to join, we probably have like 2 spots left, but tapped out after that. So let's go ahead and get this panel started. It's going to be moderated by Ian Gaines, and Ian's with the Bitcoin Policy Institute, and then we have Charlene Federico with Bitcoin Africa Show and Mango Digital Strategies, and we also co-wrote the book Bitcoin and the American Dream, so I got to know this amazing human very well, very fortunate. And Greg Schultz, who's become a friend. I think we met through a Lightning entrepreneur almost 2 years ago now. So really amazing to see you up here and joining us for this. Greg was the primary campaign manager for Joe Biden's presidential campaign. And we Arden Hale, who's regent with the New York State Education Department Board of Regents. So we've got a really amazing group up here and really excited about this panel. So thanks again for joining us.
Thank you. So for this panel, we want to have a perspective that's human-centered, right? When we think about Bitcoin and financial inclusion. And hopefully through our discussion, we can illustrate how confidence and legacy financial institutions have eroded over time, and why Bitcoin, with its unique monetary properties, is the only existing network that can fully really reinstate that trust. So to get a grounding, when we look at statistics, 44% of the people who own Bitcoin and cryptocurrency are people of color, right? 30% of black investors own cryptocurrency versus only 17% of white investors. So in our nation today, on a percentage basis, people of color are leading cryptocurrency adoption by over double digits, right? So I think that's a framework that we should keep in mind as these conversations continue. And I think in this conversation, the idea of trust, trusting in finance, trusting in banking services, and the historical precedent that has been set for marginalized communities, underserved communities, and how has that trust been broken at many times. And what about Bitcoin can reinstate that? So I guess I'll start with, well, you're next to me, Adrian, so I'll go with you.
Let's do it.
So give us a sense of, what are some current barriers of gaining fair access to finance in America today?
Yeah, so what you didn't hear in my title was I'm actually the Economic and Community Development Director for Foundry, and I'm also Director for Foundry Deploy and Repair. And we service the greater Rochester, Finger Lakes community in upstate New York, and so we have great challenges as it relates to poverty. For those of you who don't know, Rochester is 3rd in the country in poverty overall, and we're 2nd in childhood poverty. And so as it relates to really bringing folks into the Bitcoin network and seeing the potential that lies there as it relates to access to financial services without being, turned away because of your credit report or your credit history or how much income you make, or just bias in general that the current legacy systems have built into them. Education has been the greatest barrier because not only is there the FUD of the media narratives around the Ponzi schemes and you could lose your money, and you're talking about folks who already don't have access to large sums of money, so what they do have, they have to take in what they're gonna do with it very seriously. And so what we've done in Rochester is created educational effort at every stage of the P12 pipeline. And I won't go too in depth with that, but at the high school level, we've designed a blockchain fundamentals course. And for any of you who have struggled your way through a Bitcoin 101, you know why high school kids need their own blockchain fundamentals to really help them understand those properties that you talked about. But even before that, at the K-12 or the elementary level, we started a program called DeFi, which stands for Decentralizing Education for Youth. And we realized that before you can even deal with blockchain fundamentals at the high school level, you have to have a strong STEM foundation at the elementary level, and that's the cornerstone of that is math. And so we bring math enrichment in to 4th grade students and 8th grade students within our city schools 2 to 3 times a week. So these are just efforts that we've taken to overcome the educational barrier, not just to get beyond the FUD, but to ensure that folks who have a great need for the promise of decentralized infrastructure, that they know how to go about using it and that they have the capabilities to do so.
Great. And moving along, I would say taking from education is definitely a barrier. I don't think anybody in here is in high school. So for those, what are some other barriers that we are constantly facing?
Yeah, so Ian, you mentioned this idea of mistrust or lack of trust between marginalized communities and the traditional finance system. I think it's really important to be honest about the past, but here's the thing, you don't even have to look to the past to see the problem. You can actually look in the present. In 2021, Wells Fargo paid $186 million of a fine for steering subprime loans to Black and Latino investors. Just last year, Wells Fargo paid a $3.7 billion fine for a range of consumer protection violations. But this thing is not limited to Wells Fargo. JP Morgan Chase paid a $20 million fine for racial discrimination with regard to their financial advisor business. And the list goes on and on and on. So when you tell me that the United States banking system or traditional finance is working, my question is, working for whom? That's the bad news. But here's the good news. Bitcoin is a new, open, transparent monetary system that is our opportunity to finally get it right. This is our chance to be honest about the mistakes, mostly policy mistakes of the past, recognize who's been marginalized, recognize who's been unbanked, underbanked, badly banked, and credit invisible, bring those people in the fold, and give them the financial access that they deserve to finally participate in the American economy.
Yeah, and if you look at the current American financial system, they've had about 100 years to close the gap in underserved communities, communities of color, and you just really have not seen any sizable shift in banking the unbankable, or let's get into redlining for property, or the fact that people of color with the same background other than being the wrong zip code and being a person of color get charged higher rates or don't even get access to a small business loan. So the system is just, I don't say it's not working, but it's not working for millions and millions of Americans. And so you were kind and said an erosion of trust. I would say in some communities, there's just never been that trust established. And a lot of this is like showing up. And if you don't have, traditionally, if you don't have access to a brick and mortar bank, who do you have trust with? And so, I think there was a report, this is fintech writ large, but during the pandemic, the San Francisco Fed even said when, fintech, which crypto is part of that broad kind of category, when that was employed, you started to see for the first time loans being spread out more representative of the community as large. So we've had 100 years. It'd be great if some of the big banks you mentioned made major strides or even big strides. But as you kind of pointed out, in the last couple of years, got a couple $2 billion of fine for not making progress, but in some ways institutionalizing the ability to make any means moving forward. So,
absolutely. And to give a historical context, I won't give a full history lesson, but when we going from today to the beginning of the banking system for emancipated Black, former slaves, right? When we look at the Freedmen's Bank, Savings Bank, it was instated in 1865. And this was the savings bank. It was through a U.S. charter bank. And within 10 years, former slaves, they put in $72 million into this bank, right? This is, 1870s, right? Which would be worth $5 billion today. $5 billion today. And through mismanagement, through exploitation, and blatant plundering, that was all evaporated. So when we talk about trust, what trust? There hasn't been trust from the beginning of banking in underserved communities, and it only continues to this day. Now, that may be the DNA, but, it comes down to now it may look like, oh, you're considered a higher financial risk, right? And so on average, with the same level of credit worthiness, background in education, salary, Black customers have to pay on average 1.4% higher interest rates, right? This is just the reality. I don't have, I don't know the opaque calculations behind the closed doors, what's calculated, but I sure know the results, right? So I think that well established, the current sort of conditions. Now,
but I do want to point out, though, what that leaves is then the predatory lending. And so now if you actually need access to money quickly, you're paying rates 10, 20, that's generous, 50, 60, 70, 100%, 200%. And there's statistics I think you've all seen that the average, it's like 60% of America couldn't come up with $400 in an emergency if they had to, which is just, that is a very scary thought to begin with. But then you think about, well, how can they get that? And even if they have a friend or family that can do it, the transaction fees to get from one place to another, you really put a lot of Americans in a jam by having just, not only just the lack of financial services, but those that you do have access to are so punitive on purpose.
Right. So having that grounding, let's look at alternatives, right? If the current system hasn't worked for many groups here in America, I know Alex Gladstein had the human rights perspective that takes a global look, but looking domestically here for those who are in need. When we look at the crypto market, there's tens of, 10,000, 15,000 different coins. Look at DeFi. All right, if we know this current system is not working, what about a DeFi protocol in terms of, does it bring the same level of financial autonomy that is often desired in these communities?
Well, I can speak to a project that we are launching in Rochester, but it's really in its infancy right now because we're still thinking through what execution would look like. But we're partnering with local community-based organizations and trying to figure out how can we get some of these impoverished families to get ownership of their data and information. And a lot of you know that data right now is the new oil. A lot of these huge tech companies are making most of their money off of the collection of data and then the selling of that data. So how can we give families that are in poverty ownership of their data, put it on the blockchain, and then allow them to decide who gets access to it? And when they give access to it, how do we also ensure that they get a return, whether it's some kind of token or other kind of cryptocurrency, to where it's also transferable in USD. And we're trying to figure out now with our tech company called Tech Rochester, which is a conglomeration of different tech companies within our community, community-based organizations who work directly with the organizations, and us at Foundry convening this whole effort to really figure out how do we wield this technology and execute on the socioeconomic problem-solving power that is inherent within it. And then I'll just close with this. The real, in our minds, we understand Bitcoin is really just the door, right? Blockchain has a lot of potential, and we feel like the only way to really realize that potential is to ensure that the people who are closest to need and in need understand what it can do and then determine what those uses are. And I think right now that the conversation of use cases is a really technical conversation where people are trying to figure out the applicability of blockchain technology without really understanding the needs of the folks who can be best served by it. And so that's our theory of action at Foundry, is to figure out how to develop these kinds of use cases that have an applicability to where folks are most in need.
So
I'll just say real quick, Adrian, you're nicer than me because you're not going to call out other protocols, but go ahead.
So for me, it's just really simple. Bitcoin is a better choice of money for the world. Bitcoin protects the everyday or the purchasing power of the everyday American. It protects the purchasing power of Africans. It attacks the purchasing power of everyday people in the global South. Right? It allows people access to open, honest, transparent money, giving them the ability to have the autonomy and self-sovereignty to have a brighter financial future. And that is something that everyone on this planet deserves.
And to me, to sum it up, Bitcoin is colorblind. And when so many people are excluded from financial services, again, because of the color of their skin or the zip code they live in, Bitcoin and Bitcoin protocol doesn't operate under that kind of system, thankfully.
And so to your point, right, because I think it's an important one. So when you talk about the purchasing power of folks, and what we've noticed, and I think a lot of you have, I think one of the biggest, barriers to people using Bitcoin as a medium of exchange, which is the fact that some folks who don't have a lot of money, if you put like $10 into Bitcoin, it could be $8, right? Like it could be $12, like it fluctuates. And then even getting local merchants to want to accept Bitcoin, right, in lieu of USD and other currencies, has also been a little bit of a challenge. So we actually just launched a nonprofit at Foundry called Rock the Block. And two of the primary missions of Rock the Block is, number one, to promote the widespread adoption of these technologies, because we have to assemble a network of different businesses within our ecosystem locally, so that if a person did want to use Bitcoin as their preferred means of exchange, they could walk into a grocery store or anywhere else they have needs and it could be accepted. But also promoting the widespread adoption of the use of Bitcoin, because not only do we want it to appreciate in value, but we also want to provide price stability, right? It's difficult for folks to use it or to trust it if they just put in $15 and they're like, oh, my $15 that I was going to use to do this just turned into $12, right? So we do want to promote widespread adoptions so that we can bring some stability and so folks can, build that trust within the system and the network as well.
So let's look into use cases and how we each use it in our business, advocation. I think that's very important. I'll start with you, Charlene. You got your way into many different doors. You speak into the top of the top. So, as a Bitcoin consultant for corporations and networks overall, how is Bitcoin involved in your work?
Yeah, so as was mentioned before, I run a company called Mango Digital Strategies, and we partner with corporations and deliver Bitcoin education in Black and Brown communities. And so last year, I had the pleasure of going to a number of U.S. cities and really talking about Bitcoin and sharing them. And I'll just tell a quick story, which I think really embodies the experiences that I had, nearly during every session. So after I finished my session, a woman, her name was Marta, came up to me and said, hey, Charlene, I've been a Bitcoiner for 3 years. Now, Marta was Afro-Latina, probably in her early 50s, and she said, not only am I a Bitcoin investor, I've never been a stock investor, and I taught all of my friends how to use Bitcoin. And I said, that's amazing, Marta. And then she made my jaw drop, and she said, Charlene, at the all-time high, I sold a portion of my portfolio and took my mother on her very first vacation to Portugal. And so, you know, to me, that story is so important because it dispels this myth that low-income people can't learn Bitcoin. It dispels this myth that, you know, it's too complicated for people to understand. It dispels this myth that they're not okay. They need to be protected from an investment industry. And time again, where I went to Newark, New Jersey, Durham, North Carolina, I went to Boston, and it was the same story. There were folks that had never invested in the traditional markets before, felt very comfortable and fluent in Bitcoin, and they were proud to show me that they were Bitcoin investors. And then the one last thing is that there's something that really changes a person when they feel like they're a Bitcoin investor. You know, and I've shared this story before, but they sit up a little bit straighter. They smile, they're confident, right? So you're seeing just this idea of financial empowerment, this financial autonomy, this financial independence that everybody, both in marginalized communities and not, everyone wants, needs, and deserves. And that is the power of Bitcoin, and that is the power of Bitcoin in marginalized communities in the United States and all around the world.
Right. And I think what's really important about when we talk about the unique properties, permissionless access, right? Permissionless access. In no time in history where, you know, certain populations had to ask permission, they got the short end of the stick every single time, right? That's why this network is so incredibly important and powerful. Greg, I'm gonna have to ask you, not a gotcha, but I'm gonna read it so I don't mess up here. So, as a former Biden administration campaign manager, fair access to a monetary network that mitigates, if not fully eliminates, subjective discrimination in financial accessibility would seem to be a cause that would be, let's say, enthusiastically championed, right? However, the current environment does not reflect this. Could you speak to where that disconnect stands?
Yeah, and I'll separate, there's the Hill and all of the variances that happen on the Hill. And then I'm just going to talk about the well-meaning, generic Biden policy staffer who understands that one of the 4 pillars of the Biden administration in the first term is racial equity. So that's the perspective I'm trying to like reach into their mind. And you imagine, you talk about all the policies to close the racial wealth gap, you talk about all the policies, whether it's how long people live or the earning potential, and you look at like this policymaker's mind, and it's climate and how does that affect your rates of asthma. You look at access to capital to start a small business. You look at workforce training, educational opportunities. You look at crime. These are all, so in your mind, it's like, okay, I've got to help move the ball forward on racial equity. And you've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 buckets that we've been debating, working on for decades. And so then you've got like this much left of bandwidth for like new ideas. This isn't like a critique, this is just the reality of a White House job or a job at HUD or Commerce. I mean, you got this much. And what you notice, what you know about crypto or Bitcoin is basically a bunch of white guys that live in Silicon Valley or New York tweet, either it's about Elon Musk and Doge or Sam Bankman-Fried, and all of this like bandwidth in your mind for like what this digital asset is, what Bitcoin is taken up by basically, I don't want to just single those 2 guys, but that's like a symbol of like, that's the bandwidth. And so at that point, the conversation availability for digital asset and Bitcoin conversations is basically taken up. I think the reality is when you look at the international, where you have super high inflation or you've got authoritarian regimes, and you have to rely on Bitcoin because there really isn't a real financial services system, that is a easier to understand use case from like a policymaker's mind. When you're in the United States and you're like, well, 90% of people use the traditional financial services, we've got all these other things to work on. We are not at a spot yet that Bitcoin and digital assets we're able to have a real honest conversation. Now, I'm actually hopeful. I think Rahm Emanuel had this great quote, like, don't waste a good crisis. And in some ways, crypto winter, if that's what it's okay to call that, I think gives us a reset because the hype is gone. And I think the hype was taking up a lot of bandwidth because all you knew is prices kept going up and people, white people in particular, just kept getting rich. And I think now we actually can go back to like use cases. And that's not like the industry's fault. It's a reality of just the market for the last couple of years. And it's not helped, again, by Sam Bankman-Fried and Elon Musk. But my hope is that the use cases, the story you just mentioned, we can begin telling those stories. We can begin telling those stories. And I think we have to find, and I'm glad you said stability. Trust is super important, but stability is very important too. The last thing you want to do in a community that is faced lots of disruptions is throw in more instability. But I do think these small use cases and the narrative around Bitcoin, I'm not saying it needs to change, but it needs to be more focused to the right audiences. And some of you may have seen the announcement with Tim Ryan and David McIntosh. I think that's, my hope is that under that effort, under this Bitcoin Policy Institute umbrella, can actually make some strides towards that. But it gets down to bandwidth. I actually have talked to friends in the Biden administration, and like literally I had coffee with someone in the White House who's a friend, and she's like, "Oh, Greg, you still doing like stuff on crypto?" Because she has an account at, and she's got some different coins. So they're there. We just have to make their, we have to simplify it and give them a real world example that we can grow out.
Charlene, I want to ask you a similar question. Looking at the disconnect, when we look at Bitcoin, it should be nonpartisan, right? It should be nonpartisan, and how it's designed is in a way that serves the least of these, right? Mm-hmm. And right now, the predominant sort of narrative and the loudest voices are mostly coming from one side of the aisle. And this could be a utility that would help the constituencies that many parties, are defending and fight for legislation to protect. So is it a messaging issue? Where are the solutions there, you see?
Well, I think that a conversation, an event like this is the first step, right? I think that we have to begin to start sharing those more nuanced narratives of Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin has grown up quite a bit over the past couple of years, and we have to get a little bit smarter and a little more sophisticated about how we tell the story. Bitcoin is different things to different people. We all know that, right? And people receive the message of Bitcoin in a different way, and it absolutely depends on who's delivering that message. Right? That's the same thing. Remember, Bitcoin is money. Money is personal. It's emotional. It's cultural. We need to remember that. And when we're delivering these conversations about Bitcoin, understand our audience and make sure we're creating a narrative that's going to resonate. I think that we are on the path to success with telling a more sophisticated, more advanced Bitcoin narrative that is very complex, but it is steeped in the utility both in the United States but also around the world.
So I just want to, I'll piggyback on the two answers from my colleagues here and just say this. When we think about the best way to go about promoting technology, I think as an industry, number one, we have to be more strategic with who our allies are, who our champions are, and who become the faces of our cause. Having recently just been elected by a joint session of the New York State Legislature and now being on the New York State Board of Regents, where we oversee all educational activities within the state of New York, I can make sure it's a priority that technical education and ensuring that kids have the skills that they're going to need to be successful in the future. Mind you, a future that for many of us is already here, but for them, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, the world is going to look very, very different. And so I think in many ways, we have to be honest as an industry when it comes to electing our own leaders and electing our own champions and people who are products of our industry, who know the ins and outs and the benefits and can provide us advocacy stability, regardless of what the gravity in places like Washington or Albany says. So that's number one. Number two, we have to have a more holistic approach because, to your point, Charlene, movements come from the bottom up, right? So we have to go and engage the folks in the population that this technology has the most promise for. And so I just want to give a small example of something that we did at Foundry to try to do that. We're talking about the front end, investments, the price of Bitcoin and whatnot, but if you heard earlier from other panels, there's a whole industry of controllable loads and the intersectionality between Bitcoin mining and energy and even the mining operations themselves. And you know what we brought to inner city Rochester? Jobs, not just any jobs, high-paying jobs. And we brought them to youth because we understood that they were going to be a part of this decentralized infrastructure in the future. We took our first cohort. They needed math and literacy enrichment. We gave them that. They needed driver's education for licenses. We gave them that. They needed cars. We gave them transportation grants for that. And then we gave them $60,000 a year jobs, which put them at 100% of an African American within New York State and 200% of an African American within Greater Rochester. And guess what? They can go and evangelize this message to their families and their neighborhoods because their lives are transformed. And these young people, to build on your point, Charlene, right? These young people who many folks would have casted away, not only started with installation and deinstallation, but now they've gone on to do troubleshooting, diagnostics, and repair. And Foundry has a whole business service now powered by this cohort of young adults who have embraced the technical side of Bitcoin mining. And so my point is, there's a message to be told in holistic perspective, and it has to come from the ground up. Last piece, you talked about historical context. I've heard in many different communities, folks wanting to bring back something called Black Wall Street, which existed in Tulsa, Oklahoma. All the means to do so exist now with this technology. And so are we thinking outside the box enough to put all the pieces together to start to create those kinds of vibrant inner city economic corridors to transform communities? And guess what, Greg? That's your use case. That's the narrative. That's what people have to see to tell elected leaders, you don't have a choice on whether you're going to support this or not. But we have to be smart and strategic about how we operate as an industry and be clear about what our objectives are. We can't, I always say, hope is not a strategy. We can't just hope at some point people's perspectives to what we do are going to change. We have to be just as intentional as our opposition.
Amazing. I think we have a couple of minutes, so I just want to sort of leave you guys with this scenario. Because when people ask me, like, okay, why Bitcoin? And I say it's a permissionless network, right? It's the purest form of financial autonomy. So what does that mean? Everybody think about your worst enemy. Think about the person who doesn't want you to succeed, doesn't want your kids to do well, economically advance. And if they were in control of your banking, they'll try to make it as difficult as possible for you to advance, right? Worst person, okay. So when we look at the traditional financial system, if that person was at the levers, they could restrict you from certain access, right? They could do that because central authority. Okay, then we didn't talk about CBDCs, but that puts that level of control on steroids, right? So they really could dictate where you're spending your money. All right, we look at DeFi, we look at proof of stake. We didn't talk too much about that, but it runs by a consensus mechanism that, the golden rule, whoever holds the gold makes the rules. So it compounds wealth over time, if you're a node validator. But Bitcoin, your worst enemy, if he or she participates in that network, the only thing that he can do is further secure your coins on the blockchain. That's all he can do by participating him working in his self-interest is helping secure your coins on the blockchain. So respectfully, there is no better alternative. And with that, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we have 2 firesides remaining. We're just waiting. Somebody had to take a sort of a emergency call here real fast. They're on their way in, so I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm just killing like 2 minutes right now. And so once again, thank you guys for coming out. Senator Lummis is gonna be with us here shortly. She's finishing up a vote over on the Hill, and we'll have a fireside with her. Our co-founder, Grant McCarty, is on his way to the stage as we speak. He's going to be doing a fireside one-on-one with Chairman Bowdre. And so if you just hang with us for about 30 more seconds, we will be right back with you. Livestream, don't leave. We're staying here. We're staying here till 5 o'clock. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. We want to welcome to the stage Bitcoin Policy Institute co-founder Grant McCarty and Chairman Elijah Bowdre of the Miami-Dade County Cryptocurrency Task Force. Let's hear it for them.
All right, which chair? Okay, thank you everybody for joining us. We're at the end of a long day. The fact that all of you are still here, I'm very impressed. You get like a little bronze star that will stick on you. So thank you, and thank you to folks on the live stream. Ooh, thank you to the folks on the live stream who are still here. Chairman Bowdre, why don't you do a quick introduction, self-introduction? You know, feel free to talk yourself up a little bit, or I can do it for you. Okay. So Chairman Bowdre is the chairman of the Miami-Dade Cryptocurrency Task Force. If you were watching the Fireside with Senator Cruz, he specifically mentioned Miami as, in some ways, a direct competitor to what cities like Austin are doing, what states like Texas are doing. And it's brought up this theme of, all right, what is the difference between state versus federal versus city level legislation and regulation? And so, Eliiah, why don't you kick us off and tell us a little bit, is it state versus federal? Is there a competition?
Well, first of all, thank you so much. Thank you to the Institute, to everyone actually that's here, that are Bitcoiners, or blockchainers more broadly. There's no versus. There is no versus at all. That's the first thing I want to say. All government is local government. Right? So even the things that happen, especially things that happen here in this city, they reverberate out to the districts, the counties, the cities, you know, to every individual citizen. I have been very blessed to be on this, you know, I'll call it this Bitcoin journey since 2012, when I first came into contact with it, living in Shanghai, China. And since that time, you know, creating my own coin, you know, working with other people in Southeast Asia, and you know, eventually moving back to America, and actually, you know, being a crypto evangelist, going to many quinceañeras and bar mitzvahs in Dade County with my government position, but also talking about this blockchain and this Bitcoin. So I've been very blessed that in that time, 2016, 2017, to about the pandemic, to have you know, evangelized and converted many of our past county officials, city government, fire agencies, tourism board, or what have you. And in 2020, wrote the actual resolution for Miami-Dade Blockchain Board, which really didn't go anywhere until FTX agreed to pay $135 million, and I kind of really resurrected it. Since that time, you know, becoming the chairman, going out to Wyoming, shouts out to Cheyenne, to Wyoming. We did our first envoy out there, and Wyoming was really the pioneers of you know, blockchain and crypto legislation, and so we at Miami like to be calling ourselves the premier right now.
So we brought up Wyoming and Cheyenne, Texas and Austin. You've got Miami and Florida, Nashville and Tennessee. All of these cities, all of these states are vying in some ways to be the premier destination for the Bitcoin industry, right? So what type of opportunities exist on a state and local level? What can you do, whether it's in your current position or the broader city and state apparatus? What can you all do to make it better for companies to be in your city or state? And why is that ultimately good for the U.S.?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for that question. So I'll start by just backing up a little bit, providing some context. So I'm originally from Long Beach, California, but I'm a South Florida transplant and love Miami. But South Florida in general is a very important world region. So on the domestic level, it's about 40% of the state of Florida revenue. And you know, state of Florida goes back and forth between, you know, 4th, 5th largest state. It's always a swing state, so it's always pretty interesting, always in play. In addition to that, there's a very large, vibrant immigrant community. Financially, South Florida is the capital of South America and of the Caribbean. So you have this huge metropolitan international nexus. And so that is the groundwork that allows for a lot of these kind of I'll watch my words. I was going to say progressive, but I'll say advanced legislation or policy allow us to do things. It's absolutely good for our region. The first thing is because there's a large population that do remittances. A lot of people who are not from there who call home and they send money back. So even before crypto or Bitcoin, South Florida was a hub for finance. So now, moving into the future, there's a lot of convolution between what we're doing as a county legislatively, and then what's happening kind of on the surface, which is culturally. And so, Miami-Dade County consists of 34 cities. Right? The city of Miami is one city within that county, just like Miami Beach or Miami Gardens. So, but the county, because we've written policy, allowing some of the first to allow crypto for employee payments, also for accepting of taxes and fees, and the next actual round will be. I've written a municipal blockchain pilot program that we're getting ready to launch. And so this is at non-payments, non-finance side, because we're still doing lobbying at the state level, and then obviously here in DC at the federal level, see how those rules play out. But utilizing the technology, integrating it, just really sets it up for the future, so that people can use their Bitcoin, and access to the upside it has for the future.
Yeah, one of the things I like about this conversation and being able to speak with you is so much what we've been talking about at this conference has been from a federal perspective and how Bitcoin aligns with American values like, freedom, financial privacy, financial inclusion. And what I think is pretty amazing about our current system is that you can do things at that federal level that embody those values, and you can do things at a state level that embody specific values of your state or local, government's ultimate goals and values, right? So we've seen, especially kind of post-COVID, people are moving to cities and states that align more or less with their values. And I think the Bitcoin industry and the broader digital asset industry has shown that to be true on both a state and federal level. There are companies talking about if they don't get regulatory clarity, they're open to leaving the country. We've seen companies already do that. We've seen, in some ways, lack of regulatory clarity and lack of clear guardrails in this country keep companies out of the U.S. from the beginning, and then we're not able to regulate them as efficiently and effectively, and bad things happen. And I think you see that at a state level as well. You see companies moving to different places because they go, okay, maybe at a federal level we don't have this all ironed out, but at least this state gives me decent guardrails that I know where to draw on the lines, essentially. And so, wrapping this up, I am curious whether you want to talk about what's on the pipeline for you all, or just broadly, what type of clarity can Miami-Dade and the state of Florida provide maybe that the federal government can't? And what do the next few years look like for you and your role and your city and your state?
Well, excellent. You're a very great question, actually. Actually, I want to say that too. It's been flawless. I've got to take some lessons from you. Well, I'm glad you asked that. So, at a national level, at a global level, I've been an expat for 9 years. I lived in China. I've been over 40 countries and done business in 11 countries for myself. After the financial crash, I was a banker working in New York, hedge fund private equity sales, and just watching the global reverberations that had. The U.S. being number one in Bitcoin is a national security issue. I'll say that again. It's not a novelty. It's not an extra thing. It's a national security issue. From being hyperlocal, but like I said, with my experience in it and seeing where it was when I first started with it to now, and then now to even to have written legislation or policy, and now to even be here in DC and give my comments in congressional hearings or what have you. The number one reverberation for me is that we're running out of time. All right? If you look backwards, empires and nations can blink. They can blink. All right? American exceptionalism is not guaranteed. It's only guaranteed if we continue to guarantee it. All right? Hiding our hand in the sand or allowing something so revolutionary to be become in our partisan back and forth labyrinth is one of the biggest mistakes we can ever make. And so for me, looking about from my position, what I can actually do. On the finance side, Wyoming has showed the way of how to lobby, how to advocate your CFO for your state, for FinTech Sandbox, so that you can actually loosen some of the regulations around how you transact different issues with money seller's license or FINRA or what a municipality can custody. So that's something that's is ongoing. But what I did to two things I did to that we're doing to try to not circumvent but to continue progress is one, this pilot program that focuses on the use of the underlying technology, which is the blockchain, and integrating that into everyday life, much like El Salvador wallets, but they did it right with the payments, so they have the ping points. But getting people integrated in technology makes it easier than to, once the finance question is settled, to turn that on. The second one, though, is something a little bit more ambitious that I guess I'll share here. And so we cannot custody any crypto. So the Miami-Dade County, we don't hold, there's no crypto person or blockchain person that's holding crypto. It's third party, right? So people can still access it. Right? We've been progressive in our policies and are just kind of been able to push and experiment in those things. But I just want to be very clear. So that will go on. But so if you're paying taxes and fees, you have to pay that to the state one-to-one, right? But there's non-discretionary funds that we collect, right? And so if you leave a tree in your yard for 6 months and you don't pick it up, and you get a $10,000 bill, that money is not necessarily one-to-one owed to the state, right? It goes into a separate account for the county. I'm writing a resolution to propose, as well as lobbying our CFO for the state, to propose that we create a special waiver to custody, to actually, I want to watch this word, not invest, but to custody, these crypto assets, so that we can participate in a larger of the actual upside. But right now, a municipality cannot, custody a speculative alternative financial asset. It's not in our fiduciary purview. I'm very excited about that. I love the right policy and stuff like that. So we have the pilot program, and then we have this kind of like bonus money, public investment fund resolution. All right, these are ideas, but also the cryptocurrency task force was an idea, and the blockchain was an idea that we're hoping to push it on. The innovations and the strides we make on a local level, we want to use that to essentially wag the dog, to say, hey, we're using it. And there's other municipalities as well. In California, they're putting some of their records on the Tezos blockchain, or in Texas, all the wonderful things they're doing. In Utah, you can put your marriage license on the blockchain. And Wyoming, they created the first public DAO, LLC DAO. There's so many things that are happening that are siloed because we're decentralized. But the number one resounding message is that we have to be unified in our message. Is that it's not if I like crypto or don't like Bitcoin or this industry. We must move forward in engaging it so that America keeps its place in the front of technology. Imagine if another country created the internet or created the cell phone or the cloud computing, right? And America wasn't the dominant in there. It would be a different paradigm, right? And so that's kind of my biggest message, is that we all should be unified as we're decentralized.
Thank you for sharing. No, it's fascinating because this is happening in your municipality, and it's happening, like, these types of things, not specifically what you talked about, these conversations are happening everywhere, all the time. And so close us out here. How can people in the audience interact with you? What's your call to action, whether that's from people here or people on the live stream or policy folks, right? What can they do to further the work that you're doing?
Well, one, coming to events like this. So if you give a round of applause for this institute, the work you guys are doing. Honestly.
I thought we were clapping for the audience, so my bad.
Well, that's the reason why, information, education is the number one resounding thing. So coming together, being unified in our message, that's why we sponsored, wanted to be a sponsor for this event. All right, so in addition to being a crypto public official, I'm also co-founder and creator of the BitPoint, which you see here. And the BitPoint is basically our collective. It's a crypto info news show, but also it's our mission is to to chronicle the phenomenon of this fourth industrial revolution. And report on the team, players, and projects that are decentralized, but with a unified message that, not just America, but America needs to engage in it, and we need to be supportive of it, and to recognize that no matter where you are, what city you're in, or what sector of it, that that's why we have the Institute, that we are unified, and to recognize that we are truly peering over the precipice of a paradigm, preparing to pioneer a new path, realizing that the physical world can only be accepted as first, and that our digital reality can no longer be denied at last. These tectonic transitions are caused by technology's position, with the prodigious potential to transform every tier in class. So we've been entrusted this vision, so that with prudent decision, we all may be multiplied by this immutable math. I'm Elijah John Bowdre, chairman of the Miami-Dade County Cryptocurrency Task Force and a lifelong Bitcoiner, blockchainer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Stay tuned for a fireside with Senator Cynthia Lummis. Chairman Bowdre, thank you. Hang out a little bit. I know the Senate vote got pushed back, and so we were originally, supposed to have this fireside a little bit earlier. Thank you all for being patient. All right, thank you for being patient, and very excited to introduce Senator Cynthia Lummis, I think our senator that understands this industry the most and really understands the difference between Bitcoin and everything else, and has an extremely strong grasp on mining as well, which I absolutely appreciate as a miner who happens to have a few machines in Wyoming. So really appreciate this time that she's spending with us and sharing her insight and wisdom and where she thinks we're going and what we'll see in the future. So Grant McCarty will be up here as well, so it'll be a nice fireside chat and just wonderful way to end the day. So thank you everyone for coming, and really appreciate everyone who tuned in and all of our sponsors as well. Thanks. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us. I believe the Senate vote got delayed.
It did. We got it over with, and we came over here as fast as we could.
Yeah, I might have mentioned it earlier. Apparently, congressional schedules are busy. Who would have thought? So let's just jump into it. I've got a ton of questions, obviously, but I think first and foremost, I think a lot of folks in the audience are going to be wondering, what got you first interested in Bitcoin? And not just that, but what made you realize, hey, this is going to be a key part of my political platform?
Well, my now son-in-law introduced me to Bitcoin, and he went over it 3 or 4 times before it began to sink in. But it sank in for a couple of reasons. One is I had been Wyoming's state treasurer, and we were investing monies from mining for oil, gas, and coal in a permanent mineral trust fund, the corpus of which is inviolate. The interest, dividends, and realized capital gains were used for the state's legislature on its general fund. So I was investing that money. I was always looking in a diversified asset allocation that included income-producing investments as well as stores of value, because we were taking minerals out of the ground, converting them to cash, and then we wanted to use some of the income now and then have them be inviolate for the future. So we wanted to retain some store of value for future generations, even within this investment portfolio. So I was always looking for items within the fully diversified asset allocation that represented a store of value. So when my now son-in-law and other of his friends began explaining the store of value concepts of Bitcoin, it really resonated with me. And then the other concept was the concept of mining. Because we had been literally mining coal, oil, gas, bentonite, uranium in different ways. You mine uranium in situ. There is no open pit. It looks like a few little beehives sitting out in a field that are pushing ions towards a well and mining that way. So different concepts of mining also resonated with me. So the fact that you mine it, the fact it's a store of value, and then now that the Lightning Network is here, that it represents an opportunity to further be a means of exchange is interesting. And then I had been in the Congress on the House side for 8 years. Right when I left, I was invited to speak at the Satoshi Roundtable. And the topic was, how does Congress work? And of course, thank goodness the topic wasn't Bitcoin, because I didn't know enough about it then. But that was in 2017. And that was a significant year for Bitcoin because there was a lot about the forks, Bitcoin Cash. It was a controversial meeting. It was in Cancun, so I thought, oh, this will be great. After 8 years in the House, I'll go to a beach. I never went to the beach. I sat in a room like this with no windows in Cancun for 2 days and just listened to the dialogue, the discussion among people. And I just found it so fascinating that that was my first real orange pill experience. And it has never worn off.
So what do people miss, whether that's members that you're speaking to or policymakers in the crowd? How is it that you have dove headfirst into understanding this technology and then, as we'll get to later on in the conversation, legislating on this technology? And I'll tell you firsthand, from the Bitcoin Policy Institute, we've taken meetings with hundreds of different congressional offices. And I actually don't hear as much of, I hate this technology, it's bad. I hear a lot of, this technology is very interesting, we're open to it, but XYZ reason why they're skeptical. So why is it that many others are open to innovation but skeptical, and maybe what are they missing about this technology that has allowed you to take the leap beyond that?
Well, it's thanks in no small part to you that people understand that this is interesting technology, because that in itself is a huge advance from where we were when I first arrived in the Senate. People didn't even know the difference between Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, other digital assets. They thought that maybe Bitcoin was the Kleenex to cryptocurrencies or tissues. You know, they thought they were all synonymous. And so it's taken a long time for people to understand that not all cryptocurrencies are alike. And as we've watched some of the failures in the last year that involved cryptocurrencies other than Bitcoin, it has driven that point home. And further, having testimony in Congress from companies like Chainalysis, for those members of the Senate who think Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, Silk Road, criminal activity, drugs, and they kind of go down this mental inventory that they have when they think about it, you are helping dispel that. Chainalysis is helping dispel that. Law enforcement is helping dispel that. And so a lot of progress has been made by you. So I want to come here and personally thank you all for taking the time to educate your members of Congress and their staff. Your willingness to be very open with them about this technology has helped tremendously.
You mentioned FTX, and I'd be remiss if I didn't bring it up. We're 5-6 months out of a $32 billion implosion and fraud, and I think we've seen many, both members of Congress, but people in general, who were maybe curious or interested in this industry, actually retreat in the 6 months since. So I guess essentially, why are you up here on stage today at a Bitcoin Policy Summit when a lot of folks got scared off?
Yeah, well, this has been a bit of a one step forward and 2 steps back experience. And there definitely were setbacks even within the Congress, the Senate, especially on these issues, because it gave voice to some of our harshest critics. I try to remind people that the day after the courts became entrusted with the assets of FTX, there were no Bitcoin to be found. And there was a reason for that. That some of the cryptocurrencies that were created by FTX and some of the other cryptocurrencies that they held were easy targets for the commission of fraud. And so in some ways, what happened actually helped do 2 things: validate the need for regulation in this space, validate what Senator Gillibrand and I have been trying to say to people, which is Bitcoin is a commodity. Bitcoin belongs at the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. Not all other cryptocurrencies are as open source, I'll use that word, as Bitcoin. Consequently, our focus in legislation has very much been on everything but Bitcoin, so that we can provide adequate consumer protection, adequate disclosures, and make people aware that, yes, there are fraudulent cryptocurrencies. And certainly there are companies that use legitimate cryptocurrencies in fraudulent ways.
Let's dig into this piece of legislation a little bit more. So the Responsible Financial Innovation Act, this piece of legislation seeks to create some guardrails, essentially, that the industry knows that they can fit into. Right now, I think there's a lot of, you hear this buzz phrase thrown around a lot, regulatory uncertainty, and it's basically companies just saying, tell us what we can't do, right? And rather than regulation by enforcement of saying, gotcha, you did something wrong, and companies going, well, we didn't know that was wrong. I think a lot of folks are just looking for some sort of clarity or certainty. So could you walk us through what problems that your legislation is trying to solve?
We want to make sure that for cryptocurrencies that have more in common with securities, that the ability to custody and lend within the same business entity is not a good idea, that the disclosures that really the SEC is good at They're good at shepherding disclosure for consumer protections. So we want to make sure that the SEC is involved, but not through enforcement actions, through the actual submission of information that can help a buyer, a consumer, make an informed decision. So that's going to be a big part of the bill you see. There are, because of what happened with FTX and other companies, we're making a more robust penalty provision for illicit use and attempts to commit fraud on the consuming public. So our focus is very much not on Bitcoin, but on other cryptocurrencies. We are still working on the bill because the bill that we rolled out last year, which is very comprehensive and that we discussed a lot, then encountered the headwinds of the people you just mentioned that are still concerned about fraudulent use, about the need for a more robust regulatory environment that Senator Gillibrand and I originally crafted. So we're trying to beef up those areas of concern for members of the Senate and the House while still keeping an eye on innovation. And part of what's driving us to continue to move forward is what's happening in the European Union, in the UK, in Switzerland in particular, in Australia as well. The EU is ahead of us. And I've had people come to my office saying, get with it. When is your bill going to pass? We need the United States to lead on this, to participate in this, to be involved in this, to lay out your regulatory framework. So their desire is to see us join them so we have a globally understood network. And if we don't do it, you all are going to vote with your feet. I don't blame you. You're going to go where there's a regulatory certainty, a clearly understood set of sideboards, and a framework that you can understand and work with. Instead of waking up finding about you're subject to an enforcement action by the SEC when you didn't think, when you thought you were in full compliance of U.S. law.
And you see this with the internet in many ways as well, is there are a lot of companies that are facing different regulations, across the world in different countries, and it's impacting whether those countries are actually going to continue to do, or those companies are going to continue to do business in those countries. And if you're having to do, 50 different things in 50 different countries, that makes it really hard for a company to flourish, especially a community like this, which you mentioned how much of it is open source. Yes, there are some big companies in the space, but there's also a large number of startups. There are individuals, running miners in their homes or running a Lightning node or just getting a startup off the ground with their friend, right? And I hope I speak for everybody here that we don't want to stifle that. One of the things that we've been talking about is how the United States greatly benefited from something like Silicon Valley and opening, opening our arms up to tech and saying, we're the hub, right? Come here and we will help you all flourish and we will provide a breeding ground for innovation. And in many ways, I see, Bitcoin as the new Silicon Valley, right? If we open our arms to this industry, we can breed the same benefits that we did from Silicon Valley. I want to give you the opportunity. You mentioned some changes in this year's, reintroduction of the Responsible Financial Innovation Act. Do you want to touch on that anymore? Do you feel like you've said your piece? Feel free to. I think people came here to hear about this legislation. So anything else?
Okay. Well, I think you are going to see the consumer protections part being maybe twice as long as it was under the Responsible Financial Innovation Act. There will be some tax components, some penalty components, the clear separation of custody from lending. I, for one, am opposed to a U.S. Central bank digital currency. Some other people are more favorable to it. So we had proposed a study of it. We may leave that on the cutting room floor going forward, but these discussions are still ongoing because the House Financial Services Committee, as well as the House Ag Committee on the commodities side, are more engaged in this than they used to be as well. And you heard, I understand, from some of those folks this morning, which is great. So we want something that will pass. I don't want to get in a spitting contest with the House of Representatives. I don't want to separate the House from the Senate, the Democrats from the Republicans. I want something that is workable for this industry that will not stifle innovation. And so I'm willing to sit down with almost anybody up the street who has an idea and wants to find a way to get to yes on this framework, because time is of the essence. And the frustration that you encounter in dealing with the regulatory climate here in the U.S. Is going to push you abroad if we don't get with the program.
As we wrap up here, you mentioned you're willing to meet with anybody off on the street. And I don't think Senator Gillibrand is just anybody off the street, but she's definitely, she's in a different political party than you. Yeah. And so I think the final point I want to touch on here is this point of bipartisanship and pragmatism in your legislation. And I would also like to highlight the announcement from earlier today with former Congressman David McIntosh, who's a Republican, and former Congressman Tim Ryan, who's a Democrat, who partnered with the Bitcoin Policy Institute to create BPI Action to ultimately create a home for bipartisan discussion on these issues. I know you've done something similar with the Financial Innovation Caucus. So talk me through bipartisanship, both in your legislation, but generally as moving forward as an industry. How does that play a role?
Well, just to begin with, Senator Kyrsten Sinema and I founded the Financial Innovation Caucus. It meets a couple times a month, brings in speakers, educates staffers. It's very staff-focused. Some of you have come to speak to them to help deepen their understanding of this technologies and its capabilities. So thank you for that. Thank you for making yourselves available for those discussions. So that is the education piece targeting our staffs, because they are absolutely pivotal to the way these end products look. Then, as far as members go, I've had a heavy lift, but I think Senator Gillibrand's lift has been heavier because there's more resistance in her party to something that was not created by government and that government cannot control. Because our parties take fundamentally different approaches to the merits and demerits of government control. I tend to look askance at government control. And her party has a tendency to look favorably on government control. And so she's had a much heavier lift than I. And she has been, a valiant advocate and was the perfect person to have working on this. She continues to lead that effort. She has some heavy headwinds, but we're also making progress because we have gone together, and I have gone separately to meet with some of what I feel are our most hardened opponents. And we're softening them up a little bit. Now, there's a challenge in the regulatory agencies because I think Treasury was the tough nut to crack initially, and then it seemed like they were more receptive, and now once again they seem a little bit more challenging in terms of their concern about not being able to control something that is viewed as both a store of value and especially as a means of exchange. And the SEC has challenges because the industry has been faced with a regulatory heavy hand now. Enforcement actions are coming down in a way that I think has surprised some people. And so now that relationship has gotten kind of rocky. So the challenges with the federal agencies is going to, I think, ramp up as we move forward with this legislation. And of course, those federal agencies are all under a Democrat president, and Senator Gillibrand is going to be key to finding a way to craft the legislation in a way that she and I believe this industry can use and thrive, and yet work with the federal agencies that are going to be responsible for this regulation. Heavy lift, we're both going to stay after it and work hard on it. But I've heard her repeatedly say, you know, this is the role of the United States Congress. This is legislating, this is policy making, this is our job. The executive branch is to implement the legislation, carry it out, but we make it. And so I'm just very proud of her strong advocacy for legislating in this area, because I do think that she's right about that. I do think we need to legislate and not just defer to the regulatory agencies to make this up as they go.
So unfortunately, we're up against time. Would you like to close us out of the first annual Bitcoin Policy Summit? Any last thoughts?
Well, again, I want to thank you all for helping people understand the uniquenesses of Bitcoin. When you come and give examples to senators, representatives, and their staff about how this can help the unbanked, the underbanked, the underserved, those that lost money when SVB went down, when Credit Suisse encountered those problems, and the losses that we're now hearing about at First Republic. I mean, if that money was in Bitcoin, yeah, the value fluctuates, and once, you know, hedging becomes more mature and the asset comes more mature, some of those highs and lows will begin to also smooth out. But the point is, their money would still have value. And when people start realizing, I can put money in a bank, but I can only put $250,000 in an insured account, that the limits of fiat currency and banking and fiat currency as a secure and safe asset have also kind of been revealed and disclosed to people. So there are people that are looking towards safe places, safe harbors for money. And a lot of the wealthy people are using like overnight repurchase agreements or notes. But you have to be pretty sophisticated to access those markets or have a lot of money. You don't need to be sophisticated or have a lot of money to have your own private wallet, to transfer money from a son who's working in the U.S. to his mother who's living in El Salvador. The remittances are happening. The transfers of money between people who want to help Ukrainians is happening. And when you can explain those real-life cases for how these assets can help individual people control their own money and have an asset that is going to withstand the test of time, and Bitcoin will. I don't know if the others will, but I know Bitcoin will. you will have done something good, not only for making the case for regulation, but making the case for how important this asset is going to be globally to people of all means, the rich, the poor, the banked, the unbanked, the Native Americans who don't trust non-Indian banks, the people that live in governments that are corrupt. It's a way for them to have their individual sovereignty and have their hard work protected. That's the wonderful story about Bitcoin. Thanks for telling it. Thanks for sharing it. Your work in these regards is truly meaningful. So thank you very much.
Senator Lummis, thank you for your time. Everybody, that concludes the first annual Bitcoin Policy Summit. BPI team, if you want to come up and say something, awesome. We are going to have a reception from 5 to 7 p.m. So we're going to start over in the First Amendment Lounge. So it's just right over there at the end of the hall, and then we are going to make our way into the Holman Lounge, which is the room right next to it. So we've got an open bar, heavy hors d'oeuvres. Stephen, David, take us home.
All right, I know everybody has had a long day of panels, of networking, of conversation and learning, so I'll keep this incredibly brief before we break for our reception. From the bottom of my heart, I want to thank each and every one of you for making this inaugural event what it was. Your passion, your interest, your willingness to learn and to share what you know with others really made this an incredible, incredible day. And for a full conference in Washington, D.C., to focus entirely on Bitcoin, what we did was incredibly special, and thank you to each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart.
We'll see everybody next year.